starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Madara, Black Zetsu betrayed you, destroyed quickly. Something must have gone wrong with the plan. According to Uchiha Madara's expectation, he should have been completely resurrected with a complete life by the reincarnation technique, and directly became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Now, his body is the impure world reincarnation. There was no Ten Tails or Outer Path demon statue at the scene. Uchiha Madara's eyes moved slightly, and began to look at the entire battlefield. He had not yet figured out the situation on the battlefield. There was no doubt that no one was his subordinate. No, there was one. Uchiha Madara's eyes finally stopped and fell on Black Zetsu. His eyes stayed on the ninja forehead protector on Black Zetsu's head, and he looked at Black Zetsu for a long time without saying a word. Uchiha Madara gradually fell into deep thought. After a while, Uchiha Madara observed the situation around Black Zetsu, and his expression gradually began to become subtle. Uchiha Madara felt a little scared, as if he had walked into the wrong world. What on earth is this Black Zetsu doing? Who can tell him what is going on now? Who can tell him why this Black Zetsu is wearing a ninja forehead protector, and it seems that there is a team of ninjas responsible for protecting it around him? Uchiha Madara felt a little bad. He looked at the people around him and moved his fingers slightly. Who can tell me what is going on now? That guy is Uchiha Madara. A shout suddenly came from the crowd. As for the person who shouted out Uchiha Madara's name, it was the intelligent captain of the ninja coalition, Black Zetsu. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's expression became more subtle. Black Zetsu even shouted to Uehara Naraku, "Uehara, quickly get rid of Uchiha Madara. He is under control." Uchiha Madara was stunned. What the hell is going on? The whole scene was in an uproar because of Uchiha Madara's identity. Obviously everyone knew what a legendary figure like Uchiha Madara meant. He was a figure who once competed with the god of ninja. No ninja in this era could reach his height. Even Jiraiya and others who knew that Uehara Naraku had defeated Sanju Hashirama were shocked at this moment. After all, hearing from others is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Especially Uchiha Madara's strong chakra. Uchiha Madara ignored the others and just turned his head to continue looking at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu suddenly lowered his head and secretly passed the message to Uchiha Madara. "Lord Madara." Black Zetsu's hoarse voice rang out from Uchiha Madara's heart. Because Uchiha Madara's impure world reincarnation has the ability of the Samsara, the two of them can communicate directly. Now Black Zetsu is really afraid of being exposed by Uchiha Madara. "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" Uchiha Madara's voice was obviously mixed with a hint of suppressed anger and impatience. "Where's that brat Nagato? Where's Uchiha Obito? And what are you doing? Are you betraying me?" "No, I'm following the will of Lord Madara." Hearing that Uchiha Madara was on the verge of a rage, Black Zetsu immediately explained, "But given the current situation, Lord Madara, we must temporarily hide our purpose." Black Zetsu cut to the chase and told Uchiha Madara all his information. "Nagato is dead. Uchiha Obito betrayed us. He and Orochimaru conspired to seize the Rinnegan and the Outer Path statue, and they are plotting to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." "Huh, is that so?" Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, directly expressing his disdain for Uchiha Obito. "I knew from the beginning that the brat would have ambitions sooner or later." "Yeah." After listening to this, Black Zetsu continued, "Lord Madara, the 5 great nations have organized a ninja coalition to attack Orochimaru, so Uehara Naraku and I are using the power of the ninja coalition. After we defeat Orochimaru, we will continue the Moon Eye project." Uchiha Madara was silent for a while and asked a somewhat strange question. "Black Zetsu, who is Uehara Naraku? Should we have this person in our plan?" Uehara is a newcomer who joined the Moon Eye project a few years ago. When Black Zetsu said this, he even praised Uehara Naraku. "This kid is the most talented among the civilian ninjas. If it weren't for Uehara, our plan wouldn't even have reached this point. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku, their Moon Eye project would have definitely died after Uchiha Obito's betrayal. Now using the power of the ninja coalition to find and attack Orochimaru's group is all a plan proposed by Uehara Naraku. That's right. Black Zetsu glanced at Uehara Naraku obscurely and continued to pass on information to Uchiha Madara. Uehara Naraku is the ninja in black robes standing opposite Madara-sama. Uehara Naraku is our man and the captain of the Shinobi Alliance. I'm now the captain of the Shinobi Alliance intelligence force. I have sensed the revival of the Ten Tails, and we must now rely on the power of the Shinobi Alliance. You are quite good at playing. Uchiha Madara fell into deep thought again. After a while, Uchiha Madara asked Black Zetsu a very fatal question. Can this Shinobi Alliance really defeat Orochimaru and the Ten Tails? This kind of Shinobi Alliance that you can sneak into. Such a ridiculous alliance. Can it really defeat Orochimaru? Not only did Uchiha Madara raise this question, Black Zetsu also had such doubts before, but now it seems that the ninja coalition is performing well under the command of Uehara. To be honest, I also think the coalition is not very reliable. Black Zetsu's voice had a hint of disdain, but the next moment it was firm in its confidence. But with Uehara Naraku as the captain of the coalition, this is still possible. What about my identity? Uchiha Madara asked this question. From Black Zetsu's mouth, Uchiha Madara quickly understood all the current situations. In other words, he is now a tool resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi to deal with the ninja coalition, in order to buy time for Orochimaru to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu was even quite proud. In order to ensure that the Moon Eye plan is foolproof, I once deliberately tricked Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi to resurrect Lord Madara, who was close to his peak. Yes, this body can barely exert some of its power. Uchiha Madara's eyes moved and looked at the two people around him. One of them is Senju Tobirama, who looks really annoying. He also looks like a reincarnated body of the impure world reincarnation, and should also be controlled. The other person is a living person. When Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes changed slightly. How come this little guy looks a bit like his younger brother Uchiha Raizuna? Black Zetsu quietly noticed Uchiha Madara's actions and explained, that person is Uchiha Sasuke, and he is also the last orphan of the Uchiha. He is our enemy. The information that Black Zetsu passed to Uchiha Madara made Uchiha Madara feel bad. Uchiha Sasuke was also bewitched by Orochimaru. These are all their enemies. It's not a big problem. There is no need to panic. For Uchiha Madara, as long as his current strength is still there, the problem is actually not a big problem. Even if someone becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he can be sure to solve it. I understand. After Uchiha Madara nodded, his voice appeared in Black Zetsu's heart. Now I understand the situation. What I have to do is to make way and let the ninja army pass, right? Yes. There was something sinister in Black Zetsu's smile, and he continued, the Ten Tails will be resurrected soon. Orochimaru or Uchiha Obito may soon become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. We can use the ninja army to defeat them. After all, the power of the Ten Tails is unimaginably strong. After these people weaken the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I will find a way to possess someone with the Samsara Eye and control him to completely resurrect Madara-sama. That's when we really start to act. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly. Everything Black Zetsu told him was very smooth. Their plan did go a little wrong, but at least it was getting back on track. Moreover, Uchiha Madara also sensed the resurrection of the Ten Tails. Even if Uchiha Madara rushed over now, it would be too late. Who knows whether Orochimaru or Uchiha Obito will become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It would be better to let the Ninja Alliance try the quality of the Ten Tails for him first. Uchiha Madara had a beautiful idea. Unfortunately, just when Uchiha Madara was about to make way, a time-space vortex appeared beside Uchiha Madara, and the figure of Uchiha Obito was revealed. Uchiha Obito waved his hand and threw a round fan to Uchiha Madara and said in a cold voice, Madara, Black Zetsu has betrayed us and joined the Ninja Alliance. What it wants to do is to destroy the Ten Tails. Hurry up and help destroy them. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. At this moment, Uchiha Madara felt that something was not good. As a person who had just been resurrected, he had just figured out the current situation from Black Zetsu, and here Uchiha Madara Obito provided another situation. But Black Zetsu is his will, how could he betray him? Madara, the revival of the Ten Tails won't harm you, right? Under Uchiha Obito's mask, the blood-red Sharingan stared at Uchiha Madara and said in a deep voice, even if someone becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki first, but that person uses your Samsurai, you can weaken him again and control him to revive you and then take the Ten Tails in his body, right? Uchiha Madara nodded reservedly. As the legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara would never be afraid of any enemy except Hashirama Senju, even if it was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito was right. Even if someone became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki with the help of his Samsurai, Uchiha Madara would have plenty of ways to solve this problem. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Madara and continued in a gloomy voice, once the Ten Tails are destroyed and decomposed by the Ninja Alliance, there may not be a chance to wait until the next Ten Tails gather. I know that you in your prime cannot be controlled by the impure world reincarnation, so I did everything I could to let Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru revive you in your prime, just to let you deal with the one who betrayed his will, Black Zetsu. Madara, it betrayed you. Uchiha Madara fell silent. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu each insisted on their own words, saying that the other party betrayed him, and what these two people said seemed to make some sense. Now it seems that there are more than one problems with the plan. First of all, we have to determine who betrayed the Moon Eye plan. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara with a worried look on his face, watching Uchiha Madara's expression gradually change from domineering to puzzled. Uchiha Madara was just resurrected and was about to be deceived by him. Will he be played badly? Second update. Chapter 352 Black Zetsu, don't contact me anymore. The situation is a bit complicated. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually became not so good again. Now Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu each have their own opinions. Each of them says that the other party betrayed the Moon Eye project. Uchiha Madara actually tends to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is a derivative of his will, and it is hard to say that he will betray him. If Uchiha Obito had not vowed that Black Zetsu betrayed him, Uchiha Madara would never have thought about whether Black Zetsu would betray him. The most crucial point is that what Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu said seems to make sense. They both said that the other party betrayed for a reason. Black Zetsu is the intelligent captain in the Justice Camp, the Ninja Alliance. It says that it is an undercover who uses the Ninja Alliance, and Uchiha Obito betrayed them. It makes sense. Uchiha Obito resurrected the Ten Tails in the villain camp. He said that Black Zetsu betrayed them and joined the Ninja Alliance to destroy the Ten Tails. It also makes sense. Damn, it's so hard to judge. Because Uchiha Madara has too little information at hand. Uchiha Obito glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was still thinking, and urged him repeatedly, Madara, what are you waiting for? Let's quickly get rid of the ninja coalition first, and then quickly go to Orochimaru to snatch his Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara continued to be silent, because Black Zetsu was constantly using the connection of the Samsurai to urge him, Madara-sama, take the opportunity to get rid of Uchiha Obito. He has been colluding with Orochimaru in secret. Uchiha Madara continued to be silent. Fortunately, at this most entangled moment, Senju Tobirama spoke up and affected the balance in Uchiha Madara's heart. HMPH, Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect that you are the real mastermind behind Uchiha Obito's disruption of the ninja world. HMPH. After hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Uchiha Madara tilted his head, looked at Senju Tobirama and laughed, and snorted contemptuously. Do you finally know the truth? Your brain is still so flexible, Tobirama. Uchiha Madara slowly hugged his arms and said calmly, even if you know, what can you do? Uchiha Obito has helped me resurrect the Ten Tails, Tobirama, and I also used your forbidden technique to return to the ninja world. It turned out to be you. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, no wonder I left your body after the Battle of the Valley of the End, but the body disappeared again. Uchiha Madara, it seems that your layout started as early as that time. Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something. He nodded slowly, and his voice was a little more heavy. Yes, after capturing the Nine Tails, when I went to fight Hashirama, I had already prepared a backup plan in advance. After that, Uchiha Madara held the round fan in his hand and said in a deep voice, since then, I have arranged all the plans, and now everything is as I expected. Well, actually Uchiha Madara was just being stubborn. Because everything was beyond Uchiha Madara's expectations. Now the Moonai clan has a lot of problems, especially Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito. One of these two guys actually betrayed him. At this time, Black Zetsu is still tirelessly contacting Uchiha Madara. Madara, kill Uchiha Obito quickly and make way for the ninja coalition. We must do it as soon as possible. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's voice was a little cold, and he said in a gloomy voice, "Don't contact me again in the future." This sounded a bit heartless. After hearing this, Black Zetsu was a little dumbfounded. The next moment, Black Zetsu immediately thought of a possibility, that is, Uchiha Obito was deceiving Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu hurriedly persuaded, Madara, Uchiha Obito is the one who betrayed us. It doesn't matter who betrayed me. Uchiha Madara interrupted Black Zetsu. His voice gradually became calm, and his confidence returned to himself. Wait until I get rid of everyone first. Revive and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Everything will be back on track. After that, Uchiha Madara looked at the ninja coalition below who were eyeing him covetously, and said in a deep voice, "Anyway, these ninjas will be our enemies sooner or later." Although what Madara said made sense, but Black Zetsu still felt a little uncomfortable. To be honest, at this moment Black Zetsu wanted to curse the friendship that everyone has built over the years, who has been silently accompanying you when you were in the underground base. Don't you have any idea in your heart? What about the trust between people? Was it led astray by a few words from Uchiha Obito? Damn, Uchiha really has no brains. Black Zetsu really felt like he was going to be pissed off to death by Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha in this ninja world is really not friendly at all. Since the time of Indra, no Uchiha is normal. Asshole. Black Zetsu finally lost his mind. Uchiha Madara is really sick in the brain. Why should he believe in Uchiha Obito instead of it? Obviously, both it and Uchiha Obito are actually lying to him, just because that bastard Uchiha Obito and he both have the last name Uchiha. Hagoromo. Black Zetsu slowly clenched his fists, his heart full of sadness. Your descendants are really not like you at all. Have they always been so arrogant? Damn. For more than 1,000 years, the reincarnations of Ashura's chakra have been mentally retarded, stubborn, and hard to fool. The reincarnations of Indra's chakra obviously don't have much brains, but they always like to pretend that they are the best in the world in terms of IQ and martial arts. Black Zetsu's eyes slowly moved and stopped on Uehara Naraku. At this moment, it seemed that it could only draw a trace of warmth from Uehara Naraku who still believed in it. The hearts of people in this ninja world are too complicated, and Uehara Naraku is easier to deceive. Black Zetsu's eyes slowly moved again, and stopped on Uchiha Madara. Now they can only defeat Uchiha Madara before they can snatch the Samsara and the Ten Tails from Orochimaru? No, there is another way. That is, it and Uehara Naraku will turn against each other and go to Uchiha Madara together. This is not impossible. The problem is that now it is rare to infiltrate the ninja coalition, and we can't waste their strength in vain, right? Senior Zetsu, what's the situation now? Uehara Naraku appeared beside Black Zetsu, waved his hand to repel the perceptive ninja around him, and whispered, I remember that after Senju Hashirama became stronger, he could get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation. Madara can't get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation? What should we do? Black Zetsu hesitated. After a second, Black Zetsu immediately whispered to Uehara Naraku about the conversation between Uchiha Madara and himself. He thought that it was Uchiha Obito who tricked Uchiha Madara. If possible, Black Zetsu really hopes that Uehara Naraku has the blood of Uchiha. In this way, Black Zetsu can simply put all the hopes of resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki on Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu finally realized a problem. Whenever the Moonai clan encountered a huge setback, Uehara Naraku would appear by his side, giving him confidence and warmth. As for Uchiha Madara, no matter how strong he is, he can't escape the vicious circle of the Uchiha clan's self-righteousness. Uehara Naraku also fell into silence, because all this was done by him in secret. It seems that everything is as he expected. Haha, he is the only one who can be the mastermind in this ninja world. Black Zetsu, this dirty thing, wants to compete with him for a position? Even if it is Uchiha Madara, as long as Uehara Naraku is willing to spend his time, it is not impossible to control it. Isn't this a success? After Uchiha Madara was resurrected, Uehara Naraku guessed that Black Zetsu might make Uchiha Madara withdraw from the battlefield. If Uchiha Madara couldn't fight, how could he defeat Uchiha Madara and get the reward? Moreover, Orochimaru had just extracted the Nine Tails chakra from Minato's body to completely revive the Ten Tails, but Orochimaru needed some time to absorb the Ten Tails and evolve into Six Paths Orochimaru. During this period, Uchiha Madara had to fight for it. Moreover, if he really faced Uchiha Madara who might become Six Paths, Uehara felt a little nervous. He also wanted to get some big prizes through Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara had a lot of tasks. Defeat Uchiha Madara. Force Uchiha Madara to fight with all his strength. The title of the strongest recognized by Uchiha Madara. In addition, there were some messy tasks. For example, breaking Uchiha Madara's legs so that he couldn't dance. What the hell was this? Smashing two heavenly shock stars head on. This is still relatively normal. Due to the special nature of Uchiha Madara, many tasks related to Uchiha Madara can basically only be done during the 4th Ninja World War. The rewards for some tasks will definitely not be too low. Uehara Naraku certainly doesn't want to let go of Uchiha Madara. The slush leak. Uchiha Madara is the most charismatic villain in the entire Naruto world. No matter who is Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu, or Kaguya Akatsuki, compared to Uchiha Madara's villain charm, it is really more than one level worse. It is said that the creator of the Naruto world once mentioned in person that Uchiha Madara is so powerful that even he doesn't know how to defeat him. Therefore, Uehara Naraku not only arranged Uchiha Obito as the funny man, but also arranged Sanjutsu Birama as the supporting man. All of this was arranged by him. Unfortunately, Black Zetsu didn't know. Black Zetsu was still immersed in the pain of Uchiha Madara's refusal to trust him. Forget it. Naraku Uehara passed by the pitcher plant, patted Black Zetsu's shoulder, and sighed softly. Then we can only try to defeat Madara-sama first. Senior Zetsu, you continue to communicate with Madara-sama, and I will persuade him in the battle. Our hope of defeating him may be slim, but Madara-sama left behind the Samurai and the will to seek peace for the ninja world. He will definitely understand Senior Zetsu. At this moment, Naraku Uehara did not forget his character setting. He was an ignorant little ninja who was coaxed by Black Zetsu to carry out the Moon Eye plan and let Uchiha Madara, who left behind the Samurai and the inheritance of will, see the completion of the Moon Eye plan. This is the integrity of a behind-the-scenes actor. Yeah. Black Zetsu responded in a muffled voice, sighed and said, I just didn't expect him to be coaxed by Uchiha Obito. We designed it together. At this point, Black Zetsu hurriedly stopped. Because of Uchiha Madara's ruthless turn, Black Zetsu's performance was obviously a bit unsatisfactory, and it almost forgot its character setting in front of Uehara. Design what? Uehara Naraku frowned in confusion. Black Zetsu sighed and said in a hoarse voice, design. How to allow Nagato to transplant Madara's Samurai in a healthy way. Oh. Uehara Naraku nodded casually. While they were chatting here, Uchiha Madara put the fan in his hand behind his back and walked towards the entire ninja coalition alone. Uchiha Madara's eyes moved slightly, just calmly watching tens of thousands of ninjas, still without stopping his steps. Uchiha Sasuke. Look carefully. Uchiha Madara did not turn around when he spoke to Sasuke. He just suddenly tightened his palm, and his voice gradually became higher. Look carefully. An Uchiha. Fighting. The third update is over. Looking at the reward situation, I will probably add another update tomorrow, because I seem to have seen a lot again. By the way, I haven't written a reward list for a long time. I will write it tomorrow. I just had a good day. Chapter 353. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? Clatter, clatter. The armor plates on the armor kept colliding. Uchiha Madara's expression was calm as he walked towards the tens of thousands of ninjas in front of him. He seemed to ignore the tens of thousands of ninjas in front of him. Is that man Uchiha Madara? The voice of Hyuga Hinata, one of the captains of the intelligence unit, fell into the ears of everyone through Yamanaka Inoichi's mind-turning technique. Her voice was mixed with a hint of disbelief. Everyone, pay attention to his chakra. Uchiha Madara suddenly accelerated. The red armor crashed into the ninja coalition head-on. The next moment, countless ninjas were knocked away by Uchiha Madara, and they fell to the ground one by one, while wailing in the air. These ninjas couldn't even see their figures clearly. There was no one in the entire ninja coalition who could stop Uchiha Madara. He was almost killed by the unarmed Uchiha Madara alone, or in other words, no one could stop Uchiha Madara's move. At this moment, the ninja coalition felt the feeling of the impure world core. Just now, Uehara Naraku was killing people in the impure world core like mowing grass. Now Uchiha Madara is rampant in the ninja coalition, and no one can stop him. A ninja waved his ninja sword in his hand, and chopped it up. Uchiha Madara's figure turned around, and avoided the attack as if dancing, snatched the ninja sword with a chop, and kicked the man out with a backhand. Even if he is the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara still maintains his fighting instinct. He doesn't even think about getting hurt in battle. Because in their era, once the body is slightly injured, it is very likely that it will be defeated in a battle with an evenly matched opponent. This is the fighting instinct left over from the Warring States era. Uchiha Madara rushed into the coalition waving the ninja sword in his hand. His swordsmanship was so fast that people could hardly see it clearly. They could only see the sword light of the ninja sword flying and flashing. There was no one who could compete with him in swordsmanship. This is not a battle at all. This will be a tragic massacre. This is also a feast of physical and swordsmanship duel. In the Warring States period, the Uchiha flow technique and Uchiha style swordsmanship that dominated the ninja world were displayed vividly by Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the ninja coalition finally felt the fear brought by Uchiha Madara. What a joke. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and was about to rush towards Uchiha Madara, but the person next to him stopped him. Sir Jiraiya, you should take a good rest now and restore your chakra. Okay. Jiraiya nodded slowly, because the one who asked Jiraiya to fight was a ninja from the hidden cloud village, holding a sharp blade made of wind escape vacuum blade in his hand. It looked very stylish. Wind escape vacuum blade is a B-level wind escape ninjutsu. Generally, a ninja who can achieve this level must be a master of swordsmanship. As expected, the next moment, the cloud ninja who requested to fight found an opportunity in the frequency of Uchiha Madara's attack and swung his vacuum blade to chop up. Uchiha Madara's body slightly tilted a few times, and after dodging his attacks one after another, the Scarlet Sharingan stared at his eyes tightly. The powerful Sharingan instantly made this cloud ninja fall into an illusion. The face of this cloud ninja was full of horror, and he could no longer resist. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was why Uchiha Madara was so unethical. Aren't they competing in swordsmanship? No, this is on the battlefield. After Uchiha Madara controlled his body with an illusion, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck, and the Scarlet Sharingan revealed a fierce power. Do you want to dance too? The battlefield was silent. Every ninja couldn't help but look at the area that was cleared by Uchiha Madara and stared nervously at Uchiha Madara who was holding a cloud ninja. Every ninja couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is the one in front of them now the battlefield Shura? Just relying on physical skills, swordsmanship, and illusion, he can make the ninja coalition present fall into great fear. No one can compete with him. No, there is another person. A figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara. The next moment, this person squatted down and kicked out. The huge force of that person directly broke Uchiha Madara's legs, and Uchiha Madara's body suddenly tilted down. The person watched Uchiha Madara's body fall to the ground, and a little complexity appeared in his eyes. If the legs are broken, there is no way to dance. Uchiha Madara was knocked down. Uchiha Madara brought unimaginable pressure to the entire ninja coalition, a kind of power that almost suffocated them all. Now seeing Uchiha Madara fall, the entire ninja coalition cheered instantly. It's that guy. It's Lord Uehara. It's the Captain General. Although there may be a sneak attack factor, at least he defeated Uchiha Madara. Combined with Uehara Naraku's previous record in attacking the impure world core, he is indeed a star of hope. Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Uchiha Madara, watching his legs recover quickly, and his voice became heavier. Madara, Senior, if I remember correctly, people of your level in the first generation Hokage should be able to escape the control of the impure world reincarnation, right? That's right. Uchiha Madara nodded reservedly, waiting for his legs to recover, and suddenly kicked at Uehara Naraku, trying to kick Uehara's head to pieces. Snap. His foot kicked on Uehara Naraku's arm. The next moment, Uehara Naraku turned around and took advantage of the momentum to rush forward, kicking Uchiha Madara in the chest and directly kicking Uchiha Madara out of the crowd. Uehara Naraku's figure did not stop at all. In a flash, Uehara caught up with Uchiha Madara, who was flying backwards, and suddenly used his arm to block Uchiha Madara's waist, knocking Uchiha Madara out completely. Interesting. Uchiha Madara was not panicked at all, and even had a smile on his lips. Your physical skills are very good. Is that why Black Zetsu has the courage to betray me? No, it should be Senior Madara who betrayed us. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara, who was knocked away by him, and began to talk nonsense. Senior Zetsu told me that Lord Madara is the one who supports our Moon Eye plan the most. He has inherited the will of the Samsara and the Moon Eye. Uchiha Madara was silent for a while. To be honest, Madara felt that something was wrong. But what went wrong? Because of insufficient information, Uchiha Madara really couldn't think of it, so he could only continue to fight. What, did he become a traitor? Isn't he the owner of the Moon Eye? Damn, what's going on? Uchiha Madara stared at Uehara Naraku closely, and the Scarlet Sharingan instantly enlarged in Uehara Naraku's eye sockets, and then disappeared into thin air in an instant. This is a Sharingan illusion. With Uchiha Madara's pupil power, no one can resist. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise, raised his eyebrows, and kicked Uchiha Madara out again. Is he really old? Uehara Naraku walked towards Uchiha Madara step by step, and said in a cold voice, we are still fighting. Why are you in a daze? Uchiha Madara frowned, and his face gradually became ugly, because he had just used an illusion, but it didn't have any effect on Uehara Naraku at all. Because Uehara Naraku had already obtained pure yin power, even the Sharingan was a bloodline that spread from the yin power, and was absolutely immune to illusions. It seems difficult to take advantage of physical skills. It seems difficult for illusions to work on the person in front of him. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Madara raised his fingers, and after using just 2 simple hand seals, he gushed out a huge stream of flames towards Uehara Naraku. Flame style, great fire extinguishing. Uehara Naraku's hand seals were a little slower than Uchiha Madara's, so he just imitated Uchiha Madara's movements, barely formed a hand seal, and then opened his mouth, and gushed out a huge stream of scorching black flames towards the overwhelming flames. The flames met the black flames in an instant. Even though Uchiha Madara's fire style ninjutsu had an extremely wide range, it was not as powerful as the black flames of the flame style at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had the upper hand in the fire style ninjutsu competition. Someone actually had the upper hand in the fire style ninjutsu competition with the Uchiha clan, which was something Uchiha Madara had never thought of. But this was normal. Just a B-level fire style ninjutsu naturally had no way to counter the flame power composed of the power of yin and the power of fire. Flame escape. Uchiha Madara watched his fire escape ninjutsu being completely suppressed by the black flame, and began to devour him. His eyes revealed a little complexity. It's been a long time since I've seen such a powerful fire escape. It seems that I won. Uehara Naraku stared at Uchiha Madara, and said in a deep voice, Senior Madara, we are the most suitable candidates to implement the Moon Eye plan. You should not betray us like Uchiha Obito. Please break free from control and join us immediately. Little devil. Uchiha Madara's mouth slightly smiled, and the next moment he became serious again. Are you trying to persuade me to surrender? When have you ever seen Uchiha Madara surrender? Uehara Naraku was silent. Just when Uchiha Madara thought he had nothing to say, Uehara suddenly said, if Uchiha had never surrendered, how could Konoha be established? Uchiha Madara's body suddenly burst out with a blue Susanoo. Is this the time to discuss this issue? Now Madara did not use the complete form, but only the 4th form of Susanoo, which completely overwhelmed Uchiha Sasuke in terms of momentum. Uchiha Madara stood in his Susanoo, looking down at Uehara Naraku below, frowning slightly. Kit, are you provoking me? No. Uehara Naraku shook his head, his body suddenly rose, and kicked the head of Susanoo, kicking the tall, but strong blue Susanoo away. Uehara Naraku slowly stopped in the air, and said in a cold voice, I'm just stating the facts, because I'm an honest man. The battlefield was silent. I don't know why these people were silent. It may be because of the power of Uehara Naraku's kick that flew away Susanoo, or it may be because Uehara Naraku said that he was an honest man. Only Uchiha Sasuke's mood was fluctuating. After Uchiha Sasuke looked at the tall Susanoo on Uchiha Madara, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Is this Uchiha Madara's power? But Uchiha Sasuke saw Uehara Naraku kicking away Madara's Susanoo, and Sasuke showed a self-mockery on his face again. It seems that there is no difference between me. The first update. There are still 4 updates. Because a few big guys gave rewards yesterday, there are a total of 5 updates today. I will find time to write the thank you list. Chapter 354. Senior Madara, will you have a second meteorite? Uchiha Madara, that's it? Uchiha Madara made a wanton and arrogant declaration before the battle. Sasuke thought he could really see the legendary ancestor of their clan who could kill everyone. Uchiha Madara was indeed extraordinary when he just took action. He suppressed the entire ninja coalition with 1 against 10,000, but he was soon intercepted and beaten by Uehara Naraku. In terms of physical skills, he lost to Uehara. In terms of illusion, he lost to Uehara. In terms of ninjutsu, he lost to Uehara. Even after activating the 4th form of Susanoo, he was still kicked away by Uehara Naraku, and it seemed that he didn't gain any advantage. Uchiha Sasuke was wrong about this. In terms of physical skills alone, there is almost no big difference between Uchiha Madara and Uehara Naraku. One relies on rich combat experience, and the other relies on exquisite fighting skills. It's just that Uehara Naraku happened to win by 1 move. And judging from the strength of physical skills, the current Uehara Naraku has not activated the 10-fold enhancement. Under normal conditions, he is not much better than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Everyone can kick the tail beasts around like a bull. As for illusion, there is nothing to be done. Yin power is the ultimate yin attribute chakra, and the Sharingan is just a way to display yin power. This is an innate suppression. The same is true for ninjutsu. After all, Uchiha Madara's fire chakra can never compete with Uehara Naraku's innate flame power that is 2 levels stronger. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't understand this. Because in his sight, Uchiha Madara and himself are really no different. Their battles were suppressed by Uehara Naraku, and the endings were no different. Everyone has the surname Uchiha. Everyone can activate Susanoo. Everyone was beaten up by Uehara Naraku. Is there any difference? The difference is, Uchiha Madara is still calm. Even though Uehara Naraku kicked away his 4th form of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged. This was all within his expectations. After all, a person who could compete with him in physical skills could kick away the 4th form of Susanoo, and Madara himself was not surprised at all. You are really interesting. Uchiha Madara's eyes looked through the body of Susanoo, staring at Uehara Naraku floating in the air, and said softly, Uehara Naraku, if you want to stand by my side now, I can mercifully allow you to come over and join me. Uehara Naraku's eyelids twitched. Why did he feel that this sentence sounded a little familiar? Are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke really alright in their brains? Why are their personalities and actions so similar that they both want to persuade him to surrender? Uehara Naraku frowned and said hesitantly, but why shouldn't it be Senior Madara who should make way for us? You are really brave. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his finger and said indifferently, since you have given up the opportunity to stand beside the winner, then stand there and be my enemy. The next moment, the tall Susanoo changed instantly, and 2 giant hands grew on its back again, and each of the 4 palms held a strange blue Susanoo sword. It's really terrible. Uehara Naraku watched this scene, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Just in terms of the strength of Susanoo, it has far surpassed Sasuke. Just talking about the application of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara simply played all kinds of new tricks with Susanoo, the ultimate eye technique. From the countless battles with Hashirama Senju in the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara used Susanoo like an arm. Are you ready to die? Uchiha Madara grinned slightly. The next moment, the blue Susanoo crushed the ground with 1 foot, suddenly rose from the ground, and jumped towards Uehara waving the Susanoo sword in his hand. Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo was extremely flexible. Under his control, this tall giant was as agile as an ordinary person, and both speed and strength far exceeded Uchiha Sasuke's purple Susanoo. A blue sword energy chopped over first. Uehara Naraku dodged the blue sword energy in the air, and saw that the sword energy brushed past his body and quickly fell on the ground. The blue sword energy instantly shattered the earth, leaving a deep gully. This blow made the entire ninja coalition dare not move forward. This battle is no longer a battle they can intervene in. This is a more terrifying battle than Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Madara stood in the Susanoo, controlling the Susanoo to continue waving the Susanoo sword in his hand, slashing out blue sword energy. The earth trembled under his attack. The ninja coalition watched the tall blue giant committing atrocities, and they were almost too scared to move. Come and see the power of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku, and his voice gradually became louder. Uehara Naraku, dance to your heart's content, to please me before the end comes. Uehara Naraku felt so tired. The next moment, Uehara dodged the blue sword energy that attacked him one by one, and instantly dodged the attack of a Susanoo sword, until he appeared above the blue Susanoo's head. You're really fast. Uchiha Madara watched Uehara Naraku easily dodge the sword of Susanoo, and watched him appear in front of him, nodded in appreciation, and continued. Unfortunately, what you have in front of you now is Susanoo, an absolute defense technique that cannot be broken. I know. Uehara Naraku glanced at Sasuke below, slowly clenched his fist, and whispered, I just dismantled one before you came to the battlefield. Sasuke's. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and he continued to hug his arms with a smile. I'm different from the little guy who just opened a straight Sharingan. In my opinion. Uehara Naraku's internal chakra began to accumulate rapidly in his fist, and he punched Susanoo's head with a fierce punch. A cracking sound appeared above his head. The next moment, after the blue Susanoo wailed to the sky, cracks appeared all over its body, and finally turned into nothingness. Uehara Naraku stared at Uchiha Madara, twisted his wrist, felt the recoil force, and said softly, there seems to be no difference between you. You are all things that can be destroyed with one punch. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and praised softly, it's really amazing. Even a Shirama couldn't do it back then, destroying Susanoo with a single blow. Uchiha Madara's mouth corners were still raised again, his eyes fixed on Uehara Naraku, and a smile reappeared on his face. Although you only destroyed the fourth form of Susanoo, this is enough for me to praise you. It's not a big problem. Uchiha Madara is still so calm, because for him, the real battle has just begun. Whether it is the fourth form of Susanoo or the previous physical confrontation, they are all just the techniques that Uchiha Madara usually uses to deal with the mob. Usually he can solve it with just one move. Then, let's send the warm-up. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and the chakra in his body gradually gathered. He looked around indifferently, and saw the ninja coalition that was trying to get close to him, and Uehara Naraku's battlefield. Before that, we have to clean up the trash. Uchiha Madara sneered, as if he had thought of something, and the corners of his mouth still kept a smile. There are tens of thousands of ninjas here. All the ninjas from the 5 major countries are here, right? It just happens that in this crowded place, I can use that beautiful ninjutsu. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly changed. Madara's hands suddenly closed, and his voice gradually became more disturbingly crazy. Then let you see the power of another person in that era. Would release. Tree world birth. In an instant, thick vines suddenly drilled out from his back. As Uchiha Madara waved his palm forward, these huge vines began to grow and spread, and quickly drilled towards the direction of the ninja coalition and Uehara Naraku. My current identity is the captain of the Ninja Alliance. These lovely subordinates, only I have the right to hurt them. Uehara Naraku's voice gradually lowered, and he quickly closed his palms. Groups of black flames began to spread outward from his feet, forming a bunch of gorgeous black flame lotuses. These black flame lotuses instantly burned all the vines. Would release. Tree world birth was easily resolved by Uehara Naraku's flame release. Uchiha Madara watched a black flame spread to his body, and he casually transformed into the Samsara to absorb the chakra in the black flame. Uchiha Madara finally frowned. Sure enough, even if a Shirama's would release is used, will it still encounter restrained attributes in the ninja world? The next moment, Uchiha Madara's fingers suddenly stood up, forming an extremely strange hand seal, and the blue light of Susanoo suddenly floated around him. The 3-headed and 6-armed blue Susanoo imitated Uchiha Madara's appearance, and formed their own hand seals, and worked together to launch a powerful technique. Then let you try. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Uhura Naraku and the many ninja coalition forces who were gathering the black flames, and whispered, a technique that can never be restrained by attributes. A huge chakra flowed in the air. The dark clouds in the sky gradually became darker, as if something was stirring the atmosphere, causing these clouds to gradually gather. A shadow slowly appeared above everyone's head. It was a huge spherical meteorite. It was one of the pupil techniques of the Samsara, the heavenly shocking star. Everyone seemed to have sensed something, and involuntarily raised their heads, and looked at the shadow that was gradually falling in the air. Every ninja's face was involuntarily sweating, and they desperately let go of the weapons in their hands, staring at the meteorite falling from the sky in the air. No matter how powerful the ninja was, at this moment, there was only despair and shock on their faces, and they could only watch the falling meteorite. No matter what ninjutsu they used now, they could not withstand the impact of the meteorite falling from the sky. In the headquarters of the ninja coalition, they have also sensed the situation on the battlefield. Whether it is Tsunade or the 4th generation Reikijai, the 3rd generation Tsuchika Jinoki, these shadow level ninjas sitting in the headquarters are just waiting for the result on the battlefield with cold sweat dripping down their cheeks. Just as everyone was waiting for the despair before the end of the world, a slender and dazzling firelight shot directly through the meteorite and detonated the meteorite directly. Then a ball of scorching flame suddenly shot out from the bottom of the meteorite, like a flame umbrella, that quickly expanded and quickly retracted, gathering all the stones split from the meteorite and directly blasting them into dust. This fire escape ninjutsu is simply beautiful. It is as short-lived as a firework, but gorgeous and dazzling. Everyone's eyes turned involuntarily to look at the person who used the fire escape ninjutsu to directly shoot through the meteorite, and the cheers of the survivors resounded throughout the earth in an instant. Captain General. It was Captain General Uehara. It was Uhura Naraku who used the power of fire to create a beautiful fire ninjutsu, destroying the meteorite that fell from the sky. Even the fragments of the meteorite after the explosion were directly detonated and burned by the flames, turning into dust. Uhura Naraku ignored the cheers of the crowd, slowly put away his fingers, and looked at the initiator of summoning the meteorite. There seemed to be some unsatisfied in his tone. Senior Madara, will you have a second meteorite? Uchiha Madara was silent a lot today. Second update. There are 3 more. Chapter 355 How come you're fighting is even more fake than Uchiha Itachi's. There is indeed a second heavenly star. What Uchiha Madara wanted to see was that these ninjas were desperate and helpless, but before the arrival of life and death, they desperately burst out their potential to block his heavenly star. Then, just when these ninjas were celebrating their survival, they were suddenly destroyed by the second heavenly star. This feeling of playing with people's hearts was simply too cool. Unfortunately, there was a slight problem with the plan. The second meteorite of the heavenly star also fell soon, but the ninja coalition no longer had despair, but instead looked at their captain of the coalition with hope. Uhura Naraku lived up to everyone's expectations. A pair of wings appeared behind Uhura, driving his body to float up. This man with 3 pairs of wings flew towards the meteorite that fell from the sky like a real angel descending. Punch out. The second heavenly star was shattered by Uhura's punch. The blazing flames suddenly gushed out from Uhura Naraku's hands, instantly submerging the broken stones of the meteorite and completely destroying the Shinjin star. Really? It feels like we are not needed at all. Jiraiya looked at this scene, and the smile on his face could not be restrained. He chuckled and said, Conan, you really taught an excellent disciple. Just now I wanted to open the death gate. Might Guy's eyes tightened slightly, his eyes stared at Uhura Naraku, and he said nervously, but I have a feeling that the current Lord Kitahara Naraku should be stronger than when I opened the 8th gate. Uhura, that guy. Gaara's face was also full of solemnity. Is it my illusion? I always feel that this guy is so strong that he seems to be in a different dimension from us. Maybe. Hatake Kakashi slowly stroked his mask, sighed and said, fortunately, Tsunade-sama overcame all objections and invited Uhura to join the Ninja Alliance. Unfortunately, Uhura Naraku couldn't hear this. Now Uhura Naraku slowly controlled his wings and landed beside Uchiha Madara. The battle between them was not over yet. What a terrible young man. Uchiha Madara sighed with emotion. He looked at Uehara Naraku and his expression became more and more serious. Uehara Naraku, I thought you were no longer able to dance, but I didn't expect that your state was really beyond my imagination. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a gentle smile. That's why Senior Zetsu entrusted the Moon Eye project to me. Senior Madara, are you still unwilling to make way for us? Uehara Naraku is still doing his job conscientiously. Basically, all the blame is thrown on Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's face broke into a smile. His fingers suddenly closed, and he whispered, don't be too arrogant, kid. Not every adult is willing to fight with a child who hasn't grown up with all his strength. After saying this, Uchiha Madara lowered his head and whispered, but, this little guy named Uehara Naraku is someone who should never be underestimated. He is already qualified to challenge me. Then, I will fight with all my strength. The next moment, countless blue lights suddenly emerged from Uchiha Madara's body. A surge of powerful chakra emerged from Uchiha Madara's body, almost making his loose hair involuntarily blown up by the energy, driven by the chakra. Under Uchiha Madara's feet, a huge Susanoo suddenly emerged. This time, the size of Susanoo was unprecedentedly huge, larger than any Susanoo they had seen before. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke, the two brothers Susanoo and the Susanoo that Uchiha Madara is now erupting are not at the same level. It's not over yet. Uchiha Madara looked at the eyes of everyone staring at Susanoo in astonishment, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Uehara Naraku, Ninja Alliance, what you are seeing now is the most powerful force in this world. Chakras were floating on the surface of the blue Susanoo again. These chakras turned into armor in an instant, tightly surrounding the blue Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was quickly becoming a complete form. A Susanoo that was taller than a hill finally stood on the ground. This blue Susanoo in its complete form was like a real martial god. Just standing there, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. The next moment, the blue Susanoo suddenly pulled out its ninja sword. A blue sword light flashed in front of everyone in an instant, and a sharp sword energy slashed out, severing the peaks of the two mountains. Magma gushed out directly from the mountain. This is. Gaara looked up at the perfect Susanoo, with a look of horror on his face, and even couldn't speak clearly. The legendary Uchiha Madara has the power. Yes. Jiraiya's eyes froze slightly, and his voice gradually became a little low. It's really hard to imagine how the first generation Hokage defeated him back then. After Gaara nodded, his mood gradually became a little depressed. To be honest, there is absolutely no way. It's completely impossible to resist. Now it's time for youth to burn again. Might Guy was not panicked at all, and a powerful chakra suddenly burst out of his body, and he instantly entered the state of the 7th gate. Might Guy was really not panicked in his heart. Or rather, since he opened the 8th gate, the death gate, Might Guy has never panicked in his heart, because he can judge that the death gate can defeat the enemy. I've died once. What else is there to be afraid of? Uehara Naraku, who doesn't have to worry about death at all, is even less afraid. Uehara Naraku stared at the perfect Susanoo and touched his chin. Which method should I use to defeat you now? It's really hard to choose. To be honest, there are a lot of trump cards. No matter which trump card is drawn, it seems that it can be used. What's more, Uehara Naraku has received a lot of rewards in the previous battle, including a skill that makes people feel a little outrageous just by looking at the name. Side quest, use your fist to smash the Shianji Zenseng. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward skill is the ultimate move Serious Punch. Serious Punch. When you concentrate your own energy and use the Serious Punch to attack the enemy, it will bring the enemy an irresistible and fearful feeling of death. The specific power is unknown, and the specific consumption is unknown, but it will not exceed all your own energy. If you only look at the plain name of this skill, then this skill really looks like an absolute waste skill. It doesn't even describe the power of the skill. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and sighed. This is really a skill that makes people feel bored after seeing it. Really bored. But I also want to try it. No matter how I look at it, I want to try it. Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly moved and stopped at Uchiha Madara, who had a crystal on the head of the perfect Susanoo. His arm slowly stretched back to prepare for power. Oh. Uchiha Madara noticed Uehara Naraku's actions, and his mouth grinned. Do you still want to use your fist to smash Susanoo? The perfect Susanoo is not something. Nirvana. Uehara Naraku's face darkened for a second, and then slowly returned to normal. He believed that, as long as he released this skill, no matter how shameful the name is, it will become a symbol of strength. Uehara Naraku's body suddenly rushed towards Susanoo, and shouted in a stern voice, "Serious series, a serious punch." Everyone had a question mark on their foreheads. Only Uchiha Madara was not full of questions, because in his sight, the Uehara Naraku who rushed over with a fist suddenly turned into a tall figure. Obviously, he just stretched out an ordinary fist. Uchiha Madara saw a fist like a mountain. In front of Uehara Naraku's fist, the hundreds of meters high of the complete Susanoo was as weak as an ant. It was completely impossible to resist. No, it was completely impossible for people to have the heart to resist. A blood-red word death appeared around the fist, as if this punch could kill Uchiha Madara. Is it an illusion? Uchiha Madara shook his head quickly and immediately judged the situation. Absolutely impossible. No one can put me in an illusion. Bang! Uehara Naraku's fist fell on the body of the complete Susanoo. Just as everyone was frowning and looking at this scene, they didn't think anything would happen. Miracles, because Uehara Naraku's punch was completely different from his previous momentum. Is it because his power has finally run out? Even if it was just tickling Susanoo, it was praising this punch. The only person who really felt this punch was Uchiha Madara. He only felt a huge force that instantly swept the entire Susanoo, even his body. How is it possible? This force was simply impossible for him to resist. Even if he continued to maintain Susanoo with his pupil power, it would be impossible. The power of that punch was absolutely irresistible. The feeling of that punch was like the decision of victory or defeat and life or death. The next moment, the entire Susanoo instantly collapsed into pieces. Even Uchiha Madara and the Susanoo crystal turned into dust. Uehara Naraku's fist blasted out a surging fist wind, sweeping everything in front of him in an instant, and blasting all the trees and barren mountains into the ground. The whole scene was silent. No one expected that Uehara Naraku's simple punch would directly shatter Uchiha Madara's martial godlike complete Susanoo, and one punch would turn the invincible Shura into ashes. To be honest, it really felt like a fake match. If it weren't for the fist of Uehara Naraku that erupted with the wind, that swept everything like an overtime performance, the ninja coalition present would have wanted to refund their tickets. This Deidara, the funny guy, said bluntly, with a puzzled look on his face, "Do you feel that their fight is even more fake than the fight between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke?" The third update. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 356 Uehara Green Tea. I don't want to disappoint Senior Madara. If Uchiha Madara knew Deidara's funny idea, he would probably smash his head and let Deidara feel the simple and unpretentious punch himself. It's not Deidara's fault. After all, Uehara Naraku has always been very low-key in life, but very high profile in his actions. Such a thrilling battle should not end like this. This is too hasty. The opponent is Uchiha Madara. To be honest, I also think it's a little fake. Scorpion's expression was also a little subtle. His eyes slowly moved to look at the oldest Kakuzu. Didn't Senior Kakuzu fight with the first Hokage? You should be able to judge Uchiha Madara's strength from the first Hokage's hands, right? Wait. Deidara didn't wait for Kakuzu to answer, and immediately said, if according to what Scorpion said, then Kakuzu was defeated by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara was also defeated by Senju Hashirama, so. Deidara pushed his miniature telescope. His eyes slowly looked at Uchiha Madara who was slowly recovering, and then looked at Kakuzu. His voice gradually became more solemn. There is only one truth. Ha 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 ha. Hidden slapped his thigh wildly and laughed. You idiot. You don't think Kakuzu is as strong as Uchiha Madara? Do you think I'm your idiot? After Deidara angrily cursed Hidden, he put his arm around Kakuzu's shoulders and said with a chuckle, I just wonder if Kakuzu threw a shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 meters away when he was fighting with the first Hokage. Ha ha ha. Kakuzu's forehead jumped. Sooner or later, he would kill Deidara, the funny guy, for the bounty. The topic of Akatsuki had obviously gone off track. Of course, as long as Deidara and Hidden were around, Akatsuki would rarely have topics that would not go off track. Not only the people of Akatsuki. Konoha was a little confused. When Jiraiya saw Uehara Naraku smash the perfect Susanoo with a simple punch, his jaw almost dropped. What's going on? Jiraiya originally thought that this would be a tough battle. Even after Uehara Naraku was defeated, Jiraiya had already planned for him and Might Guy and others to fill in the gap, but Uchiha Madara was defeated inexplicably. Hatake Kakashi widened his Sharingan, and he was also a little unbelievable. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Uehara Naraku who directly punched and broke Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked at Hatake Kakashi. This battle was outrageous, and your commentary was too fake. That was Uchiha Madara. That was the complete Susanoo. How could it be broken by just one punch? There were only two people who really knew the truth, one of whom was Uehara Naraku. He only felt that his body was weaker than ever, and the huge life energy and fairy chakra in his body were consumed because of this punch. Strictly speaking, this punch is indeed invincible, but it's a pity that the consumption is too great. Basically, it is simply uncontrollable and directly consumes all of its own energy. Whether it is life energy or fairy chakra energy, the chakra in Uehara Naraku's punch directly turned into 1 point. If someone attacks Uehara Naraku at this time, that means Uehara can only use the endless rage that does not require any consumption to save his life, wait for 1 second to restore chakra, and continue to activate the invincible life-saving skills. The consumption of this punch is really amazing. Fortunately, after defeating Uchiha Madara, he used the calmness to restore 20% of the chakra, plus the tenfold recovery effect in the Sage mode, which restores 86 40 points of life energy and 43 20 points of Sage chakra in 1 second. It only takes a short 1 or 2 minutes for Uehara Naraku to return to his peak state, which is not enough time to chat. But Uehara Naraku found another problem. Using the skill of the serious punch will secretly lose hair. Because he actually lost a hair, and judging from the vigorous level of his life energy, it is impossible for him to lose hair. The hair still fell secretly. It's outrageous. As for the other person who felt the power of the serious punch, Uchiha Madara, his body is still recovering slowly. But now Uchiha Madara is still full of shock and confusion, because the punch just now was too amazing. Uchiha Madara even felt that even the real thousands of hands of Senju Hashirama might not be able to withstand that punch. This kid called Uehara Naraku is a little too strong. Therefore, Uchiha Madara contacted Black Zetsu again, intending to give Black Zetsu a way out. Because Black Zetsu told Uchiha Madara that Uehara Naraku was actually his own. Uchiha Madara did not ask Black Zetsu whether he wanted to get back together, but directly asked Black Zetsu, "What's wrong with this kid?" Hearing the voice from the bottom of his heart, Black Zetsu was silent. If Uehara Naraku's last name was Uchiha, and he could activate the power of the Samurai without any obstacles, Black Zetsu actually wanted to say something to Uchiha Madara. "Madara, don't contact me, I'm afraid Uehara will misunderstand." Unfortunately, there is no if. Black Zetsu can only put all his hopes on Uchiha Madara. After all, the pair of Samurais that can turn the Ten Tails into a Jinchuriki belong to Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Madara also obtained part of the chakra of Indra and Ashura, and is the most suitable candidate to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. That's it. What else can it do? It can only forgive Uchiha Madara. Madara-sama. There was a little excitement in Black Zetsu's voice, and he laughed in a hoarse voice. Did Madara-sama also feel the power of Uehara Naraku? Uehara is the most diligent ninja I have ever seen. I have been deceiving him that he is a successor who is working hard for the Moon Eye project. And without sufficient power, it is impossible to inherit the Moon Eye project and Madara-sama's will. Successor? Uchiha Madara frowned and couldn't help but continue to secretly ask Black Zetsu, "Inherit my will, what does it mean?" In fact, I have been deceiving Uehara. Now that Uchiha Madara is willing to take the initiative to reconcile the relationship, Black Zetsu naturally will not hide it, and immediately told Madara all the lies he told Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku is very easy to deceive. I just told him that the Six Paths Sage passed the will of peace in the ninja world to Madara-sama, but before his death, Madara-sama passed this will, the Moon Eye project, and the Samurai to Nagato. Uehara Naraku was raised and cared for by Nagato. He calls himself the Child of Destiny, the executor of the Moon Eye project, and the successor of Nagato, so everything he does is to work hard to realize the Moon Eye project. After saying that, Black Zetsu continued to explain, don't worry about Uehara Naraku's loyalty. There was a period of time when I monitored him every day for a long time, and he has always been a very hard-working child. It's just that I was a little arrogant after I told him about the Moon Eye project, so he began to think that he was the successor of Destiny, which is exactly the same as Nagato. Uehara Naraku regards all ninjas as tools to achieve the purpose of the Moon Eye. Except for us, the executors of the Moon Eye project, he doesn't really care about anyone. These are all true because Black Zetsu had personally monitored Uehara Naraku after Uchiha Obito betrayed him, and he was sure that he was definitely not discovered by Uehara Naraku. During the time when Black Zetsu was monitoring Uehara Naraku, he found that Uehara Naraku was immersed in the greatness of the Moon Eye project every day in addition to practicing hard. Black Zetsu finally confirmed one thing. Uehara Naraku was just like Uchiha Madara, and he was finally played by it. These geniuses in the ninja world have problems with their brains. Once someone tells them what the choice of fate and the inheritance of God are, they feel that they are really the choice of fate. They are just tools. The only thing that Black Zetsu can't accept is that Uehara Naraku is now too powerful beyond expectations. Sometimes Black Zetsu even doubts whether what he said is true, that Uehara is actually the successor of the Six Paths Sage, Uchiha Madara and Nagato. Black Zetsu found that, after providing some geniuses with some chicken soup for the soul such as the choice of fate, their diligence and the speed of becoming stronger are simply outrageous. Unexpectedly, after listening to Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara actually praised Uehara Naraku a little. Is that so? I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be such a genius ninja in the ninja world, relying on strength to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me and Hashirama. If he was born in the Warring States period, maybe I would have a lot in common with him, and even share the Moon Eye project with him. They are all equally proud. They all have the same goal. They all have extremely powerful strength. Uchiha Madara is not worried that he will be defeated by Uehara Naraku for a while. He is now a body of the impure world reincarnation, and his strength is not complete enough. What's more, even if he really loses, what can he do? Is he going to die? Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senju Hashirama many times back then, but he still fought again and again. Now he can be resurrected and will live a greater life. And what about Senju Hashirama? In addition to Hashirama cells and a face growing everywhere on other people's bodies, what else does Senju Hashirama have left? Temporary failure is not terrible. What is terrible is that you can't stand up after failure. Anyway, I can't stop him. Uchiha Madara tilted his head and started flirting with Black Zetsu again. If what you said is true, then he is a useful talent. If you still dare to lie to me, then I will use Yin Yang Escape to get rid of you now. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu shook his head and said in a deep voice, I have never betrayed Madara-sama. The one who really betrayed you is Uchiha Obito. Madara-sama can try to use Yin Yang Escape to control Uchiha Obito. Because of the traitor Obito, our plan has come to this point today. Okay. After Uchiha Madara recovered, he raised his finger. Before Uchiha Madara died, he left a spell and chakra on Uchiha Obito's body to control him. He always controlled Uchiha Obito's life and death, and could also control all of Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, the next second, Uchiha Madara's face changed. Because after Uchiha Madara detonated the spell and chakra in Uchiha Obito's heart, he felt the recovery of the spell chakra again. This feeling. Uchiha Madara slowly put down his fingers and lowered his head. Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito is the impure world reincarnation. He was killed long ago. It seems that Orochimaru is more difficult to deal with than we thought. What? Black Zetsu immediately thought of something he had encountered before. At that time, Uchiha Obito completely betrayed them. Obito seemed to cooperate with Orochimaru, but the two of them seemed to have had a big battle. Black Zetsu's voice was a little gloomy and said, I remember that Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru seemed to have cooperated, and those who cooperated with Orochimaru in the ninja world would not have a good end. Now Uchiha Obito must have been killed by Orochimaru. Even his corpse was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. While Black Zetsu was still thinking, it seemed to sense something, and immediately passed the information to Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, let's hurry over to Orochimaru. The Ten-Tails has revived and seems to be attacking us. While Black Zetsu was passing the information to Uchiha Madara, he shouted to Uehara Naraku, "Uehara, be careful. The Ten-Tails is rampaging and it is attacking us." The entire ninja coalition was in an uproar. I know. Uehara Naraku watched his energy gradually recover to its peak state. Within his perception range, he did sense a powerful tailed beast ball coming. A deep red, black-tailed beast ball. The Ten-Tails, completely resurrected. Just as Uehara Naraku was about to rush over to get rid of the Ten-Tails tailed beast ball, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in front of him, smiling charmingly and said, "Successor of the Moon Eye, I was testing you just now. Now you have passed the test. The Ten-Tails tailed beast ball is attacking. Do you need my help?" Uehara Naraku felt a little subtle. Because just now, Uehara Naraku knew that Uchiha Obito's impure world reincarnation had died once, and died from a heart explosion from the inside. This must have been done by Uchiha Madara. Since it was discovered that Uchiha Obito was an impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara would no longer believe in Uchiha Obito who was controlled by others, but would trust Black Zetsu again. And Uchiha Madara must have obtained all the information from Black Zetsu, which should include the words that Black Zetsu deceived Uehara. So, Uchiha Madara just got the information and came to him to show off his acting skills. Is this guy Uchiha Madara crazy or arrogant? Now Uehara Naraku is one of the only two best actors left in the entire Akatsuki organization. It doesn't matter, Madara-senpai. Uehara Naraku shook his head, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Although I consumed too much energy because of the battle with the senior Susanoo just now, I'm the successor of the senior's will, so I don't want to disappoint the senior, even if I risk my life. There is one more chapter left. Chapter 357. I will make Uehara Naraku despair in front of this world. No one in this world can escape his control, because Uehara Naraku has always judged his acting skills. Unfortunately, this time Uehara Naraku is destined to be disappointed." Uchiha Madara was silent for a while, and then suddenly nodded and said, "You are very good. Keep going." Uehara Naraku's face was full of question marks. Shouldn't Uchiha Madara blame himself and comfort him at this time? Uehara Naraku thought too much about this. Uchiha Madara's character seems to be Doka, but in fact he is a strong man. Although both are the reincarnations of Indra's chakra, Uchiha Madara has a stronger character than Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Madara also recognizes those strong men more. Uehara Naraku's speech is a bit green tea. Uchiha Madara doesn't care about the hidden meaning at all. He just appreciates Uehara Naraku's desperate words at the end. At this moment, Uchiha Madara really thought of one thing. If he hadn't been resurrected, there would be no problem in handing the Moon Eye project to Uehara Naraku. Unfortunately, there is no if. Uchiha Madara's voice gradually became louder. He looked at Uehara Naraku. His face became extremely solemn. "Uehara Naraku, I recognize you. Even if you were born in the Warring States period, you would not fade because of the strong people of that era." Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku and said seriously, "Among all the ninjas who have fought with me, no one can surpass your strength at this age. Even Ashirama is inferior to you at this age." Uchiha Madara slowly clenched his palms, his eyes tightened slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I, Uchiha Madara, recognize you as the most talented ninja here. I believe that this title will never change, because of the times." "Thank you." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly. "Well, another side quest is completed. There is no time to compete with Uchiha Madara for acting now." The wings behind Uehara Naraku fluttered slightly, because he had seen the deep red-tailed beast jade shot by the Ten-Tails in his sight. "It's the tailed beast ball again." Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared beside the tailed beast ball. A layer of golden light appeared on his body, and he kicked the tailed beast ball of the Ten-Tails fiercely. The tailed beast ball was kicked back by Uehara Naraku, and it landed in a deep mountain and exploded instantly. The ground shook violently. In everyone's sight, there were cracked ground everywhere. The power of the explosion of the Ten-Tails tailed beast ball was far beyond people's imagination. Uchiha Madara looked at this scene. His eyes froze slightly, and his eyes flashed slightly. It's an amazing way to confront the tailed beast ball of the Ten-Tails. The Ten-Tails has been resurrected, so there is no need to be here. For Uchiha Madara, nothing is more important than the Ten-Tails. The next moment, Uchiha Madara no longer stayed, and his figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke, picked up Uchiha Sasuke, and jumped towards the direction of the Ten Tails. But after leaving here, Uchiha Madara sent a message to Black Zetsu, asking it and Uehara Naraku to lead the ninja coalition to help immediately. After all, Uehara Naraku is a powerful existence. After Uchiha Obito and Senju Tobirama's figures froze for a second, the figures of the two disappeared at the same time. The Ten Tails has resurrected. No one will be willing to waste time here. Everyone. Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at the ninja coalition below, and shouted, "Immediately move in the direction of Orochimaru." Yes. The response of the ninja coalition was like a tsunami. Uehara Naraku flapped his wings, and flew to the location, where the Ten Tails was resurrected, and the others followed him one after another. Under the leadership of the 5 battle captains, the entire ninja coalition gradually began to move forward in a cone direction, and everyone rushed to the area where the Ten Tails was resurrected. When Uehara Naraku flew to the Ten Tails resurrection location, he also took a look at his rewards by the way. Almost all of the mission rewards were taken, which was actually quite outrageous. First, he defeated Uchiha Itachi and collected his soul. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Itachi, 1/1, quest completed, rewarded skill Crowstorm. Crowstorm, appear at the target location, summon endless crows to attack enemies within 800 meters, skill cooldown is 0, skill consumes at least 100 chakra points. This skill can only be said to be better than nothing. Side quest, change Uchiha Itachi's fate, 1/1, quest completed, rewarded skill Soul Shackles. Soul Shackles, instantly extend a chain to bind the enemy's soul, lasting 4.5 seconds, skill cooldown is 0, skill consumes at least 100 chakra points. Uehara Naraku fell into silence. To be honest, he didn't know what this system meant. Uchiha Itachi's fate now seems to be worse than the fate in the original book, right? And Uchiha Itachi is indeed born to restrain Orochimaru, and the skills given are quite targeted at Orochimaru. This kind of restrained relationship is really amazing. Next is the Dark Harvest. Defeating a bunch of filthy ninjas provided about 30,000 to 40,000 3-dimensional attributes, which only increased Uehara Naraku's 3-dimensional attributes to about 650,000. Finally, it was the time for a small harvest. A bunch of leeks harvested from Uchiha Madara. In addition to the serious punch given by smashing the meteorite with fists at the beginning, there are some other messy tasks. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Madara in the ninjutsu competition, 1/1, the task has been completed, and 3,000 gold coins are awarded. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Madara in the physical competition, 1/1, the task has been completed, and 3,000 gold coins are awarded. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Madara in the illusion competition, 1/1, the task has been completed, and 3,000 gold coins are awarded. Side quest, break Uchiha Madara's legs, so that he can't dance, 1/1, the task has been completed, and 1,000 gold coins are awarded. Side quest, destroy 2 meteorites from the Sharingan Star head-on, 1/1, quest completed, reward 500 gold coins. What kind of reward is this? Uehara Naraku's equipment has long been full, and he has enough gold coins to exchange for the resurrection armor. Why does the system still give him so many gold coins as a reward? Especially these are not easy to defeat Uchiha Madara from all aspects and destroy the meteorites head on. Even the cage level ninja can't do it. Is this rubbish system really broken? It wasn't until the next reward that Uehara Naraku was reluctantly happy. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Madara, 1/1, quest completed, reward passive talent skill Sage's Eye. Natural Samsara Eye, originated from the bloodline of the fruit of the sacred tree, the most advanced pupil technique, can control the existence of yin and yang and all attribute chakras, possess various magical abilities, and can master the ultimate Susanoo that rivals the tailed beasts. Uehara Naraku's expression was a little broken. So he was given the Sage's Eyes after all. The power of these Samsara Eyes seems to be similar to that of the Six Paths Sage. Forget it, at least I can drive a Gundam in the future. Although he always smashes other people's Susanoo with one punch, Uehara Naraku actually wants to drive a Gundam in his heart. and he also has the power of yin and yang in his body, and it seems that he can directly launch the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head and looked at the 10 tails in the distance. He did not reveal his samurai, but just smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru, facing me like this, even if you want to break free from my control, can you escape another place? The area where the 10 tails is rampant. Orochimaru raised his finger. He continued to control the 10 tails. Because the power of the 10 tails is too huge, Orochimaru, who cherishes his life, is still a little worried. He is worried that his will be devoured after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Anyway, the 10 tails is barely listening to his orders now. Kabuto Yakushi stood beside him and urged him, Lord Orochimaru, please hurry up. Uehara Naraku is here. I know. A hint of impatience flashed across Orochimaru's face. In his sight, he naturally saw the figures rushing over one by one, and also saw the crowds of the ninja coalition. Originally, Orochimaru had just controlled the 10 tails to spray a tailed beast ball at Uehara Naraku's position, but Uehara Naraku kicked the tailed beast ball away. This made Orochimaru a little confused. Now he must find a way to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, because once Uehara Naraku arrives, he might be able to capture and defeat him under the protection of the 10 tails. With only a pair of samurais, and samurais that have not been developed much, Orochimaru really doesn't think there is any hope of victory against Uehara Naraku. But becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki is too dangerous. 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal. Orochimaru suddenly put his fingers together, stared at the 10 tails below, and slowly began to think of a way to let the 10 tails chakra enter his body. Kabuto Yakushi stared at this scene closely, pushed his glasses, and whispered, Lord Orochimaru, at least now you don't have to worry about your death. Because the process of becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki is irreversible, and cannot be interrupted. Even if you are killed, you will not die. The 10 tails chakra will enter your body to ensure that your body will not be harmed in any way. Is that so? Orochimaru's eyes tightened slightly, and the pair of reincarnation eyes were a little big in his eye sockets. To be honest, these eyes really didn't suit him very well. Orochimaru slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku, who was flying from a distance, and snorted coldly, but based on this distance, by the time Uehara Naraku arrives here, I should be able to take the 10 tails into my body, right? Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi nodded. He watched the 10 tails chakra quickly merge into Orochimaru's body, and a hint of obsession appeared on his face. The power of the legendary 6 paths sage. How powerful is this legendary power? After Kabuto Yakushi said this, he slowly lowered his head again, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and this powerful force can push that person to his limit this time. Are you talking about that kid Uehara Naraku? Orochimaru showed a painful smile on his face. He didn't feel good when the 10 tails chakra entered his body. He felt that his body might swell up at any time. But the next moment, Orochimaru quickly strengthened his will, regardless of the pain in his body and the sweat on his forehead, and whispered, don't worry, this time, Uehara Naraku can't resist the power of this force at all. As Orochimaru spoke, a hint of madness gradually appeared on his face. I want to let that brat Uehara feel the despair I have felt before this world, and let him feel the torture I have felt before. The 5th update is completed. Thank you for the rewards from the big guys. Your crowdfunding rewards are completed. I must take some time to write a thank you list. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, The Bond Between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Ninja Alliance Headquarters. Hinata Hyuga frowned, because she felt that the huge and violent chakra of the 10 tails was gradually disappearing, which made Hinata feel a little surprised. Hinata Hyuga, the current head of the Hyuga clan, was stronger than before. Perhaps because she had the burden of the family on her shoulders, she remained very calm in this war, and abided by her duties. Hinata Hyuga's veins were exposed on both sides of her Byakugan, and she sensed the situation at the place where the Ten-Tails was resurrected on the other side through the barrier. Tsunade-sama, the Ten-Tails chakra is gradually fading. No, that's not right. Someone is quietly absorbing the Ten-Tails chakra. It must be that guy Orochimaru. Tsunade slowly closed her palms. She felt a little uncomfortable when she mentioned this old friend. She continued to ask in a low voice, Hinata, where are Uehara and Naraku and the coalition forces now, and how long will it take to arrive? There is still some distance. Hinata Hyuga's face was slightly pale, and she continued in a low voice, Captain Uehara just repelled Uchiha Madara, and he is quickly leading the ninja coalition forces to the place where the Ten-Tails was resurrected, but at this speed, it may not be possible to catch up. No, or it is definitely impossible to catch up. Hinata Hyuga's expression changed, and she continued to report the battle situation in front in a deep voice. The fourth Hokage has appeared. The fourth and the second are attacking Captain General Uehara and blocking them from going to the Ten-Tails area. After Hinata Hyuga finished reporting on Naraku Uehara's situation, her voice became more anxious, and on the other side, the speed at which the Ten-Tails chakra is absorbed suddenly increased. I see. Tsunade nodded with a heavy face, then turned to look at the fourth Raikage and the third Tsuchikage. Still can't stop that guy Orochimaru? Raikage, it's Tsuchikage. They have fought for long enough. Let's hurry over too. The final decisive battle is about to begin. It looks like we don't need to provide support everywhere. The third Tsuchikage Inoki nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, and that little guy Uehara first helped seal the impure world army and defeated Uchiha Madara. There isn't much strength left in his body, right? Well, Hinata Hyuga nodded hesitantly and responded in a low voice. Captain Uehara was exhausted after defeating Uchiha Madara. He almost became weak instantly. In the past, he could easily defeat the second and fourth generations, but now he is in a difficult battle under the siege of the two Hokages. Then let's go. The chakra of the fourth Raikage suddenly rioted. He smashed the wall with one punch and shouted, concentrate all your strength to defeat Orochimaru. We can't leave the war to Uehara, or he will look down on us in the future. On the other side, Uehara Naraku did look like he was in a difficult battle. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato have been obstructing his progress to buy time for Orochimaru to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. When Jiraiya led the special operations team to help, Uehara Naraku refused their help and laughed at himself. It seems that Orochimaru is very worried that I will stop him. Uehara Naraku dodged the attack of Senju Tobirama and was about to punch Senju Tobirama, but he could only see Senju Tobirama disappear with Flying Thunder God. Uehara Naraku took this opportunity to turn his head and look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, in fact, after sensing the chakra of the Ten-Tails, I know that this is no longer a duel of strength, because I will never be the opponent of the Ten-Tails. But I believe in you, Jiraiya-sama, as a former teammate and opponent of Orochimaru. If there is anyone in this ninja world who can stop Orochimaru, I believe that person must be you. Jiraiya was silent. Uehara Naraku was right. As Orochimaru's former teammate and best friend, isn't it his duty to stop his former friend from making mistakes? I know. Jiraiya nodded dully and immediately led his special operations team to the Ten-Tails area. The vanguard of the ninja coalition had already surpassed Uehara Naraku, and some people even stopped to help, but were all driven away by Uehara Naraku. Hurry up, stop Orochimaru first. Uehara Naraku flashed past the figure of Namikaze Minato and shouted, we must stop him from becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Yes, Captain General. The ninja coalition passed by Uehara Naraku's position in a mighty manner. After these ninja coalition forces completely left, Uehara Naraku casually raised his finger and manipulated the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato to stop. It's almost done. Uehara Naraku curled the corners of his mouth, chuckled and said, really, Mr. Orochimaru, you actually need me, your enemy, to find a way to buy time for you to become a Jinchuriki. After Uehara Naraku finished talking to himself, he turned his head to look at the second and fourth Hokage standing beside him and ordered in a deep voice, go and unlock the seals of those impure world ninjas. This war has just begun. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato wanted to curse again. This bastard is still thinking about the mantis stalking the cicada, while the Oriole is behind. If they can also get rid of control, the two of them really want to teach Uehara Naraku a good lesson. On the other side of the battlefield, Orochimaru completely absorbed all the chakra of the Ten Tails and turned into a white ball floating above the battlefield, making it a little confusing. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, stared at the white ball, and whispered, "Did you finally succeed?" "No, not necessarily." Uchiha Obito's figure fell beside him from the vortex of time and space and explained in a low voice, "It's not that easy to resist the erosion of the Ten Tails' will. Now it's just the first step. Maybe it won't be too difficult for Orochimaru. As long as his will is strong enough, he can resist the erosion of the Ten Tails." Generally, people who dare to be a behind-the-scenes boss have strong wills, such as Uchiha Madara, who suppressed the Ten Tails almost without any obstacles. I don't know if this guy Orochimaru has a strong enough will to resist the Ten Tails. Is that so? Kabuto Yakushi frowned and asked softly, "If the Ten Tails gets out of control, won't we just waste our time?" "No." Uehara's voice came from Uchiha Obito's mouth. "Then immediately extract the Ten Tails from his body so that he can survive for a short time, and then find a way to let Black Zetsu possess Orochimaru to revive Uchiha Madara." The man who manipulated Orochimaru behind the scenes was a bit nasty. He continued, "If Orochimaru can hold on, everything will be fine. If not, he can only be a pure tool." Kabuto Yakushi smiled helplessly. This is really going to kill Orochimaru. After a moment, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly asked, "So, when will the Lord come?" "When the time is right." From Uchiha Obito's mouth, Uehara's voice sounded a little frivolous. "If Orochimaru fails, then I can only rush over to help him collect his body. If Orochimaru succeeds." A gentle smile gradually appeared in Uehara Naraku's voice. "Then let Orochimaru be happy for a while. After all, I have always felt a little sorry for him. When Orochimaru is most proud, I will let him see the real despair." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, sighed softly and said, "Sure enough, the Lord always has such a bad taste. To be honest, it would be better to kill Orochimaru after using him." Kabuto Yakushi inexplicably felt that, if things really developed as Uehara Naraku controlled, the relationship between Uehara and Orochimaru would never be reconciled, right? Although they are now in a life and death situation. But Kabuto Yakushi's eyes moved slightly, staring at the white ball in the field, and lowered his voice. "Even if Lord Orochimaru becomes the terrifying Ten Tails Jinchuriki, do you still have absolute confidence in dealing with him?" To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi himself was a little scared. Because the Ten Tails chakra just now was too powerful, even Kabuto Yakushi was a little nervous. If Orochimaru really succeeded in becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, who knows how powerful Orochimaru will be at that time. Even in this unscientific ninja world, there are some scientific theorems, such as quantitative changes may also lead to qualitative changes, especially the Ten Tails chakra itself is a kind of qualitative change after the aggregation of the Nine-Tailed Beast's chakra. There was a hint of mockery in Uehara Naraku's voice. "Even if the real Six Paths Sage is resurrected, he can't do anything to me, let alone Orochimaru, who has been controlled by us." It happened to be at this time Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke had also arrived here. He was just hiding far away from the white ball, with a bad look on his face. "Ten Tails Jinchuriki, has it succeeded? If so, it's not good for me." The most troublesome thing is that Uchiha Madara has never plotted against Orochimaru, so he has not left any tricks on Orochimaru. In this case, Uchiha Madara must find a way to use force to deal with Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke grinned and smiled disdainfully. "Uchiha Madara, you have been dead for a long time, and you are still coveting the power of the Ten Tails." Uchiha Madara was a little unhappy with Sasuke's rudeness. This junior named Uchiha Sasuke obviously has a face that is exactly the same as Uchiha Raizuna, but why is his personality so bad? Forget it. I still don't bother with him. Uchiha Madara shook his head and continued to focus on the white ball in the field and continued his plan. The only advantage for him is that Uehara Naraku and Black Zetsu have infiltrated the Ninja Alliance. He can now use the power of the Ninja Alliance and Uehara Naraku to try to weaken Orochimaru. After Orochimaru is weakened, he must be resurrected as soon as possible. Only after he is completely resurrected and has life Can he be qualified to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Just as Uchiha Madara was plotting sinisterly here, the vanguard of the Ninja Alliance also arrived at the scene. Jiraiya, who led the team, looked around and his eyes slowly fell on the white ball. Jiraiya tilted his head and asked, according to the information from the intelligence team, has the Ten Tails chakra been collected in the white ball? Yes. Orochimaru is also in it. It should be like this. Then seal the white ball first. Click, click, click. Jiraiya's order has not been finished yet, and the surface of the white ball in the field suddenly cracked, and the next moment the entire white ball instantly fell apart. Countless white crystal fragments flew. The sound of the white crystal breaking was as clear as the sound of crystal breaking, and the crystal fragments floated and fell slowly like feathers. Everyone couldn't help but stare at it closely. In their sight, a slender figure broke out of the shell inside the broken white ball, and his body slowly floated in the air. The whole scene was silent. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to be the first one to come. In this silence, a slightly hoarse voice fell into the ears of everyone, and the source of the voice was the person who broke out of the shell. The person slowly turned around, looked in the direction of the ninja coalition, and took off the crystal fragments that had not yet faded from his head. No, this is right. The first person to come is you, which makes my evolution more meaningful. The first update is released first, because I seem to be on the big promotion. There are 6 more updates, and I will continue to update at 5:30. Chapter 359. The leader of Akatsuki arrives. The appearance of Orochimaru has changed greatly now. There are horns on his head and long white hair flowing behind him. Orochimaru is no longer wearing the ritual clothes he liked in the past, but a white robe with a black magatama hanging from his neck, which makes him look a little lazy. This outfit symbolizing the 6 Paths Sage appears on Orochimaru, which means that this guy has controlled the Ten Tails while he was in the eggshell. The Ten Tails now is close to complete. The chakra of the Ten Tails resurrection this time has included the chakra of all the tailed beasts, mainly the chakra of the Yin Nine Tails. The chakra of other tailed beasts barely forms a balance in the body. Even if half of the Nine Tails is left out, it will not harm the balance of the Ten Tails. And Orochimaru can endure pain very well. For other people, the pain of soul tearing is something Orochimaru has long been accustomed to. He has long enjoyed the pain of soul torture because of the reincarnation of the corpse. As long as you can endure the severe pain when the Ten Tails erode your will and supplement it with a little bit of your own will and find your own way, you can control the Ten Tails in your body. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Jiraiya. Orochimaru spread out his palms and said softly, if it weren't for you and Tsunade, it would not be so easy for me to control the Ten Tails. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya calmly and continued, originally, I thought that the will that supported my survival would be to destroy that guy Uehara Naraku, but this idea was wrong. Now I think he is just an insignificant little character who will only take advantage of others. In fact, what I really want to do in my heart is to prove to the world that everything I do is right. What I have mastered is the truth of the world, and my ninja way is the most correct one among us. Only by living, everything we have is meaningful. Orochimaru's face suddenly became extremely solemn, and a ball of black liquid gradually appeared behind him, slowly turning into 9 black spheres. It was a seeking truth jade that could only be used by 6 paths level ninjas. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes changed slightly. Even though Orochimaru's appearance had changed a lot, Jiraiya actually recognized his old friend at a glance, and he was also shocked by Orochimaru's state. The feeling Orochimaru brought to him now was extremely dangerous. This feeling was not like the danger he had in the past, when he encountered a strong enemy, but a crisis between life and death, or even the kind of pressure that made people unable to resist. It felt as if the two of them had become different species. Did Orochimaru really become the Sage of 6 Paths? In addition to his powerful strength, Orochimaru's emotions seemed to have changed a little. He did not have the arrogance of the past, but instead had an absolute self-confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. It was like there was nothing in this world that he could not do. Jiraiya's eyes gradually became solemn, staring at Orochimaru's face, and whispered, I didn't expect that you would end up like this. Isn't this good? Orochimaru's eyes slowly swept over the other people present, and finally stopped at Jiraiya again. Do you want to be the same as you? Jiraiya, now I'm the 6 paths sage of this era, the end of this ninja world. Orochimaru slowly raised his palm, looking at his grayish white skin. He whispered, this body will never be destroyed, never age, and its vitality is almost endless. Orochimaru's eyes slightly raised and fell on Jiraiya again, and the corners of his mouth slightly grinned into a stiff smile. Now I really want to see how strong this body has become. The next moment, Orochimaru's figure suddenly disappeared. His speed was so fast that people could hardly see the trajectory of his movements. Jiraiya hurriedly stretched out his arm to block in front of him, but was kicked by Orochimaru. Jiraiya was kicked away and fell under a cliff. So fast. Jiraiya's face showed a touch of surprise. He couldn't even imagine that it was the speed that Orochimaru showed just now. This guy really changed. Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru floating in the distance. After joining his hands and making a seal, he gathered chakra in his chest and gushed out a stream of flames towards Orochimaru. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. The flames turned into a long line and attacked Orochimaru's direction. It suddenly stretched out in the air and covered Orochimaru like an overwhelming force. This fire dragon flame bullet hit Orochimaru head on. Even a shadow level ninja couldn't withstand this fire style ninjutsu. The next moment, the flames gradually faded, revealing a figure wrapped in flames. A pitch black liquid ball helped Orochimaru block the fire style ninjutsu that had just attacked. Orochimaru slowly stretched out his palm and saw that the dark ball condensed again like liquid, floating in his palm. That is. Jiraiya's eyes tightened. The truth-seeking jade. Orochimaru explained his power without any hesitation. It contains the power of the 5 element of yin and yang, which completely surpasses the bloodline limit and bloodline elimination. In this world, no technique can break through the defense of the truth-seeking jade, and any technique will be disintegrated by the truth-seeking jade. After saying this, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and suddenly laughed. I forgot to remind you that anyone who has not obtained the power of the 6 paths sage will be directly turned into nothingness after being touched by the truth-seeking jade. The truth-seeking jade suddenly flew towards Jiraiya. Orochimaru actually wanted to use the life of his friend to verify the power of the truth-seeking jade. A golden chakra giant hand suddenly stretched out, pulling Jiraiya's body and flying out. It was Uzumaki Naruto who urgently rescued his teacher. The 7th gate, the gate of shock. Open. Day Tiger. A burst of blue chakra suddenly erupted from Rock Lee's body. He raised his hand and punched in the direction of Orochimaru. An air bomb formed in his hand. Well done, Lee. The 7th gate, the gate of shock. Open. Day Tiger. Might Guy also erupted with powerful chakra. He punched in the direction of Orochimaru. An air bomb also formed in his hand. 2 white tigers bit Orochimaru fiercely. The energy brought by the 2 moves of the day tiger hit the ground, leaving a deep scar on the ground, and bit Orochimaru fiercely. However, Orochimaru's body was wrapped in the pitch black seeking truth jade. No matter how strong the attack of the day tiger was, it could not dissolve the defense of the seeking truth jade. It's useless. Jiraiya's expression gradually became a little ugly. At this moment, he actually didn't know how to fight. Facing Orochimaru, who had become so strong, he had no weaknesses. Jiraiya didn't even know how to stop him. Jiraiya frowned, looking at Orochimaru who was gathering the Deo-seeking jade into a sphere in the distance. His eyes twitched slightly. I can't attack at close range, otherwise I will be turned into nothingness by Orochimaru's Deo-seeking jade. If I attack from a distance, any technique will be disintegrated by the Deo-seeking jade. Jiraiya watched all this and murmured, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of the legendary 6 paths sage? Attack. Someone shouted. The next moment, countless ninjas threw shurikens and detonating tags in the direction of Orochimaru, but Orochimaru didn't even have the urge to raise his eyelids. One by one, the ninja coalition troops rushed to the scene and launched a long-range attack in the direction of Orochimaru regardless of anything. Their attacks were ultimately useless. Too many ants are annoying. Orochimaru frowned, looked at everyone present, and slowly closed his palms. But there is no need to waste these people's chakra, because Orochimaru can feel it. The Ten Tails is very eager for the chakra in these ninjas. Once these chakras are added to him, he will become more powerful, especially since Uzumaki Naruto has half of the Ninetales chakra in his body. Humph. Then sweep all their chakras over. Orochimaru closed his palms, and a vine suddenly sprang out from under his feet. He only heard his cold voice and shouted, "Would release, Tree World Advent." The next moment, countless vines emerged from under his feet. Orochimaru doesn't need to release the power of the sacred tree in his body. He only needs wood release ninjutsu to do it, because he knows the characteristics of wood release ninjutsu very well. Under the blessing of the Ten-Tails chakra, the wood release technique was extremely powerful. One of the vine roots was almost thicker than the trunk of a towering tree, and it stretched directly towards everyone. In just a few seconds, the land was completely transformed into a sea of trees. Ninjas were tightly entangled by vines and roots, and the chakra in their bodies was fully absorbed. Only some powerful ninjas barely ran back and forth among these thick vines and roots, avoiding the fate of having their chakras absorbed. They knew very well, once caught, there was no way they could escape. Uzumaki Naruto played a big role at this time. He drilled out a giant chakra hand and created a super large Jade Rasengan, destroying the vines that attacked one by one and saving the ninjas who were almost caught by the vines. The Akatsuki organization was fine. Both Scorpion and Deidara could fly. A group of people stood on the gold sand mat and madly released ninjutsu to attack the roots chasing them. Flame wind. A ball of flames and strong winds gushed out from Kakuzu's edge, slightly blocking the attack of vines and tree roots, and then he took a deep breath. However, the attacking vines did not stop at all, and continued to rush towards them, as if they were endless. The next moment, 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen jumped down together, showing off their swordsmanship in various ways. Waves of swords flashed, and they directly cut off the vines one by one. Everyone is an absolute master of swordsmanship. After hurriedly cutting off a few vines, several people quickly jumped onto the gold sand mat, fearing that they would be left behind by these bastard teammates. After all, human power is limited. Compared to these 7 ninja swordsmen who are still somewhat useful, the performance of this guy Hidden is very poor. He has been rescued several times. Hey, Hidden, you bastard are holding us back. After Deidara dropped a pair of double-winged clay birds and blew up a few tree roots, he loudly accused Hidden, who was of no use. After Deidara finished talking about Hidden, he turned around and started scolding her Shigeki Kisame. Hey, Kisame, could it be that there is too much chakra in your body that has so many vines attacking us? Ah. Shigeki Kisame grinned, revealing a smile. Maybe. Anyway, you won't abandon your companions, right? If the leader knew. HMPH. Deidara hugged his arms, tilted his head back and pouted. What a crappy rule that Uehara guy made. You guys are not worth saving at all. Okay, Deidara. Scorpion of the Red Sand controlled the 4th Kazekage puppet to fly them, while controlling the 3rd Kazekage puppet to block the attack from the rear. After hearing Deidara's complaints, Scorpion couldn't help but take a look at him in his busy schedule. You have time to complain. Why don't you come and help me? Got it. Deidara threw out a bunch of clay bombs and muttered, why hasn't that Uehara guy come yet? It should be soon, right? Shigeki Kisame touched his chin and grinned. Orochimaru, the traitor, is so arrogant. The leader will not allow this to happen, right? But what can he do? After Deidara shook his head and sighed, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and said, why don't I try to get rid of Orochimaru? I have a lot of detonation arts. I can definitely get rid of that bastard. You stay here obediently. Scorpion couldn't help but frowned. He turned his head and looked at everyone else. Hey, who of you can call Denmashi to Uehara Naraku? Find out clearly whether we should go to fight Orochimaru or retreat first. While the Akatsuki group was avoiding the tree world descent, Orochimaru obviously noticed these jumpy guys, and he couldn't help but frown. To be honest, Orochimaru hated the Akatsuki group. Especially now that the leader of Akatsuki is Uehara Naraku, and the Red Sand Scorpion who looks like a senior. They were all the ones who chased him back then. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Orochimaru frowned, and a truth-seeking jade floated up from his hand and suddenly flew towards the Akatsuki group. This time, he showed no mercy. The speed of the truth-seeking jade was many times faster than when it attacked Jiraiya just now, and there was not even time for the Akatsuki group to react. If they want to stop the seeking truth jade, someone must bear the attack of the seeking truth jade, and they must find a way to take the seeking truth jade away from this area. But the seeking truth jade attacked so briefly that they didn't even have time to discuss who would go to die. After all, not everyone can jump farther with the seeking truth jade. Perhaps this is the characteristic of Akatsuki. Facing this kind of attack, everyone subconsciously thinks about who will go to die. Just at this moment, Fiden suddenly stepped on the golden sand gold mat, jumped into the air, and rushed towards the seeking truth jade. He even turned his head and made a face at the Akatsuki people. Anyway, if I give you time to discuss, you bastards are going to push me to die. I won't accept this injustice. I'll go by myself. Fiden, this guy was smart before he died. Just when everyone in the Akatsuki organization was surprised, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fiden, picked up Fiden's collar with one hand, and threw him back to the sand mat. It was Uehara Naraku. I'm still alive. What are you pretending to be? Uehara Naraku cursed Hidden, then turned around and kicked the attacking truth-seeking orb back. After resolving the crisis of Akatsuki's demise with one kick, Uehara turned around and glanced at the people behind him. And you guys, why are you flying around here if you don't run for your lives? Second update, and there are still 5 more. I feel like a moron. There are so many chapters today, and I wrote another 4,000 word chapter. Chapter 360. You revive Madara, I revive Nagato. We both have bright wishes. Uehara showed up too timely. So much so that everyone in Akatsuki felt a little uncomfortable. At the moment of crisis, Uehara Naraku suddenly showed up, saved Hidden with one hand, and kicked away the seeking truth ball with one foot, which made all members of Akatsuki feel shocked. Deidara suddenly shook his head and sighed with regret. Uehara, it would be great if you hadn't come, so that our organization could have reduced a useless idiot. Asshole, I'll kill you. Hidden was about to raise his sickle angrily. The two guys were about to quarrel again, but fortunately, the two seniors, Scorpion and Kakuzu, held down one each and barely stopped them. Okay. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and ordered loudly, Senior Scorpion, you guys leave here first. The next battle is not something you can participate in now. But, Scorpion looked at Uehara hesitantly. Orochimaru has become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and his truth-seeking ball. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku twisted his wrist and said calmly, I have already made such preparations. You guys leave here first. In fact, he didn't want to come out so soon, but Orochimaru actually wanted to destroy his small team, which was unbearable, especially after the attack of the truth-seeking ball killed people. Even the impure world reincarnation couldn't save them. After being silent for a while, Scorpion flew up and tried to control the two puppets to land and whispered, I can stay and help you. I can too. Deidara controlled his clay giant bird and landed next to Uehara Naraku and said with a chuckle, I have prepared a lot of artworks for this war. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but cover his forehead and continue to order, you should find a place to hide nearby first. The real war is still a long way off. That's right. Kakuzu nodded and said in a deep voice, don't forget our previous purpose. We are not in the same group with the 5 nations. Instead of staying here, it's better to let the 5 nations consume Orochimaru, and we will appear again to defeat them. Kakuzu-senpai is right. Uehara Naraku nodded helplessly. Hidden spread his palms and said helplessly, our previous leader Pain wanted to fight alone, but, idiot, shut up. Kakuzu couldn't help but scold his teammates again. The members of the Akatsuki organization clamorously withdrew from the battlefield temporarily. They planned to hide in a safe place and wait for Uehara Naraku to summon them. On the other side, Orochimaru also noticed all this. But Orochimaru was more concerned about Uehara Naraku's way of solving the seeking the way jade. Is Uehara Naraku still so arrogant? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, and a sword transformed from the seeking the way jade appeared in his hand. His face became cold again, and he flew towards Uehara Naraku. Unfortunately, a figure blocked his way. Jiraiya had two toads sitting on his shoulders. He took advantage of this time to avoid the birth of the tree world and directly entered the sage mode. Sage Technique Fire Style Goemon. A ball of overwhelming flames attacked Orochimaru. Orochimaru hurriedly manipulated the Seeking the Way Jade to spread it out, turning it into a black barrier to block the overwhelming flames. But what surprised him was that this time, the Seeking the Way Jade was faintly being eroded by the attack of the fire style. Sage Fukasaku sat on Jiraiya's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Little Jiraiya, when we came, Sage Great Toad told us that the chakra of Senjutsu and the chakra of the truth-seeking jade are not the same energy and can cancel each other out." "I know." Jiraiya's voice was a little solemn. He stared at Orochimaru in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Even so, it is very difficult to defeat Orochimaru." "Well." Sage Shima nodded and muttered, "Little Naruto is also condensing Senjutsu chakra. The nine tails in his body gathers natural energy faster than us. It should be able to help you soon." Senjutsu Wine Style Rasen Shuriken. Before they finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly swung and threw a Rasen Shuriken in this direction. This is also a Senjutsu that can break the truth-seeking jade. Trouble. Orochimaru's forehead wrinkled slightly, and the next moment his palm suddenly stretched out in the direction of the spiral shuriken, and said in a cold voice, "Although I can only use the simplest power of the Samzurai now, it is just right at the moment, Shinra Tensei." The next moment, a powerful repulsive force pushed away. This powerful repulsive force instantly bounced the spiral shuriken away. Orochimaru slowly raised the jade black sword in his hand and said in a cold voice, "Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish." Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression became more and more serious. He stared at Orochimaru's movements closely, ducked to avoid his jade black sword, and continued in a deep voice, "You have taken the wrong path. No matter what, I will stop you. Then let me see your sage mode." After the jade black sword in Orochimaru's hand pierced the air, it suddenly turned into a spear and swept across Jiraiya's head. Orochimaru held the Shinoma spear in his hand, looking at Jiraiya in front of him, and Uzumaki Naruto who was staring at him. His eyes slightly tightened. "Let me see, is the Senjutsu chakra of that group of toads stronger, or is the power of the Six Paths Sage stronger?" The next moment, Orochimaru rushed up waving the spear in his hand. But Orochimaru did not relax his other vigilance. Several Seeking Truth Jades behind him hovered around him, ready to use the Seeking Truth Jades to sneak attack Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto at any time. As a truly experienced ninja, Orochimaru knew one thing very well, that is, what he had to do now was to launch continuous fierce attacks. The Seeking Truth Jade can offset any attack, and can also temporarily block the Senjutsu. But Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto can't stop the attack of the Seeking Truth Jade. Orochimaru knew that he could make many mistakes. As long as there was the chakra of the ten tails in his body, he would not die. And if Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya made a mistake once, they would definitely die. For this kind of battle, Orochimaru is very clear about his advantages. He will never let these two guys attack. And Orochimaru's eyes slowly moved to the young man with three pairs of wings on the other side, and his eyes shrank slightly. "Don't let that weird guy Uehara Naraku come over for the time being." Ninjutsu 6 Red Yang Formation. A series of red light curtains fell from the sky, forming a closed barrier, completely sealing Orochimaru himself, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Naruto. Sometimes, you should be arrogant. But sometimes, you should be cautious. After all, Uehara Naraku is also good at the Sage mode, which is not very good for Orochimaru. Inside the 6 Red Yang Formation, Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto's battle continued. They were struggling under the torrential attack of Orochimaru. Both of them knew very well that they would die if they made a mistake. Outside the 6 Red Yang Formation, everyone saw their hard fight. "What should we do? Where is Captain Uehara? This is a Red Sun Formation barrier. Captain Uehara should be unable to break it, right?" Uehara Naraku was still watching. He also wanted to see Orochimaru's arrogant look and wait until Orochimaru was full of confidence and then appear again to defeat him in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, there was someone who seemed to be unable to bear seeing him so idle. Black Zetsu appeared beside Uehara Naraku with a sinister look on his face and whispered, "Naraku, this is a great opportunity for us to weaken Orochimaru. I still can't break the Red Sun Formation. Uehara Naraku frowned and whispered, I just gathered all my Senjutsu chakra to knock away a truth-seeking jade, and now I can only barely recover. Yes. Black Zetsu was silent for a while, then he proposed another plan, but although the Red Sun formation has strong defense, it can't defend against time and space techniques. Konoha has 3 ninjas who can perform the Flying Thunder God formation, and the Hidden Cloud Village has the Heaven Sending technique. Uehara Naraku glanced at Black Zetsu speechlessly. After this guy mixed into the ninja coalition, it seems that he has found out a lot of information. And what does this mean? Didn't Black Zetsu understand what he meant? He just kicked the truth-seeking jade away, and now he is very tired. We will have reinforcements soon. I have already contacted the headquarters. There was a hint of laughter in Black Zetsu's voice. At this moment, he even regarded himself as a real ninja in the coalition. It was really outrageous. Black Zetsu looked at Uehara and continued with a smile. The caster of the Flying Thunder God formation should send the 5th Mizukage here. The 5th Hokage Tsunade and the 4th Raikage will soon be teleported into the 6th Red Yang formation with Jiraiya as the coordinates. I hope they can help us weaken Orochimaru a little. After saying this, Black Zetsu sighed and said, unfortunately, if you can enter the 6th Red Yang formation, we can increase our chances of winning by weakening Orochimaru. Well, don't worry, we will definitely win. After Uehara Naraku nodded with some regret, he looked at Black Zetsu again. After we weaken Orochimaru, we will first think of a way to let him resurrect Lord Nagato. Hehehe. Of course. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, he glanced at Uehara Naraku implicitly. Lord Madara can also be resurrected together and accompany us to watch the birth of the new world. Well, Uehara Naraku nodded and then said with some worry, I just haven't found the remains of Nagato-sama yet, or his reincarnation body, and I don't know where Kabuto Yakushi hid Nagato-sama. Yeah. Black Zetsu nodded and then said with some regret, the reincarnation technique must have a complete corpse or a complete reincarnation body. Black Zetsu's words stopped before he finished. Because Kabuto Yakushi on the edge of the battlefield was slowly putting his hands together to form a seal to summon a coffin, and a red-haired man walked out of the coffin. It was Nagato who was reincarnated by the reincarnation, and Kabuto Yakushi diligently helped to make Nagato's body into the state of his prime. Uehara Naraku hooked the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence. Senior Zetsu, it seems that our wishes can be realized. There are 4 more updates. I saw someone in the group said, that's right, even if it's past 12 o'clock, as long as I don't fall asleep, it will count as today. Of course, everyone should go to bed early, so you can watch it tomorrow morning. Chapter 361. Mr. Orochimaru, are you having fun? There are too many things to do with this Kabuto Yakushi. After watching Kabuto Yakushi summon Nagato, Black Zetsu felt a little dissatisfied. He never planned to revive Nagato, mainly because he was worried that Uehara Naraku would compete with the resurrected Uchiha Madara for the samurai for Nagato. After hesitating for a while, Black Zetsu said softly, if Nagato and Madara-sama are resurrected, who will cast the Eye of the Moon? Senior Zetsu. Uehara Naraku smiled, and his eyes slowly fell on Black Zetsu. Didn't we agree before? Am I not the one who executes the Eye of the Moon? Black Zetsu was silent for a while, and suddenly grinned. Just when Black Zetsu was about to deceive Uehara Naraku, he shook his head and said, okay, I'm kidding. Senior Madara personally formulated the Moon Eye plan. If he is allowed to carry out the Moon Eye plan, it can be regarded as his wish come true. Uehara Naraku looked at the Edo Tensei Nagato next to Kabuto Yakushi and said faintly, I just want a world where Lord Nagato and Teacher Konan are both alive. A world without war. A world with only peace and tranquility forever. Hehehe. Black Zetsu nodded sinisterly and said, don't worry, Naraku, as long as the Moon Eye plan can succeed, the world of your dreams will definitely come true. They were all discussing how to divide the spoils after Orochimaru's death. In the 6th Red Yang formation, Orochimaru actually had a huge advantage. Even the arrival of Tsunade and the 4th Raikage did not change the situation on the battlefield. I'll go get rid of Lord Nagato. Uehara Naraku glanced at Black Zetsu and said softly, Senior Zetsu, I'll leave this to you for now. I'll join the battle after Orochimaru removes the 6th Red Yang formation. Okay. Black Zetsu nodded with a gloomy face and looked at the battle in the 6 red yang formation. If it really doesn't work, then Uchiha Madara can only find a way to join the battlefield. On the other side, Uehara Naraku flapped his wings slightly and landed in front of Nagato with his body. His eyes flickered slightly. How is it? Are you happy to be back in the world of the living? Nagato shook his head helplessly, looked at Uehara Naraku and sighed. Uehara, I never thought that when we meet again, it would be the situation now. Isn't Konan on the battlefield? No. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and explained in a low voice, this war is very dangerous. I'm not sure of my survival, so naturally I will not bring teacher Konan out. But, Nagato frowned slightly, looking at Uehara Naraku with a puzzled look on his face, and said in a deep voice, if you died on the battlefield and only Konan was left, it doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku shook his head, slowly stretched out his palm, and said softly, Lord Nagato, I hope you will forgive me, no matter what I do next. A smile appeared on Nagato's face. He nodded calmly and said, I told you before, when you were 16, that I would help you, no matter what you did, and I would not blame you. That's good. Uehara Naraku looked at Nagato meaningfully. The next moment, a strong wind hit Nagato's body. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly shattered Nagato's impure body with a blow, and landed in front of Kabuto Yakushi, and said softly, you can tell him the truth. When Lord Nagato is resurrected, we will put him into the divine space. Understood. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses calmly. Naraku Uehara looked at Kabuto Yakushi calmly and lowered his voice. Did you leave a backup plan in Orochimaru's body? Yes. Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his palms and whispered, it's just that the spell I left in his body is hidden in those Ashirama cells, and it can't be of any use to Lord Orochimaru in this state for the time being. Just the body? Naraku Uehara frowned and whispered, I thought you would do something to his soul. It seems that your actions are of no use for the time being. No, there are also actions to the soul. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, sighed and said, I have captured Mitara Shianko, and she has Lord Orochimaru's Heaven's Curse seal on her body. The backup plan for Orochimaru's resurrection is in their hands. No matter what Orochimaru wants to do in the future, he will never give up his last way out. Well done. Uehara Naraku nodded, watching the battle in the 6 red yang formation in the distance, and whispered, if Black Zetsu can't control Orochimaru, then it's up to you to take action. Yes, sir. There was no movement in Kabuto Yakushi's body. After all, Orochimaru is good at taking over other people's bodies, and Black Zetsu is very good at controlling other people's bodies. What if the two of them are evenly matched? After the two of them communicated for just half a minute, seeing that Nagato's body was about to recover completely, Uehara Naraku disappeared in front of Kabuto Yakushi in an instant. He just wanted to complete Nagato's mission and let Kabuto Yakushi prepare for Nagato's resurrection. When Uehara Naraku left, Nagato's body had recovered. His face became extremely ugly, and his brows were furrowed tightly. Kabuto Yakushi, what's going on? As you can see, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and explained in a low voice, everything now is the Sir's order, and everything is under the Sir's control. Nagato fell into silence strangely. At this moment, he understood who the adult was that Kabuto Yakushi was talking about. After a long time, Nagato asked hesitantly, you said that everything was controlled by Uehara. What did Uehara control? The war that is happening now. Everything. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes slowly became firm. The next moment, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Nagato, who wanted to turn around and ask Uehara Naraku for clarification, and suddenly raised his finger. Nagato's movement suddenly stopped, and his will disappeared. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, stared at Nagato, and sighed, what enviable good luck. While others are trying to find the direction to victory, you have been standing at the end of victory from the beginning. Inside the 6 red yang formation, the battle situation in it has not been reversed, because Orochimaru knows very well how to use his advantages. The most important thing is that Orochimaru is very familiar with the enemies present. He has even fought with most of them, especially the main fighting force Jiraiya. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth and gushed out a gust of wind. This can only be called a seal level ninjutsu. With the blessing of the Six Paths chakra, it was extremely terrifying, and in an instant, it forced everyone in front of it to retreat. At the same time, a Deo-seeking Jade suddenly attacked Jiraiya's position. Fortunately, the cells in the fourth Raikage's body were highly activated. He hurriedly grabbed Jiraiya's figure and jumped to another position in an instant, avoiding the attack of the Deo-seeking Jade. In this battle, the fourth Raikage has been doing this. Whenever others cannot avoid or do not see the attack, the fourth Raikage AI uses his super fast body flicking technique to remedy it. Tsunade looked at the fourth Raikage worriedly. If you move at such a high speed, your body can't bear it, right? Uncle Raikage, let me make up for it. Uzumaki Naruto was wearing a golden chakra coat, and there were pupils in the sage mode in his eyes. He continued in a deep voice, in this battle, we can't make any mistakes. No. The fourth Raikage glanced at everyone present, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, everything now must be based on the safety of Lord Jiraiya and Naruto. It doesn't matter if Tsunade and I sacrifice. Whether it is the fourth Raikage or Tsunade, the two of them can't cause effective damage to Orochimaru. Even Tsunade, a medical ninja, can't play any role for the time being. They must give the possible chance of survival to Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya. Only they are the hope of defeating Orochimaru. Just as the fourth Raikage began to speak, Orochimaru appeared beside the fourth Raikage, waving the Yuhei sword in his hand unscrupulously. Do you want to sacrifice so much? The jade black sword in Orochimaru's hand was about to cut through the throat of the fourth Raikage. Just one blow from the jade black sword could turn the fourth Raikage's neck into nothingness. Just at the most dangerous moment, a giant golden chakra hand suddenly grabbed the fourth Raikage's back and dragged him back. Even so, it was too late. The jade black sword in Orochimaru's hand brushed past the fourth Raikage's arm and suddenly cut off half of his arm. The broken part of his arm was turned into nothingness by the black sword. Raikage. Sir Raikage. Uncle Raikage. Everyone looked at the scars on the fourth Raikage's hand with fear and trepidation, because they all knew very well what an arm meant to a ninja. Especially the fourth Raikage, a ninja who mainly used ninjutsu. Stop arguing. The fourth Raikage coldly stopped everyone and said in a deep voice, I've said that Tsunade and I are expendable. Don't worry, it's just an arm. Everyone fell silent. A heavy look flashed across Uzumaki Naruto's face. He once again transformed into a huge golden demon fox and shouted, lecherous immortal. You come to cover me. I'll launch the attack. Okay. Jiraiya nodded silently. Just as these people were struggling to hold on, someone punched the 6 red yang formation. Cracks appeared on the red yang formation barrier, and then the entire 6 red yang formation collapsed into fragments and disappeared into the air. Uehara Naraku kneaded his palms, appeared above Orochimaru, and tilted his head. Mr. Orochimaru, are you having fun? There are 3 more chapters. Chapter 362 Sorry, Orochimaru, it's still me. Orochimaru actually had a lot of fun. As the second Six Paths sage in the ninja world, Orochimaru didn't mind showing everyone the power he now possessed, especially Jiraiya and Tsunade, 2 old friends who always thought that he couldn't realize his dream. Now that Uehara Naraku had taken the initiative to jump in again, Orochimaru didn't mind taking this opportunity to ravage this guy, who was once an enemy he hated to the bone. The shock in Orochimaru's heart about Uehara breaking through the red sun formation barrier gradually faded, and his body slowly floated and stopped in front of Uehara. Uehara-kun, did you see that? Orochimaru raised the black sword of the truth in his hand and chuckled. I'm no longer the person I used to be. Now I have become the new sage of 6 paths. In this world, no one will ever be my opponent, including you, Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru's figure and rubbed his hair on his forehead. I'm not used to seeing you so arrogant. But what can you do? Orochimaru clenched the black sword of the truth in his hand and chuckled. To use your previous words, I just like the way you can't stand me, but you can't do anything about me. You once said this to me. You won't forget it, right? Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku's expression and grinned. What a pity. Uehara-kun, the power of the Sage of 6 Paths is incomparable to that of mortals. I can clearly feel how powerful I am. As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes gradually tightened, and a light flashed in his eyes of the Rinnegan. Uehara-kun, do you remember how you treated me back then? Tell the truth. Naraku spread out his palms, waved his hands and said, I forgot. After all, you stayed in Raichi Cave for so long. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi, I almost forgot that you were not dead at all. Orochimaru was silent. He hated Naraku day and night in the past few years. Orochimaru has been looking forward to reuniting with Naraku after he becomes stronger, just like this scene now. He hopes to see Naraku's shocked and horrified look. Just like when Jiraiya just saw him. What did this guy say just now? Forgot. Orochimaru manipulated a truth-seeking jade to turn into a shuriken, which flew through the air and suddenly shot towards Naraku. Remember. Orochimaru's face gradually revealed a gloomy look. Naraku, you use this shuriken to shatter my dream of immortality and invincibility. At that time, it was a time when Orochimaru was most hesitant and proud. Because he had the most suitable body for his reincarnation. Because he found a way to use the god of death forever. Because he knew how to get the soul of Minato Namikaze. At that time Orochimaru really thought that he had no rivals in the ninja world. As a result, a shuriken shattered all his dreams. That shuriken became a nightmare that he couldn't get through every day and night, and he began a dark life in the Raichi Cave. Snap. The truth-seeking jade shuriken was tightly held in Uhura's hand. Whether it was the fairy chakra in his body or the power of yin and yang and the five element, Naraku was immune to the attack of the truth-seeking jade black sword. A group of fire ninjutsu composed of fairy chakra rushed out of Naraku's hand, burning the truth-seeking jade shuriken in his palm. Orochimaru watched this scene. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Naraku. You are really underestimated. Of course. Naraku slowly released the shuriken of the Seeking Truth Jade, and after watching it being corroded by the Senjutsu chakra, he casually said, otherwise, how can I have the courage to come here and let you recognize your identity again, Mr. Orochimaru? The next moment, Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared. Orochimaru hurriedly manipulated the Seeking Truth Jade to wrap up his body, but a scorching Senjutsu fire escape instantly wrapped around the Seeking Truth Jade. The barrier of the Seeking Truth Jade gradually began to disintegrate and corrode. Orochimaru's body emerged from this barrier. Naraku's figure suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, kicked Orochimaru in the neck, and kicked Orochimaru to the ground. A large piece of dust splashed on the ground. The people who were watching or participating in the battle on the ground saw that the arrogant and rampant Orochimaru was kicked down from the sky. They even felt a little bit unbelievable in their minds. That was not the Orochimaru who was often beaten in the past. The current Orochimaru is the second Six Paths sage in the ninja world. Not only did the people present not believe it, but Orochimaru was also confused because he was kicked down by Naraku before he could see his movements clearly. Before he got the 10 tails, he was beaten. After getting the 10 tails, he was still beaten. Isn't this Naraku a bit too much? Is there a problem? Orochimaru floated up from the ground again, and a truth-seeking jade floated from his back and fell into his hand, turning into a truth-seeking jade black sword. No problem. The wings behind Naraku drove him to land beside Orochimaru, spread his palms, and said softly, Mr. Orochimaru, this is your destiny. Orochimaru frowned. Naraku looked at Orochimaru calmly, and continued like a god. When you stand at the peak of your life, there will definitely be someone who will come to wake you up, and let you clearly understand the cruelty of reality. When Naraku said this, he looked at Orochimaru and sighed. It's just that I have always been the one who wakes you up. Naraku slowly closed his palms. A smile piled on his face. When you researched out the ninjas at the peak of the impure world resurrection, it was me who woke you up. When you researched out the way to break the Shikigami Fujin and wanted to rely on the Shikigami Fujin to solve all your enemies, it was also me who woke you up. Now that you have become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and you think that no one in the entire ninja world is your opponent, it is still me who wakes you up. Naraku looked at Orochimaru's face gradually turning dark. He couldn't help laughing and said, sorry, Mr. Orochimaru, maybe this is fate. Naraku said it quite sounded like that. After he finished speaking, if Uhura didn't know that he was behind all this, Naraku himself would have almost believed it. After Orochimaru heard Naraku's nonsense, his face became even uglier. He held the Yuhei sword in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Uehara Naraku, you only relied on your fairy technique to gain a temporary advantage. Do you think you have won? Orochimaru once again proposed his theory of victory and defeat, and said in a cold voice, because I, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, am immortal, I can lose many times, but you only lose once. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku's eyes gradually became serious, his fist slowly clenched, and a surge of fairy technique chakra spread throughout his body. Mr. Orochimaru, you should remember, right? I have never lost anything that happened between us. A sneer appeared on Orochimaru's face. He looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help saying, Uehara Naraku, do you still think you are the one who controls everything? When I got the Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails. Just as Orochimaru said this, he remembered why he got the Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails, because all of this was given to him by Kabuto Yakushi. The person that Kabuto Yakushi had been loyal to before was none other than Uehara Naraku. Orochimaru combined the current situation he was facing with Uehara Naraku, who was not afraid of him, and was not even inferior to him. A particularly terrible idea fell into Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru's face suddenly changed, and his pair of reincarnation eyes stared at Uehara Naraku, suppressing his anger and tension in his throat. Uehara Naraku, it's you. It seems that some secrets have been leaked accidentally. Uehara Naraku glanced at his main task progress panel and jumped. He couldn't help but support his forehead, and a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are really sharp. Mr. Orochimaru, this secret has been discovered by you. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger and whispered, shh, don't leak it out. Otherwise, the power I can give you can naturally be taken back at any time. Is it really you? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed again. To be honest, at this moment, Orochimaru didn't want to believe it. Because he had finally escaped from the Ryochi cave and became the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails with his strong will, but now Uehara Naraku told him that all this was arranged by him. If it was true, Orochimaru's mentality was a little broken. If everything was a conspiracy of Uehara Naraku, then this bastard had obviously tricked him again. How many times will this bastard trick him? It's unlikely to be true. Orochimaru instantly denied this idea. He slowly raised the truth-seeking jade black sword in his hand, and his face regained its calmness. Uehara Naraku, if I hadn't felt the power in my body, I might have almost believed it. Orochimaru suddenly pointed the truth-seeking jade black sword in his hand at Uehara Naraku, and said with a cold smile, you always tell lies, and they are never worth believing. Humph, Uehara-kun, are you planning to break my will, because you feel the power is so strong? The expression on Uehara Naraku's face was a little embarrassed. He slowly held his forehead and said, Mr. Orochimaru, as a boss, would you give a subordinate the power to escape your control? At this point, how could Orochimaru still have any illusions? Orochimaru's expression changed again. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, suppressing his smile. Who controls those space-time ninjas who come and go without a trace? Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead with the palm of his hand, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually became a little uncontrollable. Sorry, I have to control my emotions first. When he said this, Uehara Naraku coughed a few times and slowly restrained the smile on his face. Mr. Orochimaru, let's continue fighting first. When I pull the Ten-Tails out of your body again, I will definitely give you a satisfactory story. After that, Uehara Naraku added, please rest assured, Mr. Orochimaru, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is different from other Jinchuriki. Even if you are pulled out of your body, you can still live a little longer and listen to the story I want to tell. Orochimaru tightened the jade black sword in his hand a little bit. As Orochimaru tightened the black sword in his hand, his heart sank a little bit, because he almost knew the real answer. The next moment, Orochimaru rushed towards Uehara Naraku holding the Yuhei sword, and said in a somewhat shrill voice, Uehara Naraku, are you still human? There are 2 more chapters. Everyone go to bed early. I will post it after I finish it, and you can read it tomorrow. If I can't finish it, I will go to bed. We will wait together tomorrow. Chapter 363. Don't forget to destroy the heart when killing someone. Uehara Naraku frowned. The quality of this guy Orochimaru is worrying. As a graduate of Konoha Ninja School, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and a former high-level official of Konoha, his cultivation and psychological quality should not be low. Why did he suddenly attack me when we were chatting so well? Not only did he attack me personally, he even launched a direct attack. Orochimaru seemed to be desperate, and the jade black sword in his hand drew a series of after images and stabbed Uehara Naraku's throat sharply. Every blow was very deadly. On the battlefield, everyone heard Orochimaru's shrill voice. Everyone saw that Orochimaru was almost crazy holding a jade black sword to attack Uehara Naraku, with a posture of risking his life. The current Orochimaru is almost completely different from the arrogant Orochimaru just now. He now seems to have met a mortal enemy. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Orochimaru in the distance, frowning and saying, "Why does Orochimaru seem to be crazy?" "No, he has no problem." Jiraiya shook his head, pursed his lips, and whispered, "Although Orochimaru looks like he is irritated, his swordsmanship is still so accurate." The swordsmanship of the snake style itself requires extreme coldness and rationality. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, nodded and said, "Yes, even if he is irritated with the most insulting words, Orochimaru will not lose his reason. He is like a real cold-blooded snake." The two are old friends of Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who used to be together day and night, know some habits that Orochimaru himself didn't pay much attention to. Yes, they guessed it right. After confirming Uehara's answer at first, Orochimaru's anger was almost uncontrollable. The anger almost made him want to tear Uehara Naraku into pieces immediately. This bastard is lying to him again. This bastard is playing with his life again. The next second, Orochimaru immediately realized the crisis he was facing. If he was now the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and it was also Uehara Naraku's secret plan, then Uehara Naraku must have a way to clamp him, which means that he is destined to be at a disadvantage in the next battle. There is even a risk of life. This is something Orochimaru absolutely cannot accept. After regaining his life, he will no longer think about losing it, especially since his current body, bloodline, and power are still so powerful. Orochimaru is very sure that this opportunity will not come again. He must find a way to reverse the situation. The most convenient way is to defeat, or even kill Uehara Naraku directly with the power of this body. Orochimaru pretended to be angry and tried to reduce Uehara Naraku's vigilance, trying to find an opportunity to kill with one blow. As long as he can survive, Orochimaru will not care about his current loss of composure. In this ninja world, only the winner is qualified to declare victory, and only by living can everything have meaning. This is his ninja way. The next moment, Orochimaru found Uehara Naraku's weakness almost instantly and stabbed Uehara Naraku's eyes with a sword. This move was just a feint. Next, put your fingers together and seal. Orochimaru quickly raised his fingers with his other hand and completed the seal with one hand at a very fast speed and spurted out a stream of thunder from his mouth. Lightning release, thunder. Uehara Naraku had just avoided the Uehara sword of seeking the way, and he saw a thunderbolt attacking his chest. Orochimaru is still so insidious and cunning. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and his figure appeared behind Orochimaru, and he said in a cold voice, "The way of fighting is still so insidious and cunning. Obviously, you have not lost your mind, Mr. Orochimaru." Uehara Naraku punched the back of Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru turned his head suddenly, and in a hurry, he turned into a black barrier and blocked Uehara Naraku's fist. However, the next moment, under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, the truth-seeking jade barrier was directly smashed by Uehara Naraku's punch, and a heavy punch landed on his face. Orochimaru rolled and flew out. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms nonchalantly and said softly, "Mr. Orochimaru, now, do you know the gap between us? Even if you become the Sage of Six Paths, you still can't change your fate." Hehe. Orochimaru waved his hand to wipe the dust off his face. His eyes narrowed slightly and responded coldly, "You are still so arrogant. Uehara-kun, don't you look at your feet?" Huh. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head and saw the two truth-seeking jades tightly attached to his legs, and a dazzling light burst out in an instant. What a luxurious way of using them. Uehara Naraku sighed slightly, waved his hand, and put on a layer of golden light shield for himself, shook his head with emotion and said, "Mr. Orochimaru, in fact, before every battle, I always want to tell you people one thing. Unfortunately, before Uehara Naraku finished speaking, the two-seeking truth jades exploded instantly, and the light almost made everyone squint their eyes involuntarily. A loud and earth-shaking noise spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone looked at the area covered by the light, wanting to see what would happen, because there was the hope of the entire ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto looked at all this in disbelief, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. How could it be? Uehara. It's impossible to survive. Jiraiya shook his head, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, the power of the Seeking Truth Jade explosion is unimaginable. It will instantly destroy everything in the explosion area. What's more, the two Seeking Truth Jades were detonated tightly against Uehara Naraku's body. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to survive. Every ninja who could still move on the battlefield lowered his head involuntarily. They knew what the explosion meant. Even Black Zetsu looked at this scene in astonishment. If Uehara Naraku had problems, then Uchiha Madara would have to do it himself. If Uchiha Madara couldn't defeat Orochimaru, then he would have to use a hidden means in the Samsara Eye, which might destroy those two eyes. The smoke gradually dissipated. A figure with 3 pairs of wings on his back gradually emerged. He was covered with a layer of golden light shield, and he slowly flew out like a god. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru with an ugly expression, casually spread his palms, and said the words he had never spoken. I'm invincible. You, do whatever you want. TSK. Orochimaru couldn't help but grit his teeth. This bastard is still so domineering. What he needs to do now is to find another way to get rid of Uehara Naraku. Two Seeking Truth Jades can't wipe out this guy Uehara Naraku. Is all this because of that layer of golden light shield? What kind of spell is it that can't even destroy the Seeking the Way Jade? Orochimaru frowned and began to think about how to destroy Uehara Naraku's spell. It seems that it is also a defensive spell similar to the Seeking the Way Jade, made up of fairy arts, or some kind of energy. Unfortunately, Orochimaru does not have enough time and proof method. What are you thinking about? Uehara Naraku's voice appeared beside Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru was waving the Seeking the Way Jade black sword in his hand in surprise, he was kicked hard in the chest by Uehara Naraku, and was kicked out directly. Uehara Naraku's body followed like a shadow, and appeared next to Orochimaru again. His speed was almost faster than that of the 6 paths level Orochimaru. At this moment, many people remembered the fear of being beaten by Uehara Naraku. When facing Uehara Naraku, once there is a situation where the body cannot be controlled, what will be greeted next is continuous beatings. Orochimaru is like a sandbag. Even if the Seeking the Way Jade is turned into a barrier, it cannot stop Uehara Naraku's attack. Knee strike, elbow strike, fist strike, kick. Every strike was heart-wrenching. It was hard to imagine how powerful this guy was. Until the very end, Uehara Naraku stopped in front of the embarrassed Orochimaru, bent a finger towards his forehead, and narrowed his eyes. In front of me, no matter how much you have changed, you are still the same Orochimaru. Bang! A finger was raised and landed on Orochimaru's forehead. Just when Orochimaru thought he was going to be bounced away by this finger, and even closed his eyes in fear, he only felt a little pain on his forehead. The corners of Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up, and revealed a smile. Mr. Orochimaru, didn't you feel it just now? That was the way we got along in the past? I only need a small move to scare you so much, that you dare not resist. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face became even stronger. He spread out his palms and said sincerely, look, there is still no difference between now and the past. Even if you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, you can't escape from my palm. Arsehole. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Uehara Naraku, this bastard, humiliated him too much. Almost every word stabbed his heart. If he couldn't escape Uehara Naraku's control in the past and the present, then what's the point of him risking his life to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki after his resurrection? At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly remembered what Kabuto Yakushi said. Kabuto Yakushi mentioned that it was an experiment for him to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Could it be that Uehara Naraku was using his life to do an experiment to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? You use me as a test subject? Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Uehara Naraku calmly shook his head and explained, it's biased to understand it this way, but there is indeed such a meaning. After that, Uehara Naraku stared at Orochimaru and said word by word, "Mr. Orochimaru, do you remember what you said when we first met? Don't you also think that I'm an experiment? Tomorrow, I may continue writing because I have a good idea, and I may fall asleep while writing because I'm not in a good mood. And we have a new leader. Thanks to the leader of the first day and many other big guys for the crowdfunding rewards. There will be 4 more chapters tomorrow. I still owe 1 chapter today, which is 5 chapters. Tomorrow I have an elder's birthday, so I guess the update will be late. Chapter 364. I'm sorry, Orochimaru, I only know this rough method. Uehara Naraku is really petty. Orochimaru couldn't help but grit his teeth. How could he still remember such a small thing? It's been almost 8 years since that incident. Uehara has bullied him so many times over the years. Can't it offset the words he said out of habit? Who would have thought that this bastard still remembers it until now? Uehara Naraku curled the corners of his mouth, looked at Orochimaru's uncertain expression, and suddenly said, "Okay, I'm kidding. How could I deliberately target Mr. Orochimaru because of a joke many years ago?" Orochimaru remained silent. "Aren't you that kind of petty person? You have remembered a casual remark made back then for 8 years." After Uehara looked at Orochimaru without saying anything, he rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Okay, Mr. Orochimaru, then I'll change the reason to make you feel better." Orochimaru looked over with a puzzled look. Uehara Naraku met his gaze, his eyes gradually becoming serious. "I'm sorry, Mr. Orochimaru, I actually tricked you on purpose." "Asshole." This sentence instantly drove Orochimaru crazy again. This is not as good as the first reason to hold a grudge just now. How could there be such a bad person as Uehara Naraku in the ninja world? When Nagato and Konan picked him up, didn't they realize the bad nature in Uehara Naraku? This is an out and out asshole. Every word of Uehara Naraku can directly provoke Orochimaru's nerves and make him instantly angry. This language ability is also something that few people can do. The people who were still left on the battlefield soon saw that Orochimaru was attacking Uehara Naraku like crazy again, but he was soon pinned to the ground by Uehara Naraku again. Black Zetsu's eyes flickered faintly, and there was some surprise in his voice. Even if Orochimaru becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he can't defeat Uehara. Is that kid really the child of destiny who executes the Eye of the Moon? This logic doesn't make sense. It's obviously controlling everything in secret. There can't really be such a thing as a child of destiny. In this ninja world, there is only one real protagonist, and that's its mother, the goddess of the sun, Kaguya Otsutsuki. White Zetsu answered with a hoarse voice, "There are indeed many secrets in this world that we cannot find out, and many things can easily break through our control. Could it be that Uehara was deceived too much by you and became overconfident? There is no such possibility." Black Zetsu rejected this possibility and continued in a low voice, "No matter what we do, the human body still has its limits. Perhaps there are other possibilities. Hashirama Senju once had a power that was almost as strong as Ashura, and Uchiha Madara also broke through the limit of Indra, but those two guys had a powerful chakra reincarnation inheritance. But what is in Uehara Naraku's body? It is an existence that we cannot understand, and it is unknown. It does not seem to be some kind of bloodline or racial inheritance. Except for the sage mode, there seems to be nothing special. Is it the 3 holy places that we have never been able to touch?" When he said this, Black Zetsu suddenly thought of a possibility, and he suddenly said, "Wait, this kid can't be the chakra reincarnation of Hagoromo or Hamura." Black Zetsu's voice was a little gloomy. To be honest, this possibility may not be impossible. In this ninja world, is there anything that cannot be done? Who knows if the 2 earliest humans who possessed chakra, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, would leave anything behind after their death. Black Zetsu's voice gradually became a little hoarse, and it seemed to feel that it had guessed the right direction. Hagoromo's chakra is the source of the chakra of this ninja world. Every ninja has the possibility of becoming his chakra reincarnation. But now it seems that Uehara's chakra is not as strong as that of the traitor Hagoromo. Maybe it's because he hasn't developed it yet? White Zetsu's thinking was more divergent, and its eyes stayed on Uzumaki Naruto on the other side. Could it be because the collection of the Ten Tails chakra was not complete? That's why he lost to the most talented ninja in history? Black Zetsu's thoughts slowly froze. What White Zetsu said was a bit biased, and it directly led its mind astray. This possibility is not impossible. After all, when the Ten Tails appeared in the world, there were only 3 people who possessed the chakra of the ninja world. Now the ninja world is full of chakra. The power of the Ten Tails is not that strong. Not only is Black Zetsu thinking nonsense, even Uchiha Madara was confused, because Orochimaru's current state could definitely surpass him and Senju Hashirama at their peak. But Orochimaru was being suppressed. At the beginning, Orochimaru seemed to be evenly matched with Uehara Naraku, but now he was completely suppressed by Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu, what's going on? Uchiha Madara's voice appeared in Black Zetsu's heart, and he asked, according to the stone tablet left by the Six Paths sage, the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki should be invincible. Now Orochimaru is suppressed by Uehara Naraku. Is it because the ninja world chakra is not fully collected? Black Zetsu fell into silence. After a while, Black Zetsu asked Uchiha Madara a very fatal question in a gloomy voice. He wanted to verify from Uchiha Madara whether Uehara Naraku was too strong or Orochimaru was too weak. Lord Madara, are you sure you can defeat Orochimaru now? Humph. Uchiha Madara sneered and said contemptuously, Orochimaru is quite smart, but his fighting style is too stupid. If you want to deal with him, you can do it with a little effort. If it was before, Uchiha Madara would definitely flatter Orochimaru, and even describe Orochimaru as very troublesome, and even he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to deal with him. But now Orochimaru is being suppressed by Uehara Naraku. If Uchiha Madara said at this time that Orochimaru is actually quite powerful, wouldn't it make him seem too weak compared to Uehara Naraku? Hearing this, Black Zetsu fell into silence again. It seems that Orochimaru is really too weak. After a while, Black Zetsu immediately proposed his plan. After Uehara Naraku solves the Ten Tails in Orochimaru's body, I will immediately possess Orochimaru and control him to perform the Samsara technique to revive Lord Madara, so as to avoid any accidents. After I get my own eyes, I will absorb the Ten Tails again. Uchiha Madara grinned nonchalantly, with a hint of confidence in his voice. The Samsara eye is my eye. Except for me, no one can bring out the strongest eye technique in it. A eye technique called Wheel Graven Prison. In this world, there is a pupil technique that will never be cracked. Only the true owner of the Samsara eye can exert the true power contained in it. Just as the duo here were thinking about conspiracies and tricks, Orochimaru on the battlefield finally couldn't suppress his emotions. He had enough of this feeling of being unable to fight back. This Ten Tails, after getting it, can't be useless. Uehara-kun. Orochimaru's palms suddenly closed, and his eyes were raised again. A hideous and terrifying monster suddenly emerged from his body. Maybe you are too confident. Your biggest mistake is to underestimate the power of the Ten Tails. The hideous monster actually had a blood red eye. The blood red eye combined the appearance of the Sharingan and the Samsara eye, and it looked extremely terrifying, making people dare not look directly at it. Orochimaru slowly manipulated the behemoth behind him to gradually shrink, and suddenly took root under the ground, turning into a towering tree that pierced the sky. That is the legendary sacred tree. Vines and roots suddenly emerged from the roots of the sacred tree and spread towards Uehara Naraku, trying to pierce Uehara with one blow. The wood-release ninjutsu performed by Orochimaru with the help of the sacred tree was so powerful that it was unbelievable. No, it could be said that the sacred tree itself was the strongest wood-release jutsu user. The sacred tree has always been alive. Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a somewhat gloomy voice, Uehara-kun, you will never think that you really understand all the power of the Ten Tails. Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, and a group of wind blades composed of wind escape ninjutsu instantly cut off all the vines and tree roots that attacked. When countless vines fell to the ground and blocked his sight, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku put one hand on Orochimaru's back and whispered, Orochimaru, this power is given to you by me, Kabuto Yakushi. Would I put myself in danger? Is there anything I don't understand about this power? What? Orochimaru was surprised and wanted to turn around to defend himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't get rid of Uehara's palm at all. Groups of chakra appeared between Uehara Naraku's fingers, and he calmly read out the name of a technique, Six Paths Tail Seal. When Orochimaru heard the name of this technique, His eyes couldn't help but tighten slightly. When the tailed beasts in the bodies of each jinkriki of the 5 great nations were extracted, they were all extracted using the tailed seal. Orochimaru knew the name and effect of this technique very well. He never thought that one day he would be reduced to this level. He had already become the 10 Tails Jinkriki, the most powerful ninja in the entire ninja world, and the second 6 Paths sage in the ninja world. How could he be extracted from this power like those Jinkriki? Just when Orochimaru was unwilling, but could only wait for Uehara Naraku to extract the 10 tails from his body, he heard Uehara Naraku's chuckle. Mr. Orochimaru, I was actually teasing you. There is no such thing as the 6 paths technique in the ninja world, and extracting the 10 tails is not this way. Orochimaru was silent again. Anger spread upward from his chest little by little. Uehara Naraku, that bastard, was lying to him again. This bastard actually didn't know how to extract the 10 tails at all. Just as Orochimaru suddenly turned around to grab Uehara Naraku, a fist suddenly hit his lower abdomen, almost knocking out his internal organs. Uehara Naraku's fist landed on Orochimaru's lower abdomen. He looked at the twisted and painful expression on Orochimaru's face, and also saw the gradual bulge on Orochimaru's back. That was the chakra of the tailed beast that was about to come out. Uehara slowly lowered his head, shook his head and sighed, and punched down again. I'm sorry, Mr. Orochimaru, I can only try this rough method of extracting the 10 tails. The first update. There will be 6 or 7 more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. I'm sorry, Mr. Hokage, you should be able to accept me as an undercover agent again, right? This method is not humane at all. Orochimaru was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had no power to resist at all under the attack of Uehara Naraku's punch after punch. Is this Uehara a retard? How could the ninja world have such a method to extract the Jinkriki? But what terrified Orochimaru was that under the attack of Uehara Naraku's punch after punch, the chakra of the tailed beast in his body seemed to be spreading out little by little. Uehara Naraku punched Orochimaru in the lower abdomen again. He sighed faintly and said, if you don't release the sacred tree, maybe I have to think of other ways. You are courting death. Arsehole. A trace of blood flowed between Orochimaru's teeth. Under the attack of Uehara Naraku, his internal organs were almost smashed out, and severe pain swept through his body. Even when he used the reincarnation technique to replace his body, Orochimaru had never felt such pain as he did now. Uehara Naraku. A gloomy look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He dropped his head weakly and fell on Uehara Naraku's arms and said weakly, you are really cruel, more cruel than anyone else. Mr. Orochimaru, shouldn't you praise me for my kindness? Uehara Naraku continued to punch Orochimaru in the lower abdomen and sighed softly. I'll let you get the power of the 6 paths sage, let you reach the top of this ninja world, and let you realize your dream. You should at least say thank you to me. Arsehole. Orochimaru struggled to raise his head and looked up at Uehara's face, snorted coldly, pushing people to the top, and then letting people fall off the cliff. At least you have seen the scenery from the top. Uehara Naraku patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, staring at the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts that came out from Orochimaru's back, and continued in a low voice, some people will never have such an opportunity in their entire life. The next moment, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts jumped out of Orochimaru's body and fell to the ground. Each tailed beast gradually regained its physical form. After losing the restraint of the sacred tree, the 9-tailed beasts reappeared on the land of the ninja world. As the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts left Orochimaru's body, the sacred tree in the air gradually began to wither and turned into a bubble and dissipated. After Orochimaru completely lost the power of the tailed beasts, he almost lost all his strength. The horns on his head gradually receded, and the 6-path jade robe on his body gradually disappeared. His hair, however, never returned to its previous black color. Okay, Mr. Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku held Orochimaru's arm and whispered, now you can use your remaining energy. Help me resurrect Lord Nagato and Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru raised his head suddenly when he heard this. The pair of reincarnation eyes looked at Uehara Naraku in disbelief. How on earth did this bastard have the nerve to say this? Isn't he miserable enough now? Why does this guy Uehara Naraku still want to use him? Is he going to squeeze his life out? You bastard. Orochimaru bit his lips tightly with his teeth, and a few words came out from between his lips. Don't be too much. Don't want to? Uehara frowned and persuaded him earnestly, after losing the 10 tails, your life will definitely come to an end. Anyway, you are about to die, so why not play your last value again? Bastard. Orochimaru looked at Uehara Naraku, raised his head, and said angrily to him, even if I die here, I will not be used by you again. Is this bastard Uehara talking human words? Can't he think about it in his heart? Isn't what he has been doing now a human thing? Now he is about to die. Why is this Uehara still bullying him? Don't look at me like that. Uehara Naraku shook his head and continued to persuade. I forgot to tell you that Mitarashi Red Bean is already in our hands. That's your backup plan for resurrection. Orochimaru was silent for a while. His eyes narrowed slightly again and said, if my resurrection is still in your hands, won't I be used by you again after I resurrect? This cycle repeats over and over again. Then what's the point of my resurrection? Orochimaru was really a little desperate. If every resurrection was under the control of Uehara Naraku, then his resurrection was just used by Uehara again and again. That makes sense. Uehara Naraku blinked and said something that made people irrefutable. But, for Mr. Orochimaru, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. After being silent for a while, Orochimaru clenched his palms and said word by word in a gloomy voice, I want to live, but I can't live like this. Uehara Naraku frowned and looked at Orochimaru speechlessly. You have a lot of requirements. Orochimaru's face was extremely complicated. Can this Uehara Naraku have a good chat? Forget it. I'll tell you the truth. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru and continued softly. I might as well threaten you directly. Guess how many hidden things Kabuto has left in this body? Orochimaru fell into silence. In fact, there was no need to think about it. The guy who had followed him for so many years, Kabuto Yakushi, would definitely learn from him and leave a backup in this body. That guy Kabuto Yakushi is Naraku Uehara's lackey. If he knew Uehara's plan, he would definitely place many curse seals in this body. Bastard. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and his eyes were full of resentment. You two are really despicable. I think my methods are gentle enough to deal with Akatsuki's traitors. Uehara Naraku calmly spread out his palms and whispered, when you betrayed Akatsuki, you should bear the consequences of betraying Akatsuki. Bastard. Orochimaru nodded slowly, gritted his teeth and suddenly said, since I left Akatsuki, you little brat have started to plot against me. Almost. Maybe? Uehara Naraku knocked his forehead, and after thinking for a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. But I have always been helping you. Otherwise, how did you find that white Zetsu was the most suitable material for the reincarnation of the undead corpse and the impure world reincarnation? How did you think of looking for a way to break the Shikifujin? It's all you. Orochimaru's eyes tightened slightly, and he stared at Uehara Naraku. At that time, Kabuto had already betrayed me and became your subordinate. Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and said with emotion, at the beginning, I just helped Kabuto kill Shimura Dunzo, and he has offered his loyalty since then. A look of nostalgia appeared on Uehara Naraku's face. To be honest, in fact, until now, I'm still grateful to Mr. Danzo for helping me. I just used his life in exchange for a loyal subordinate. These words were so shameless that Orochimaru didn't know how to respond. Okay, let's stop here. Uehara Naraku let go of Orochimaru's body, letting him fall to the ground, and sighed. Mr. Orochimaru, since you are willing to do it, then I can only use force. You are just opening the curtain of a big show. The real good show has just begun. Orochimaru. Just after Orochimaru's body fell to the ground, Jiraiya, who was celebrating the upcoming victory of the war with others in the distance, jumped over. Jiraiya held a kunai in his hand and attacked Orochimaru. At this moment, Jiraiya, Orochimaru's best friend in the past, seemed to want to kill his old friend and send him off. Thank you, Uehara. A complex expression flashed across Jiraiya's face, and he landed beside Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, then let me send him off. Orochimaru. Tsunade also walked over slowly, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. Jiraiya. Kill him quickly. We still have to deal with his remnants and end this catastrophe. Hehe. Orochimaru looked up at the sky. He did not look at his two friends, but just stared at Uehara Naraku slowly falling from the sky, and said in a hoarse voice, Tsunade, Jiraiya, you two are still so short-sighted. What did you say? Tsunade clenched her fists suddenly, then slowly put them down, frowned and said, Orochimaru, now you have lost. Haven't you realized that you have taken the wrong path? Is Orochimaru still so stubborn when he is about to die? Hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru's laughter became more and more shrill. Ha 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 ha. You two don't really think this is the end, do you? Tsunade's eyes tightened. She didn't want to judge whether Orochimaru had any other conspiracy. She just shouted, Jiraiya, do it. Goodbye. Jiraiya suddenly swung the kunai in his hand. Just when Jiraiya wanted to cut Orochimaru's throat with a knife, a man grabbed Jiraiya's arm and threw him out. The next moment, Tsunade was also kicked out. The real person who did it was Uchiha Madara. This man who had been hiding around finally revealed his true face and ambition. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, do it. Black Zetsu. Yes. Lord Madara. A gloomy laugh came from underground. A dark figure gradually covered Orochimaru's body like liquid, covering half of Orochimaru's body, and slowly controlled Orochimaru to close his palm. It was Black Zetsu. Jiraiya and Tsunade reacted quickly. They looked at Uchiha Madara with disbelief, and then looked at the Black Zetsu who was gradually covering Orochimaru. Black Zetsu, is Uchiha Madara's spy? No, this is not the most dangerous thing. If Black Zetsu is Uchiha Madara's traitor, then Uehara Naraku, who recommended Black Zetsu to join the Shinobi Alliance and even recommended Black Zetsu to become the leader of the intelligence force. Can Uehara Naraku really be trusted? Especially since this guy has a criminal record. When Jiraiya and Tsunade raised their heads at the same time, they looked at Uehara Naraku who was slowly floating down in the air, and their expressions gradually became extremely ugly. Tsunade's voice was a little dry, and she looked at Uehara Naraku in disbelief as he slowly stopped beside Uchiha Madara. This action almost announced his identity. Uehara Naraku, this bastard, is another spy undercover in the Shinobi Alliance. Uehara Naraku ignored Tsunade and Jiraiya, just glanced at Black Zetsu who was possessing and controlling Orochimaru, and said, Senior Zetsu, don't forget to revive Lord Nagato. Okay. Black Zetsu could only agree in a deep voice. Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku who landed beside him, and the smile on his face could hardly be suppressed. Ha, good job. I thought I would personally deal with Orochimaru, the guy who stole our results. It's just a trivial matter. Uehara Naraku shook his head calmly, turned to look at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, you have discovered my true identity once before, and if it happens again now, you should be able to accept it psychologically, right? Second update, and there will be 5 or 6 more. Chapter 366. You are the most scheming and calculating ninja I have ever seen. What does Uehara mean? Is this another new scam? It hasn't been too long since they found out that Uehara Naraku had deceived them last time. Is this guy Uehara Naraku deceiving them again? This kind of thing is a bit too much. Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces changed color instantly. They could hardly believe that they heard what Uehara Naraku said. Even though Jiraiya and Tsunade had just expected that Uehara Naraku might be a spy, when they really heard Uehara Naraku admit it, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Tsunade was almost shaking with anger. How many times will this bastard Uehara Naraku play with them before he stops? It was in vain that she was desperately trying to find a way to talk about the dispute between the Hidden Rain Village and other major countries. Even every time there was a quarrel, she would try her best to stand on the side of Uehara Naraku. When the ninja coalition was planned to be established, Tsunade directly recommended Uehara Naraku to be the captain of the coalition. This bastard is how he treats her trust. Uehara Naraku. Tsunade clenched her fists and said in a deep voice, what do you mean now? Do you know what you are doing? I have always known. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, looking at the ninjas who gathered around him, and asked, well, before I tell you some stories, I want to ask first, is there anything wrong with your heart? What do you mean? Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Jiraiya clenched his fists suddenly, his face grimly said, hearing you say that, it seems that what you are going to say next will be shocking. It should be shocking, right? Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and continued with a smile. First of all, Lord Tsunade, there is a mistake I have always wanted to correct you. Every time you say that I have changed too much, I want to tell you. Uehara Naraku's face gradually became serious, and his voice gradually became high. I have never changed. No matter what happens around me, everything I do is for a greater purpose. Uehara Naraku stared at Tsunade, his eyes becoming more and more serious. The Moon Eye Project is the way to achieve true peace in this world. Since I was 12 years old, I have been working hard for this plan. Moon Eye Project? Jiraiya's eyes darkened for a moment, and he said in a deep voice, what is that? Is that your conspiracy? No. Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly, looked at Uchiha Madara beside him, and said softly, how should I put it? The Moon Eye plan is to collect all the tailed beasts, to revive the Ten Tails, and then use the power of the Ten Tails to release a powerful illusion, so that all the ninjas in the entire ninja world will fall into the dream world they want. Uehara Naraku looked at the surprise on everyone's face and continued softly, this plan is the will passed down by Uchiha Madara Sr. Nagato was the mastermind of this plan, but unfortunately he chose to give up later. When he said this, Uehara Naraku's voice stopped. Just when everyone was watching Uehara Naraku vigilantly, fearing that he would make any move, Uehara Naraku showed a smile on his face. Or rather, it was me who made Lord Nagato give up. Uehara Naraku raised the corners of his mouth again, revealing an extremely gentle smile, because I know the dangers of the Moon Eye plan, and I also know that Lord Nagato's body can hardly continue to bear the power of the Samsara, so I designed a thing. Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly moved, and slowly stayed on Jiraiya. His smile became more and more meaningful. Lord Jiraiya, do you still remember why you were able to take Lord Nagato and our information away? Jiraiya's heart sank suddenly. Looking at Uehara Naraku's smile, Jiraiya suddenly felt that he had stepped into a dark abyss, as if everything he did was under the control of Uehara Naraku. It's you. Jiraiya said bitterly, no wonder you didn't do anything at that time and let me be rescued by Uchiha Obito. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, and continued with a smile. Everything is as I expected. My purpose is just to let you take away the information about Lord Nagato. So, are you planning for Nagato to die in Konoha? You can say that. Uehara Naraku's eyes moved slowly, his eyes swept over Jiraiya, and then slowly stopped on Uzumaki Naruto. I'm very clear about the power that Uzumaki Naruto possesses. I know that Lord Nagato will definitely not succeed. The opportunity to attack Konoha is just enough to let him die and escape from the Moon Eye plan. Uehara Naraku showed a trace of regret on his face, and he continued softly, because I know that he will definitely not listen to my persuasion. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, in this ninja world, death is a trivial matter. Death is a trivial matter. Uehara Naraku said this calmly, which made all the ninjas feel terrified. What was even more frightening was that everything that happened later was not beyond Uehara Naraku's expectations. Everything was going according to his control. This guy was simply a master at playing with people's hearts. And this guy also knew everyone present very well. Uehara Naraku looked at everyone present, and continued with a smile. After Lord Nagato died, I did not give up the Moon Eye Project. From that day on, I became the mastermind of the entire Moon Eye Project. Arsehole. Tsunade stared at Uehara Naraku and gritted her teeth and said, at that time, everyone saw Nagato's sacrifice. But no one saw the darkness hidden in you. You did not inherit Nagato's last wish and ignored his will. I have never hidden darkness, it's just that you thought wrong. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but chuckled, looked at Tsunade and said, of course, I won't deliberately correct your mistakes. Lord Tsunade, what is a last wish? If the person closest to you died, what would you do? So, Tsunade's eyes were fixed on Orochimaru, who was controlled by Black Zetsu to make a hand seal, and her eyes slowly fell on Nagato in another area of the battlefield, and she whispered, at that time, have you decided to resurrect Nagato? Yes. Uehara Naraku also tilted his head to glance at Orochimaru and Black Zetsu behind him, and continued with a smile, but to resurrect Lord Nagato, we must find someone who is capable of using the Rinnegan, right? So, Tsunade slowly clenched her fists and said in a deep voice, "So you used Orochimaru because you are sure that you can defeat Orochimaru and you plan to let him use the Rinnegan to resurrect Nagato." "That's right." Powerful chakra suddenly burst out from Uehara Naraku's body, and his eyes swept across everyone present with cold eyes. "The purpose of this war is just a play I wrote and directed, a big show that opens the curtain." Uehara Naraku said coldly, "Lord Nagato will be resurrected, the Moon Eye plan will succeed, and all of you are the audience I specially prepared for this big show." Clap, 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 clap. Uchiha Madara next to him couldn't help but stretch out his hand to applaud. Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku, smiled and praised, "What a terrible child. Even I'm a little shocked by your scheming, Uehara, and now I even doubt whether my resurrection is also within your expectations." "Don't doubt it." Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Uchiha Madara a gentle smile. "Senior Zetsu has always asked Kabuto Yakushi to resurrect Senior Madara in his prime. I have long guessed that this might happen." "Interesting." Uchiha Madara's eyes tightened. The next moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of a possibility. He turned his head and looked at a certain place on the battlefield. "So, the guy who resurrected me with the impure world reincarnation has also been under your control?" "Oh, him?" Uehara Naraku couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't hide Uchiha Madara, but waved to Kabuto Yakushi and chuckled. "He is my most capable subordinate, and he is the one who helps me control everything about Orochimaru." "Then what about Uchiha Obito?" Uchiha Madara felt that he had a lot of questions. If Kabuto Yakushi is the controller of the impure world reincarnation, then Uchiha Obito is also controlled by the impure world reincarnation, so his death is a bit strange. Uehara Naraku was also generous in his teachings. He continued with a smile. "When Senior Zetsu first told me about the Moon Eye project, I once thought, why can't I be the main messenger of the Moon Eye project? In that case." Uchiha Madara's samurai flashed slightly. He slowly tightened the fan behind him and whispered, "At the beginning of this war, you manipulated Uchiha Obito to induce me to fight you. Test it." Uehara Naraku's smile on his face became even stronger. He looked at Uchiha Madara and continued, "If Senior Madara's power is too strong, I will find a way to send Senior Madara back to the underworld. Now it seems that Senior Madara's power is still under my control, so I'll let Senior Madara stay." Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara's expression and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Senior Madara, are you unhappy because of my test?" "No." Uchiha Madara slowly shook his head. This kid really underestimated him. If this Uehara Naraku thinks so, then he is totally wrong. The control of the impure world reincarnation cannot explain everything. After he is resurrected and gets his eyes in the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara will let Uehara Naraku know how strong a legendary figure is at his peak. Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his head, hiding his expression. He whispered, "Uehara Naraku, you are the most scheming ninja I have ever seen. Even the guy Senju Tobirama is not as good as you. It's a pity. Too scheming, too shallow." This little brat Uehara never thought about what kind of monster he released. The third update. Chapter 367 Tsunade. The familiar feeling is back. Uehara Naraku is a bit busy. Now he is a person who plays with nesting dolls behind the scenes, slowly unveiling a nesting doll to the ninja coalition and putting a lid on Uchiha Madara's head. Uehara really feels that he is so busy. How can Uehara Naraku bear to let Uchiha Madara return to the underworld? If Uchiha Madara goes back, how can Kaguya Otsutsuki be resurrected? Even now, the most important purpose is to completely resurrect Uchiha Madara. Obviously, Uchiha Madara doesn't know all this. After Uehara Naraku appeased and deceived Uchiha Madara, he looked at the many ninjas present, chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Shouldn't everyone applaud my strategy?" Everyone fell silent. To be honest, the mood of the ninjas present was worse than riding a roller coaster. If it was Uehara Naraku who betrayed at the last minute, it would be understandable, but everything was controlled by Uehara Naraku behind the scenes, which made people a little emotional. "Captain General, are you kidding?" A sand ninja still couldn't believe it. He looked at Uehara Naraku and stretched out his hand to plead. "Don't joke like that. You've been fighting hard, you saved us. because Uehara Naraku was very brave in the previous battles, and even saved the lives of many ninjas. Almost the entire ninja coalition respected him very much. It was because of the existence of Uehara Naraku that they have come to where they are now. Now Uehara Naraku suddenly revealed that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. How could these ninjas accept this? Yes, Captain General. Uehara-sama, are you kidding? Hey, Uehara, are you kidding? Some ninjas couldn't help but widened their eyes and rushed towards them. Even Killer Bee was joining in the fun. I'm just worried about the lack of a few spectators. Uehara Naraku waved his hand casually, and after seeing Killer Bee in the crowd, he suddenly said, "Oh, I almost forgot. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. It was also my manipulation that allowed you to return to the Ninja Alliance alive." Uehara Naraku blinked at Killer Bee, smiled and said, "Because you brought out information that is beneficial to me from the enemy's lair, the 5 cages can safely hand over the power of commanding the Ninja Alliance to me." Killer Bee fell into silence. Bastard, this dead liar, he was fooled. The next moment, the former 8 Tails Jinchuriki silently drew out his ninja sword and rushed towards Uehara Naraku. Silence is the precursor of Killer Bee's anger. But just as Killer Bee rushed to Uehara Naraku's side, he was easily kicked back by Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed softly. "Really, you are able to survive because of my great mercy. I'm your benefactor, but you pointed a sword at me. You are such an ungrateful person." "Asshole." Killer squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Uehara Naraku shook his head, looked away from Killer Bee, looked at the people with ugly faces, and the smile on his face gradually became unstoppable. "Everyone, don't look so ugly, be a little happier." Uehara Naraku said something that made the faces of the people present even uglier, but he continued with a smile. "Your silence will make me look very embarrassed." Uehara Naraku. Gaara gritted his teeth in hatred and said in a deep voice, "All this, are you really the mastermind behind it? Why is this person always like this?" Every time Gaara finally regained a little good impression of Uehara Naraku, and even planned to accept Uehara Naraku regardless of the past, this guy would do something worse. Why is it always like this? Doesn't this person have a heart? Can't he just be a good person? Yeah. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Everything was manipulated by me behind the scenes. The 4th Ninja World War was initiated by me ordering Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku's smile became even deeper. He looked at Orochimaru on the ground and continued with a smile. "It's really interesting to say. In fact, Mr. Orochimaru was killed by me a long time ago, and only his soul is still living in the Ryochi cave. Everything I asked Kabuto Yakushi to do was published in the name of Mr. Orochimaru. It was not until Mr. Orochimaru was resurrected that I knew someone helped him start the 4th Ninja World War and found the 5 major countries as his opponents. What's the point of you doing this?" Tsunade felt a little tired. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. "Since you can solve everything quietly, why do you have to involve the Ninja Alliance? Is it just to watch your performance? Damn, it's an unprovoked disaster." Obviously, Uehara Naraku knew the location of Orochimaru, and even Orochimaru's resurrection and becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki were all controlled by him. Why did he start a ninja war and involve these innocent ninjas? No, all of this is a necessary step. Uehara Naraku looked at Tsunade and shook his head, sighing softly. "If I don't do this, if I don't make Mr. Orochimaru the enemy of the world, Mr. Orochimaru may not be willing to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki." Everyone present was a little at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know whether to feel sorry for themselves or Orochimaru, because they all seemed to be pawns in Uehara Naraku's hands. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This little guy is playing hard enough. He is controlling the ninja coalition on one side, and his subordinates are controlling Orochimaru and the Impure World Army. Is this the legendary self-attack? Now it seems that Uehara himself is fine. The faces of this group of ninja coalitions seem to have an expression of being played badly. Every ninja couldn't accept this, and the anger on their faces was almost uncontrollable. No matter who it was, they couldn't stand this. They were manipulated like fools to accept a war. In the end, they were just a tool to force Orochimaru to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. They even regarded this manipulator behind the war as their hope for victory in this war. All the ninjas present looked at Uehara Naraku with anger on their faces. They really wanted to burn Uehara Naraku to ashes with the anger in their eyes. How could Uehara Naraku be like this? So fucking annoying. Fort Tsunade and Jiraiya. They are back. They are all back. That feeling is back. Isn't this the same as when Uehara Naraku was facing them? He always mentioned Hanzo-sama and said that if they wanted to encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization, the Hidden Rain village would definitely help. Therefore, when Konoha faced the Akatsuki organization, they all thought that Uehara Naraku and the Salamander Hanzo were the strongest helpers to defeat the Akatsuki. But suddenly they learned that Hanzo had been dead for many years, and Uehara Naraku was actually a core member of the Akatsuki. This feeling is actually not very good. To be honest, people with a weak heart would really die on the spot. Jiraiya slowly clenched the kunai in his hand and said in a deep voice, even if Nagato will be resurrected because of this, he will never forgive you. Oh, I asked this question before. Uehara Naraku looked at Jiraiya calmly and said softly, Nagato-sama said that, no matter what I do, he will forgive me. Everyone present couldn't help but fall into silence. Nagato in the distance was also watching the white light on his body. As a user of the Samsara, he knew that this was a sign of reincarnation. Nagato couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, Nagato's heart was really full of mixed feelings. If he was relieved, he had become a pawn of Uehara. If he was angry, everything Uehara did was for him to be resurrected and get rid of that fatal Samsara. On the other side of the battlefield, all the ninja coalition forces also saw the white light on Uchiha Madara. Those who had seen the Samsara natural art also reacted immediately. Tsunade immediately issued her own orders loudly. Everyone, attack Orochimaru now. We must stop him from resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Even if they knew there was no chance of winning, they had to do it. Because Tsunade realized that Uchiha Madara's resurrection was not without reason. He wanted to be resurrected again, to replace Orochimaru as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and carry out the so-called Moon Eye plan. The plan that put the entire ninja world into illusion. No matter what, Uchiha Madara must not succeed. Unfortunately, because of Orochimaru's previous battle, many ninja coalition forces had their chakra absorbed, and now they can't even move. When Tsunade saw that only a few dozen people stood up, a trace of sorrow suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. With such fighting power, it was nothing but a foolish dream to want to stop Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Madara, especially since the chakra in their bodies was almost exhausted. Just at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly ran around the entire ninja coalition quickly. Every time his palm touched a ninja, a layer of red-tailed beast coat would quickly float on the ninja's body. Grandma Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell into Tsunade's ears, and he shouted, the two nine-tailed beasts have promised me that they can provide chakra for everyone, and all the tailed beasts are willing to fight with us. At this moment, everyone rekindled hope. Every ninja who received the nine-tailed chakra stood up, clenched his fists, and looked at the position of Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Madara. In the gap between running, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uehara Naraku and said loudly, Uehara, Yanjihui also told me everything. You use mother's affairs to threaten dad. I will never forgive you. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of anger. Obviously, the feeling of being deceived by Uehara again was really uncomfortable for Uzumaki Naruto, who was so careless. Especially this guy. His behavior was even worse than the last time he deceived them. Is the chakra of the nine tails dispersed? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He looked at Uehara Naraku beside him and asked, although they are a group of rabble, they have the ability to bite you. After having the chakra of the nine tails, I haven't been completely resurrected yet. Can you get rid of them? This sentence is half true and half false. For Uchiha Madara, this situation couldn't be better. Originally, in Uchiha Madara's plan, it was to let Uehara Naraku fight with the ninja coalition, so that he could benefit from it. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Madara, chuckled and said, of course there is no problem. I will take care of the ninja coalition, and as for the nine-tailed beasts outside, let Senior Madara take care of them. It shouldn't be too stressful for you, right? Humph, that's exactly what I want. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly. Uehara Naraku didn't care about Uchiha Madara's little thoughts at all. He suddenly slapped his palm on the ground, looked up at the swarming ninja coalition, and said calmly, "Then let them see what kind of enemy they are facing." Summoning technique. The next moment, 4 figures appeared in front of Uehara Naraku. "I haven't finished writing today. The rewards from the big guys are coming again. Thank you Abe for the 70,000 reward. Congratulations on your promotion to the leader. Let me cry for everyone first." Chapter 368. All the Hokage of the past are here to participate. The wind was a little noisy. 4 ninjas of different heights stood in front of Uehara. Every ninja present saw the 4 ninjas suddenly standing in front of Uehara Naraku, and cold sweat flowed down their faces involuntarily. "Our enemies." A Konoha ninja clenched the kunai in his hand, stared at the 4 figures, and murmured unconsciously, "Are they the successive Hokage? Are you kidding? How could they be the opponents of the successive Hokage? The first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The third generation Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi. The fourth generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The successive Hokage hereby participate." Every one of the successive Hokage has shaken the situation in the ninja world, and the name of each one is enough to shock everyone present. Even Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, 2 people with a slightly inferior presence, also showed their strong strength in this ninja world war. "This is my collection." Uehara Naraku looked at the 4 Hokage in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After all, apart from the successive Hokage, there is no point in collecting the others. Yes, Uehara Naraku is very picky. Apart from the successive Hokage, only Uchiha Obito is qualified to be his collection, and the other Hokages are not qualified to come in. Not only were all the ninjas present shocked by their enemies, even Uchiha Madara's eyes next to him couldn't help twitching. He couldn't help but ask, "Hashirama, you can't get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation?" After all, apart from Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara didn't take the other Hokage seriously. After hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Senju Hashirama subconsciously turned his head, and he found that his old friend was here too. Senju Hashirama scratched his head helplessly, glanced at Uehara Naraku and said, "This kid has a bit too much chakra in his body. Ha 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 ha. It's really unlucky to see you here, Madara. Have you also been resurrected by his impure world reincarnation?" "No." Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously, with a complicated look on his face. "I don't care about the control of impure world reincarnation at all. Hashirama, I'm not just using impure world reincarnation to revive. I will be truly resurrected soon." To be honest, Uchiha Madara felt a little awkward. Because in Uchiha Madara's heart, people like Senju Hashirama can never be controlled by others. This is too ugly. To be honest, Uchiha Madara was a little happy in his heart. Because people like Senju Hashirama were actually controlled by others, and this time, they had to stand on his side, to buy time for his resurrection. This feeling, just thinking about it, is a little comfortable. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Madara speechlessly. Why does this guy look a little proud? If he hadn't known that controlling Uchiha Madara was a waste of effort, how could Uehara Naraku let Uchiha Madara be resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi and lose control? According to Uehara Naraku's current strength, it is not a particularly difficult thing to control Uchiha Madara with the impure world reincarnation, but there are certain hidden dangers. Uchiha Madara knows how to unlock the control of the impure world reincarnation. Unless Uehara Naraku has been controlling Uchiha Madara's movements, or even destroying his consciousness, this problem is not difficult. Because after defeating Orochimaru, an advanced task is completed. Advanced Task 6, Killer 6 Paths Ninja, 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward is 1 million points of life energy, 1 million points of chakra energy, 1 million points of natural energy, and the reward is a 50% increase in the recovery effect of all attributes, and the reward is a 9-point increase in the existence limit of the Seeking Truth Jade. This reward is really indescribably beautiful. Name, Uehara Naraku Life Energy. 1,655,311, Normal Mode, Chakra Energy. 1,655,770 Natural Energy. 1,655,770 Life Energy Recovery. 1296 points/second Chakra Energy Recovery. 648 points / second natural energy extraction. 648 points / second skill cooldown reduction. 100% remaining gold coins. 9630 now, with the blessing of 10 times the life force after the activation of the Sage mode, Uehara Naraku's life energy has directly broken through to more than 16 million. Although Uehara Naraku's current Senjutsu chakra is only over 1.6 million, it is not something that Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara can resist. Alright. Uehara Naraku interrupted Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara's idea of chatting, pointed at the countless ninjas wearing the Ninetales chakra in front of them, and said loudly, "There is no time for you to chat now. Go, let me know the meaning of resurrecting you." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and looked at the familiar faces. The meaning of resurrecting us is to let us deal with our former companions? What else? Uehara Naraku looked at them innocently. This was said so naturally that people couldn't help but want to turn against him. Even the big villain Uchiha Madara next to him couldn't stand it, and his eyes couldn't help twitching again. To be honest, Uchiha Madara felt that his personality was bad enough. Unexpectedly, today Uchiha Madara saw someone raise the upper limit of the word bad again. Go. Uehara Naraku waved his palm, watching the 4 Hokage rushing towards the tens of thousands of ninjas wearing the tailed beasts' coats. His voice gradually became high and he said, "Let them know the reputation of their ancestors." One by one, the ninjas flew under the attack of the 4 Hokages. Even if they have tens of thousands of ninjas, even if they are wearing the Ninetales chakra coat, they can't stop the tyranny of the successive Hokages. Would release, tree world birth. One after another, vines and roots spread out from the feet of Senju Hashirama. A vast forest gradually emerged on this battlefield. This would release ninjutsu, which has appeared several times today, was released by the master who developed it. Each vine root was controlled by Senju Hashirama, and it accurately hit the ninjas who pose the greatest threat to the 4 Hokage one by one. Senju Tobirama's figure passed by one ninja after another, and his figure jumped vertically and appeared on a big tree, opening his mouth and spewing out a huge stream of water. Water style, great explosion water wave. A huge lake suddenly appeared in the air and fell from the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, this lake submerged the entire forest, and the waves swept towards the ninja coalition. Senju Tobirama, the second generation Hokage who was once known as the fastest, was also the man who once had the title of the strongest water style. Lightning style, thunderbolt. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands together and made a seal, and opened his mouth to spray a thunderbolt on the lake. In an instant, the water splashed with lightning, and the ninjas wailed and floated on the water. Just as a Kumogakure ninja tried to make a seal to attract lightning, a flying thunder god Kune suddenly appeared beside him. The next moment, a golden flash appeared. Rasengan. Namake's Minato's figure appeared with a flash of light, and he waved his hand and hit the Rasengan to knock the Kumogakure ninja out. Because he lost the Yin 9 tail in his body, Namake's Minato's combat effectiveness has obviously dropped by more than one level, and he can only rely on his flying thunder god technique to continuously attack powerful ninjas one by one. As soon as the 4 Hokage showed up, they almost immediately stopped the offensive of the allied ninja forces, and even had the upper hand. Among the allied ninja forces, although they had just received the blessing of the Ninetales chakra, they felt a little uneasy when facing the successive Hokage. Don't care about the identity of the enemy. Tsunade waved her fists, smashing the flying vines and tree roots one by one, and shouted, "The previous Hokage were all my relatives and friends, but now, they have become my enemies. Everyone, please listen to me." Uzumaki Naruto's voice suddenly resounded over the land, and also resounded in everyone's heart. His inner words were transmitted to everyone's heart through the Ninetales chakra. All the previous Hokage sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 4 Hokage who were rampaging not far away, and said loudly, "What they want to see most now is definitely not our ore, but that we seal them up to protect this world. This is what they want most." Well said, Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no mercy, but he said loudly, "That's right, if we can sacrifice for this world, it doesn't matter, even if it destroys our souls." Uzumaki Naruto's expression was slightly embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made everyone present feel stagnant. After a moment, suddenly a ninja shouted, third Hokage, don't say such high-sounding words. It was you who ordered the death of the fourth Hokage and almost destroyed our village because of a certain operation of Uehara Naraku. So far, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation is still bad. Whether it was instigating Uchiha Obito to kill the fourth Hokage and his wife and trigger the Nine Tails Rebellion, or secretly manipulating Uzumaki Naruto to be loyal to him in order to consolidate his power, these things were basically known to everyone. Don't believe in rumors. Namake's Minato's voice also spread throughout the battlefield. He said loudly, everything about the Nine Tails Rebellion has nothing to do with the third Hokage, because the third Hokage's wife, Biwako-sama, also died in that turmoil. Namake's Minato was fighting while running around to explain for the third Hokage. It was really pitiful. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed, then jumped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and challenged his teacher again. Old man, your reputation is still so bad. By the way, who is the orphan and boo who has been monitoring Naruto? What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused. He still didn't understand what the orphan and boo meant. No matter what, he couldn't say a false person information made up by Kabuto Yakushi. While fighting Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I still don't know what you mean, but if someone could secretly spy on Naruto without telling me, it must be Danzo. This sentence seems to make sense. The more I write, the more I owe. Everyone, go to bed and read it tomorrow. We have a new leader. Thank you to the 2D girl Seigeo for the 100,000 reward. I must take some time to write a thank you list. Chapter 369, Resurrection of Uchiha Madara and Nagato. Shimura Danzo is really miserable. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already passed the buck without asking the truth. As the one who secretly controlled the battles of the successive Hokage, Uehara Naraku could naturally monitor all their actions and hear all their news. After hearing the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, Uehara Naraku couldn't help but tilt his head. Could it be that any blame could be thrown on Danzo's head? Uehara Naraku shook his head, and after mourning for Shimura Danzo for a second with all his heart, he turned his head and looked at Orochimaru and Black Zetsu behind him. Senior Zetsu, how long will it take you? If not, I'll let Kabuto come and help you. Hehehe. It will be done soon. Black Zetsu responded with a sinister smile, and then continued slowly, I was just a little fascinated by what you said just now, and I didn't expect that the fourth Ninja World War was actually controlled by you. Naraku, you really deceived even me. Uehara Naraku sighed helplessly. Now he has deceived Black Zetsu to what extent? This Black Zetsu could actually laugh, which meant that he didn't take it seriously at all. In a little while, Black Zetsu won't even be able to cry. Uehara Naraku looked at Black Zetsu and sighed softly. This can't be considered cheating, can it? It can only be called concealment. If we don't go through this war, if we don't let Senior Zetsu see my power, how could you be willing to help me revive Lord Nagato? After all, you are Senior Madara's will. After Uehara Naraku said this, his face became a little gloomy again and said, besides, I'm also very worried that, if I transplant the Rinnegan, Senior Zetsu will control me to perform the Rinnegan to revive Senior Madara. How could that be? Black Zetsu's laughter was not guilty or embarrassed at all. Although Black Zetsu did have such thoughts at the beginning, he didn't care at all when being exposed by Uehara Naraku. Really? Uehara Naraku laughed a little heartily and said, then I'm relieved. Senior Zetsu should hurry up. I see that Senior Madara seems to be impatient to teach those tailed beasts a lesson. Well, Uchiha Madara nodded subconsciously, then shook his head and said, don't worry, those beasts will be collared by me sooner or later. I have waited for so many years, I don't mind waiting a little longer. Uchiha Madara is of course anxious to revive, but Uehara Naraku is right beside him. Therefore, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are actually secretly discussing how to delay time. They want to wait until Uehara Naraku leaves here temporarily. Otherwise, if Uehara really wants to snatch the Samsurai from Uchiha Madara, it will be a big trouble. This guy Uehara Naraku is a monster stronger than the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Uehara Naraku, aren't you going to help? Uchiha Madara looked at the situation on the battlefield and said softly, although Hashirama's power is enough to deal with all enemies, it's a pity that his current strength is not at its peak after all. Yeah. Uehara Naraku showed a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be aware of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's thoughts and nodded slowly. Then I'll go first. Senior Zetsu can be a little faster. After saying this, Uehara Naraku did not stay, flapped the 3 pairs of wings behind him, and slowly flew to the battlefield. After seeing Uehara Naraku leave, Uchiha Madara's expression gradually became a little solemn. He looked at Uehara's back, and said in a deep voice, although this kid didn't deceive us, his mind is deep enough. Black Zetsu, why did he agree with our Moonai plan? His life doesn't seem to be smooth. Black Zetsu manipulated Orochimaru to quickly seal, and whispered, when Uehara Naraku's strength was still very weak, I secretly monitored him. He believed in the Moonai plan and even often thought that he was pretentious for joining the Moonai plan. At that time, I thought Uehara Naraku was just a tool to clamp Nagato and Konan. I didn't expect that this little guy Uehara was our real strongest helper. If you say the strongest resistance. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but frowned and whispered, if there was no such kid, maybe our plan would be smoother. Uehara Naraku made a mess of my plan. Uchiha Madara is a wise man. Or rather, he has figured it out a little. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku's mischief, maybe Nagato or Uchiha Obito would be using the Samsa Recession to revive him. It doesn't matter. Anyway, for Uchiha Madara, as long as he can become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and launch the Moonai plan, no matter who it is, he can't compete with the Moonai's infinite Tsukuyomi illusion. That's the perfect solution to the war left by the Six Paths Sage. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered, I have a guess. Is this kid Uehara Naraku trying to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi dream because there is something he can't solve? Black Zetsu fell silent. This question is not easy for it to answer. But soon Black Zetsu didn't have to think about it, because it had already manipulated Orochimaru to complete the Samsa Recession hand seal, allowing Uchiha Madara and Nagato to be completely resurrected. The next moment, a surge of chakra spread across the entire battlefield. Even this chakra formed a substantial shockwave, sweeping around him in an instant, and several ninjas who tried to sneak attack were directly blown away. Uchiha Madara, who had just been resurrected, showed the abundant and powerful chakra in his body, and his power was even stronger than that of the impure world reincarnation body. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, feeling his real body, and couldn't help but speak in a high voice. Yes, that's the feeling. I can finally feel real alive again. But after being resurrected by the Samsara Tensei, Uchiha Madara's eyes fell off involuntarily, because there was no Samsara in his body. Madara, your eyes. Black Zetsu did not hesitate, and immediately dug out Orochimaru's Samsara and placed it in Uchiha Madara's palm. Black Zetsu dared not delay at this moment. Uehara Naraku, this subordinate, really made Black Zetsu feel at ease and frightened. Uehara could help them do a lot of things, but they had to be on guard against this subordinate's betrayal at all times. Yeah. Uchiha Madara took the Samsara nonchalantly. Uchiha Madara stuffed the 2 Samsara into his eye sockets, circulated chakra to heal the nerves on his eyeballs, and finally a look of relief appeared on his face. The real show is about to begin. Uchiha Madara stroked his eye sockets, feeling the light brought by the Samsara, and the smile on his face could hardly be suppressed. Now, can we finally fight with all our strength? Compared to the intensive efforts of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, the resurrected Nagato on the other side was not in a hurry, but he also lost his eyes because of the resurrection. Nagato really accepted his fate now. What else could he do? That was the child he picked up and doted on for 8 years, just to be able to revive him, and even set off a ninja world war. It was really, there was an indescribable magic. Maybe this was the fate of Akatsuki? Moreover, after Nagato was resurrected, Kabuto Yakushi immediately appeared and took him into the Kamu space and gently comforted his emotions. Don't worry, Lord Nagato. Lord Naraku will soon find new eyes for you. Nagato was full of frustration because he really didn't know what to say. After a long time, the blind Nagato sat in the empty Kamu space, sighed faintly and said, Konan, you really taught a good disciple. On the other side, after resurrecting 2 people, Black Zetsu left Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru's dark eye sockets slowly closed, and the next moment a small white snake suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, which was his soul. It was just a death due to exhaustion of vitality, a trivial matter. Orochimaru has experienced many deaths due to physical collapse. This kind of thing is just a small matter. As long as he finds a suitable body, Orochimaru can still survive. Just when Orochimaru was about to look for the body of an ninja nearby, Akune nailed the little white snake and nailed it up firmly. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. The figure of Kabuto Yakushi appeared beside Orochimaru's original form, the little white snake. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the white snake, saying softly, Lord Naraku said that, if you can still be saved, he may still use you in the future, so he asked me to protect you. Orochimaru. This is really implicit. What do you mean by protect? Aren't the two guys Kabuto Yakushi and Uehara Naraku the ones who have hurt him the most? This is endless. Now that he is useless, can't he be let go? Now that he is so miserable, Uehara Naraku still won't let him go? Just when Orochimaru was about to transform into Yamato no Orochi and fight desperately, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, Lord Orochimaru, don't think that fighting desperately will get results. Some people's power is so strong that we can't see their backs, even if we fight desperately. After that, Kabuto Yakushi looked at the little white snake meaningfully and continued to add, Lord Orochimaru should know that there is no one in this ninja world that Lord Naraku can't use. Lord Orochimaru doesn't want to lose control of his own life and death. Orochimaru was silent again. It seems that he can control his own life and death now. Isn't it always in the hands of these bastards? If he can't live, can't he just die? If there is no other way, who is willing to die? Just when Orochimaru wanted to use Yamato no Orochi to resist again, he saw the liquid white Zetsu on Kabuto Yakushi's body slowly flowing, and a Sharingan floated in the center of his palm, and the Sharingan emitted a strange red light. Why resist, Lord Orochimaru? After watching the little white snake being controlled by the Sharingan illusion, Kabuto Yakushi sighed and said, we all know your weaknesses very well. First update. Sorry, I fell asleep. I really had something to do yesterday, so I only wrote 5 updates, including yesterday's 8chan and the two-dimensional girl Sageo. I owe a total of 9 updates so far. Keep adding more updates. I can't make promises casually. I will add more updates slowly. Today, at least 6 updates. That's all. Chapter 370 Uchiha Sasuke's questioning. Naraku Uehara was a little surprised to see that Orochimaru could actually escape. This guy was really good at finding bugs. As the mastermind and the strongest ninja in the ninja world, Uehara still hoped that he was the only one in the world who could use the auxiliary plugin and forget about Orochimaru. He was really worried about letting someone like Orochimaru escape. Fortunately, Kabuto Yakushi was always reliable. Naraku Uehara no longer paid attention to Orochimaru's situation, and his eyes slowly moved on the battlefield. After seeing Uchiha Madara's resurrection, the ninja coalition forces had gradually slowed down their offensive, as if they wanted to regroup. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared in the air and landed beside Uchiha Madara. He curled his lips and said, how do you feel about regaining your power? Senior Madara, are you going to show us how to capture the tailed beasts? Just a bunch of beasts. Uchiha Madara slowly closed his palms and said calmly, can't you capture them easily? Let me get the outer path demon statue back first. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to put his hands together to seal, a figure quickly flew towards them and landed beside them. It was Uchiha Sasuke who had been lurking near the battlefield. When Uchiha Madara saw Sasuke coming, he grinned and said, you came just in time, Uchiha Sasuke, you can have a chance to see it. To be honest, when Uchiha Madara saw Uchiha Sasuke coming, he was still a little happy. This little guy's personality was a bit like him, but he looked like his most beloved brother Uchiha Raizuna. Shut up. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Uchiha Madara's words, ignoring Uchiha Madara's sudden change of expression, and just looked at Uehara Naraku. Senior, I heard them say that Kabuto Yakushi is your subordinate. Did you know that he resurrected Uchiha Itachi? I know. Uehara Naraku frowned in surprise, nodded calmly and said, because this was my arrangement. Before Itachi died, he left a Katamatsukami Mangeki Sharingan in Uzumaki Naruto's body. The purpose was to change your will and make you loyal to Konoha. Why didn't you tell me? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and interrupted Uehara Naraku. He didn't listen to the explanation at all. He just stared at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Well, let a dirty guy like Kabuto Yakushi defile Itachi's body." Sasuke. Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly became a little cold. He stared at Sasuke and said, "Kabuto is my most trusted subordinate. Besides, in this world, no one is more noble than anyone else. He is just an Uchiha. Do you really think you are noble?" Cough cough. Uchiha Madara coughed a few times beside him. But Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Sasuke ignored him. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, continued to look at Uehara Naraku with an ugly expression, and slowly nodded and said, "Senior, Itachi is your friend. Haven't I always been your pawn? Didn't you stop trusting me a long time ago?" Uehara Naraku waved at Uchiha Sasuke, and a gust of wind swept Uchiha Sasuke away. "It just so happens I'm not interested in playing with children now." Uchiha Sasuke really didn't trust him all the time. He didn't know where he got the news that Yakushi Kabuto was Uehara Naraku's subordinate and Uchiha Itachi was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, so he hurriedly jumped out to question him. Really? Not as funny as those guys in the Akatsuki organization. Those guys don't even fight a Dendenmushi now. This is what is called true trust. This is what is called a true companion. To be honest, the members of Akatsuki also got the information on the battlefield. They wanted to ask Uehara Naraku, but there were too many D-heads on the Akatsuki side. Hashiga Kikisame answered them directly, and also helped Uehara Naraku. Some were hidden on the battlefield. The members of Akatsuki were in a meeting, because they just learned that after Uehara Naraku solved Orochimaru, he directly betrayed the Ninja Alliance, and helped Uchiha Madara to revive. Kakuzu's expression was a little subtle. He looked at Hashiga Kikisame and the others and said, "So, you have always been Uehara's subordinates? You can say that." Hashiga Kikisame nodded slowly and said seriously, "After all, this matter is of great importance. The leader is worried that you will fall into danger, so he has not told you his plan. He thinks that if you know too much, you may jump into this whirlpool." Damn it. Deidara bit a mouthful of clay indignantly, curled his lips and said, "That guy Uehara doesn't regard us as friends at all. It's precisely because the leader regards everyone as friends." Hashiga Kikisame looked at everyone present, and his words were very beautiful. "So all along, he has ordered us not to disclose these dangerous things to you." Hashiga Kikisame's expression gradually became solemn, and he continued in a deep voice, "Those who want to use Akatsuki as a tool possess unimaginable power. As the leader of Akatsuki, the leader believes that it is his unshakable responsibility to eliminate these external threats for everyone." The Red Sand Scorpion fell silent. To be honest, he was a little touched. Kakuzu sighed and said, "It seems that our new leader is much more reliable than the previous one." Deidara nodded slowly and asked a very fatal question. "Hey, you say, now that Uehara has resurrected our Akatsuki's previous leader Nagato, who of the two will be the leader of Akatsuki in the future?" Everyone present had a subtle expression. Deidara always pays attention to some strange points. If they didn't know the relationship between Nagato and Uehara Naraku, they would have started to think of a lot of dark dramas in their minds. It must be said that Hashiga Kikisame finally did something serious. At least when explaining Uehara Naraku's motives to the Akatsuki organization, he also helped Uehara Naraku to gather the hearts of these funny people. The central area of the battlefield. Uehara Naraku looked down at Uchiha Sasuke who was staring at him closely, and planned to hand over the task of solving Uchiha Sasuke's doubts to a more reliable subordinate. Kabuto. Uehara Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi who was not far away, and said loudly, "Come and help me explain to Sasuke. Tell him the truth. I don't need him anymore. No, he has never done anything for me." Now Sasuke is indeed no longer needed. Strictly speaking, what Uehara Naraku needs is another Sasuke. A Sasuke who was given the power of Yin by his old father, the Six Paths Sage, instead of the current Sasuke who can only question him, but can't do anything. "Yes, Lord Naraku." A voice fell into the ears of everyone, and Kabuto Yakushi turned into a vortex of time and space, and appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke. He slowly looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Compared to that guy Hashiga Kikisame, Kabuto Yakushi's words were more vicious and rude. Because after dealing with Nagato's resurrection and Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi had been listening to the news not far away, and naturally heard the communication between Uchiha Sasuke and Uehara Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, Uchiha Itachi has never been a friend of Lord Naraku. Sasuke-kun, have you never thought about how your brother Uchiha Itachi is qualified to be Lord Naraku's friend? Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed. There was a hint of danger in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke calmly and continued softly, Uchiha Sasuke, should I say you are naive, or should I say you are stupid? You brothers have never been truly loyal to Lord Naraku, so it is your honor that you still have the hope of becoming Lord Naraku's pawn. Kabuto Yakushi slowly narrowed his eyes and showed a gentle smile. It's a pity that the power bestowed on you by Lord Naraku is wasted in vain. Sasuke-kun, you are such a waste. You can't even do the slightest thing for Lord Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly clenched his ninja sword, slowly pulled out the ninja sword from his waist, pointed it at Kabuto Yakushi, and said with cold eyes, are you humiliating me? Kabuto Yakushi, it just so happens I have wanted to kill you for a long time. Same. Kabuto Yakushi calmly raised his finger and laughed. Uchiha Sasuke, you were able to survive in the past because of the protection of Uchiha Itachi and Lord Naraku. Now Uchiha Itachi is dead, and you have lost the protection of Lord Naraku. Do you think you can still survive in this cruel world? Arsehole. Uchiha Sasuke crushed towards Kabuto Yakushi. The ninja sword in Sasuke's hand quickly flashed a series of bright lights, but it only cut into the air. It was helpless against Kabuto Yakushi, who had the Kami Sharingan. On the other side, Uchiha Madara and Uehara Naraku also saw their fight. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but grin. Uehara Naraku, I didn't expect you to be so cruel to a little guy. He seems to have always had a good impression of you. Haha, the way you Uchiha have a good impression of others is to treat sparing their lives as a gift. You don't even know that you can't even beat one of my hands. Uehara Naraku chuckled and shook his head and said, Sasuke is too weak now. I need a stronger Sasuke. An Uchiha Sasuke who can obtain the power of Yin. That will also be the last leaky harvests. Uehara Naraku looked up and saw that the 4 Hokage were still able to fight against the allied ninja forces. Then he looked at the 9-tailed beasts not far away and said softly, okay, Madara-senpai, quickly catch all the 9-tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tails. Uehara Naraku turned his head slightly, looked at the arrogant Uchiha Madara, chuckled and continued, I can't wait to see how much powerful power the resurrected Madara-senpai can use. The second update. Keep coding, keep writing, the third update will be soon. Chapter 371. Can't you, the people to whom I have bestowed the power of the 10 tails, be a little more obedient? Don't worry. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Uchiha Madara slowly stroked his eyes, with a touch of confidence in his voice. The power of the Samsara is definitely far beyond your imagination. Whether it is the power it possesses, or the way it fights, it is more elegant than any other way of fighting. Then show me quickly. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, chuckled and continued, if it is a technique like Shinra Tensei or Chibaku Tensei, it's fine, but I'm tired of those techniques. You little guy is quite picky. Uchiha Madara shook his head speechlessly, looked at the 9-tailed beasts not far away, and a light flashed in his eyes. Then let me show you the true power of the Samsara. Uchiha Madara's eyes shrank slightly. He didn't put his hands together to make a seal, but just shouted out a powerful technique name in a cold voice. Rinnegan, side prison. Uchiha Madara did not move within the sight of other people on the battlefield. However, the next moment, the 9-tailed beasts not far away were hit on the head and fell to the ground inexplicably. This strange technique made people feel terrified. No matter who it was impossible to defend against such a strange attack. Uchiha Madara looked at himself contentedly as he defeated the 9-tailed beasts with one move. He snorted coldly and said, Humph, did you see that? With the power of the Rinnegan, it only takes a few seconds to defeat these beasts. That's amazing. Uehara Naraku gently clapped his hands, looking at Uchiha Madara's strange attack, with a touch of admiration on his face. He praised, it is a very scary technique, worthy of being the legendary Shura of the ninja world. Oh. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but tilt his head to look at Uehara Naraku, and asked tentatively, can you understand the attack of the Rinnegan? No, I can't understand it at all. Uehara Naraku's face gradually became solemn. He shook his head and gradually lowered his voice and said, I can't see any trace of attack at all, so I feel it's scary. Of course, this was a lie to Uchiha Madara. Because when Uchiha Madara released the Rinnegan by Anayu, Uehara Naraku saw illusory shadows separated from Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara's 4 shadows suddenly rushed towards the 9-tailed beasts in the distance, and those tailed beasts didn't notice Uchiha Madara's shadows coming at them, and were easily knocked to the ground by Uchiha Madara's shadows of the wheel graves. Really? Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes flickered slightly, and he murmured in a low voice, don't you understand? The next moment, 4 wheelgrave shadows suddenly surrounded Uehara Naraku. Just as these wheelgrave shadows attacked Uehara Naraku, they suddenly stopped when they were about to touch Uehara Naraku's body. These wheelgrave shadows were only a fraction away from Uehara Naraku. However, Uehara Naraku did not move at all, and didn't care about these wheelgrave shadows around him at all. After all, his physical fitness was not comparable to those tailed beasts. It was just that these wheelgrave shadows looked a little awkward. Uehara Naraku saw it clearly, and he could even clearly sense the chakra on these wheelgrave shadows, but he had to pretend not to see it. This is too uncomfortable. I really want to expose Uchiha Madara. Madara-senpai. Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara, chuckled and asked, I just saw that Madara-senpai's eyes were not right. You are not going to use the Samsara technique to attack me. Haha, how could that be? Uchiha Madara chuckled and retracted his Rinnegan shadow. He felt a little relieved in his heart. It seemed that he had the means to suppress Uehara Naraku again. Uehara Naraku's smile deepened a little. He slowly shook his head and said, it seems that Senior Madara has mastered a technique that can easily get rid of me. Who knows? Uchiha Madara smiled, and there was inevitably a hint of coldness in his voice. Okay, let's not talk about this. I'd better lock up all these beasts first. The next moment, Uchiha Madara turned over and landed on the outer path demon statue and suddenly closed his palms. It seems that these beasts have been taught a lesson and have become much more obedient. Next, put on your collars. The mouth of the outer path demon statue suddenly opened. Purple chains flew out from the mouth of the outer path demon statue, suddenly tied up the necks of the tailed beasts and dragged their huge bodies towards the direction of the outer path demon statue. 1 tail, Shukaku. 2 tails, Matatabi. 3 tails, Isabu. 4 tails, Sun Wukong. 5 tails, King Mew. 6 tails, Rhino Dog. 7 tails, Chanming. 8 tailed beasts, Jayuki. 9 tailed beasts, Kirama. One after another, the tailed beasts were quickly stuffed into the outer path statue. Even if Uzumaki Naruto and others wanted to rush over to support, they had no time to stop it. In just a dozen seconds, all 9 tailed beasts were stuffed into the mouth of the outer path statue. The outer path statue, which had originally closed its eyes stiffly, suddenly opened all its eyes. A huge momentum emanated from its body, and the originally stiffened wooden outer path statue gradually gained a trace of vitality. At this moment, no matter who it was, they knew that the 10-tailed beast was going to be resurrected again. However, this time, the resurrected 10-tailed beast seemed to be controlled by Uchiha Madara, and it was much smoother than when Orochimaru was resurrected. Uchiha Madara finally showed a satisfied look on his face, stretched out his palm and patted the head of the 10 tails. It looks like a well-behaved little pet. But this chakra seems to be a little insufficient. Because Uchiha Madara remembered the ending of the previous 10 tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru, who had been toyed with by Uehara Naraku. Obviously, Orochimaru's ending was not very good. No, even his process was not good. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his eyes and slowly looked at the entire battlefield. Finally, his eyes slowly stopped on Uzumaki Naruto. If I'm not mistaken, that kid still has half of the 9 tails on his body, right? Uzumaki Naruto is a bit miserable now. Because even though he transformed into a golden demon fox, he was pressed to the ground and hammered by the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who controlled a huge wooden man. This is really, it makes people feel helpless. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and said sinisterly, it doesn't matter. The 10 tails has been resurrected. As long as Lord Madara becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, no one can stop Lord Madara from releasing the infinite Tsukuyomi. That's right. Uehara Naraku also nodded, echoing Black Zetsu's words. I can't wait to experience the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. To be honest, at this moment, Uehara Naraku had an illusion. He and Black Zetsu were like little devils. With the same purpose, they kept urging Uchiha Madara to go to a dead end. I really can't do anything about you. After Uchiha Madara shook his head and smiled bitterly, he slowly closed his palms. His face gradually became serious, and he shouted in a low voice, 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal. The huge 10 tails instantly shrank in a spiral, and slowly drilled into Uchiha Madara's body from behind. As the 10 tails entered Uchiha Madara's body, his appearance was also slowly changing. The originally black hair gradually turned into a snow-white color. Countless chakra crystals fell from his hair. One by one, pitch black truth-seeking jades were formed behind Uchiha Madara. As the chakra of the 10 tails gradually converged, the 6-path sage's Magatama robe gradually emerged from Uchiha Madara's body, and a pitch black tin staff appeared in his hand. This feeling is obviously stronger than that guy Orochimaru. No, or rather, this is as it should be. Because the chakra in Uchiha Madara's body comes from the 6-path sage's Indra's direct chakra, he also has the power of the sage's eye and part of the sage's body in his body. The most important thing is that when Uchiha Madara became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, it was very smooth. He didn't entangle with the 10 tails too much, and he easily suppressed the 10 tails consciousness. This guy Uchiha Madara is really much better than the previous 10 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara slowly stretched out his hand and touched a strange forehead guard growing on his forehead. Is this the power of the 6-path sage? It is indeed very different from the previous power. Just as Uehara Naraku was watching all this, he saw Uchiha Madara next to him waving the tin staff in his hand and attacking him. After this guy became a 6 paths level, the first thing he did was to sneak attack. Uehara Naraku grabbed Uchiha Madara's staff with one hand and couldn't help but frown slightly. Madara-senpai, this is not the way to treat an ally, right? It doesn't matter. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up slightly, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Hashirama has lost the value of challenging him, but I haven't seen the limit of your strength yet. Uchiha Madara waved the 6-path staff to force Uehara Naraku back, and said loudly, Uehara Naraku, come on, let me see your true strength. I was defeated by you before, but I'm very unwilling. The staff in Uchiha Madara's hand suddenly stopped on the ground, and there was a crisp sound. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a cold voice, besides, Uehara Naraku, this ninja world is too small, so it's barely enough for me to toss around. Uchiha Madara's voice became colder and colder, and his reincarnation eyes stared at Uehara. You don't need someone standing side by side with me. It's so domineering. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and said with a helpless look on his face, you who got the power of the 10 tails, because of my gift. Can't you be a little more obedient to me? The daily 3 updates are completed. Next is the extra update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Uehara Naraku, I want to see your full strength. All along, Uchiha Madara thought he was arrogant enough. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Uchiha Madara felt that he was still too low-key. Uehara Naraku was too arrogant when he spoke. The 10 tails Jinchuriki should be a little more obedient to him. Does this guy think that the 10 tails Jinchuriki is his pet? This guy, why is he so arrogant? It seems that they are indeed qualified to be arrogant. No matter whether it is Orochimaru or Uchiha Madara, both of them were able to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki with the help of Uehara Naraku. If it were not for Uehara Naraku, they would not be able to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Madara-senpai. Uehara Naraku held his forehead, his eyes slowly lowered, and continued softly, I have given you enough power, can't you just realize our dream? I'm looking forward to the arrival of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hehe. Uchiha Madara stared at Uehara Naraku, sneered and said, if it is just to release the infinite Tsukuyomi, it would be a waste of this power. Uchiha Madara clenched the tin staff in his hand and said loudly, Uehara Naraku, your power is so strong that people can't help but want to try how strong you are. This kind of excitement that makes people can't help but ignite is the first time since Ashirama. Put away your excitement. Uehara Naraku put down his palm, pinched his wrist, and said softly, sometimes ants will get excited when they see a giant elephant, but they can never shake a giant elephant in their lifetime. You guy. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth, and his smile gradually became bigger and bigger, and his laughter gradually became louder and louder. Haha. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Uchiha Madara's expression froze for a second, then he raised his mouth and slowly arched his body. The next moment, the man who had just become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki suddenly raised his head and shouted coldly, come on. Uehara Naraku. If you lose to me, I will also spare your life. A strong wind hit Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly appeared beside Uehara Naraku. He saw the battle between Orochimaru and Uehara Naraku, and knew very well that manipulating the Seeking Truth Jade to attack from a distance would be of no use to Uehara Naraku. He had to find the right time to use the Seeking Truth Jade in front of ninjas of their level. Because of the restraint on each other, they had to return to the most primitive stage of ninja fighting in a simple way. That is a pure physical battle. Only in the battle of physical skills can you change your moves at any time and find opportunities to use ninjutsu and the Seeking Truth Jade to attack. The staff in Uchiha Madara's hand swung and smashed towards Uchiha Naraku's head. The air seemed to be split in two by the staff in his hand. Uchiha Naraku clenched his fist and swung a heavy punch towards the sky, breaking the staff in Uchiha Madara's hand with one punch. Uchiha Naraku's fist continued to move forward and went straight to Uchiha Madara's chin, but his chest was suddenly kicked by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara flew backwards with the force. The first time the two people fought, they almost did not have the upper hand, or for Uchiha Madara, his loss was greater. Uchiha Naraku did not stop, and his figure suddenly rushed up again, waving his fist violently, and was about to hit Uchiha Madara directly. The next moment, a round fan suddenly appeared in Uchiha Madara's hand. After this guy lost the staff, I don't know, when he touched the round fan of their Uchiha clan again. Uchiha Madara actually waved this round fan to meet Uehara Naraku's fist, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This round fan, which has been passed down from generation to generation in the Uchiha clan, is made of part of the material of the sacred tree. Both the effect and the hardness are amazing. And this is also the weapon that once followed Uchiha Madara to fight in the north and south. Naturally, he is also very familiar with fighting with this round fan. Uchiha rebound. Uehara Naraku watched speechlessly as he punched the Uchiha round fan. Then he felt a huge rebound force. This round fan quickly absorbed his power and was about to turn into wind, a tribute chakra to blow him away. Uehara Naraku's palm faced the impact of wind tribute chakra to maintain his body. He suddenly stretched out his 5 fingers, clenched them into fists again and smashed them down. Sorry, the rebound is invalid. Uehara Naraku's fist hit Uchiha Madara through the round fan, and a blunt punch knocked Uchiha Madara to the ground. The figure of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki suddenly shrank. But soon Uchiha Madara's body recovered with the help of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara rushed towards Uehara Naraku again, and a Seeking Jade turned into a sharp black stick in his hand, and waved his hand to stab Uehara Naraku in the face. In a blink of an eye, the two of them turned and moved into a ball. Every blow between them was particularly deadly. But for the two of them, the strong recovery ability can recover quickly, no matter how serious the injuries they suffer, and the two gradually fought with real anger. The black stick in Uchiha Madara's hand suddenly stretched out and pierced directly into Uehara Naraku's wings, but in return, Uehara Naraku hit him directly in the chest with a knee strike. Uchiha Madara spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out directly. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, slowly pulled out the Seeking Jade black stick inserted in his wings, and crushed it into pieces. Uehara Naraku looked at the wound on his wings behind him, which was gradually recovering. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He still praised, "Well done, you are the first person who can hurt me. Ha, it sounds like an honor." Uchiha Madara couldn't help but grin. What a troublesome guy. Uehara Naraku, your physical skills may be several times stronger than I thought. This sentence is not a lie. Uchiha Madara finally realized a problem, based on his observation of the battle between Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru and his own practice. Uehara Naraku definitely hid his strength when fighting Orochimaru. This guy has been hiding his strength. Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Madara once again used the Seeking Truth Jade to condense a black stick and rushed towards Uehara Naraku. You are really good at hiding. It really makes people want to try their best to see how strong your full strength can be. Okay. Uehara Naraku suddenly passed by Uchiha Madara, and when his palm passed by him, he broke the Seeking Truth Jade black stick with a bang and hit Uchiha Madara's shoulder with an elbow. Uehara Naraku watched the pain that Uchiha Madara couldn't help but squeeze out of his eyebrows, and his voice was still as cold as a calm well. If you want to see my full strength, then use all your methods to please me to your heart's content. Uehara Naraku's arm suddenly turned over and knocked Uchiha Madara to the ground. Just as Uehara Naraku ducked and waved his fist, intending to punch him on the head, Uchiha Madara on the ground opened his mouth and puffed up his mouth. Fire style, dust concealment technique. The next moment, countless thick smoke and sparks gushed out of his mouth. In an instant, the battlefield between them was instantly submerged in thick smoke and dust, and the scorching heat rushed in their faces, followed by a violent explosion. Uchiha Madara's fire style ninjutsu is really terrifying. This guy doesn't even need to make a seal to open his mouth to release such a powerful fire style ninjutsu. He doesn't look like a serious ninja at all. Fortunately, Uehara Naraku is not a serious ninja either. Water style, water array wall technique. When the dust concealment technique was released, Uehara waved his hand to create a group of water waves to form a water array wall, which turned into a semicircular sphere, wrapping Uehara Naraku's figure in it, avoiding the attack of the dust concealment technique. Fire style, great fire extinction. Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku, who was hidden in the semicircular water ball, and instantly opened his mouth and spewed out a huge fireball. After the fireball landed, it turned into a raging flame, covering the water array wall of Uehara Naraku. Steam gradually rose. A mist gradually formed in the air. Wind style, typhoon passes. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to summon a hurricane, which instantly blew away the mist around them. In this hurricane, a ball of lightning rushed over. Senjutsu, storm style, light fang. A ball of lightning shot at Uehara Naraku's head like a laser. This is a 6-path celestial art that Uchiha Madara automatically obtained after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. This lightning is extremely sharp. Uehara Naraku tilted his head. The lightning instantly passed through the top of his head and pierced through the wings behind him. Want to compete with me in magic? Uehara Naraku suddenly closed his palms, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Then let me show you the real magic. Before Uehara Naraku could figure out what magic to use, he saw several illusory shadows slowly emerging from Uchiha Madara's body. Is this guy still going to use the chakra shadow? Uchiha Madara stood in the distance and watched Uehara Naraku's actions. A ray of light flashed in his Samsara eyes. I didn't want to use this trick, as it would seem a bit too bullying to you. Unfortunately, it's really hard to find your weakness. Keep coding, keep writing. As long as I'm awake, the updates will never stop. I still await more. Chapter 373. How can I use my full strength on you? Wheelgrave by Anayu. 4 shadows of the Wheelgrave flew out directly from Uchiha Madara's body, and each of the shadows of the Wheelgrave rushed towards Uehara Naraku along a route. These shadows are all illusory. There is no other way to do it, except that the Samsara Eye can see these shadows and the 6 paths Senjutsu can sense their positions. Alas, there is something I have always wanted to say. Uehara Naraku flew up from the ground, looking at the shadows of the Wheelgrave rushing over, and kicked 4 shadows of the Wheelgrave in succession with a whirlwind kick. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his sight, the 4 shadows of the Wheelgrave had not even touched Uehara Naraku's body, and they were all kicked away by Uehara Naraku with one move. After Uehara Naraku kicked all the shadows of the Wheelgrave away, this guy seemed to have done nothing, and patted his clothes nonchalantly. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a slightly awkward situation. Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku's actions, and just waved his hand to retract his chakram shadow. He held his cheek, stared at Uehara Naraku and laughed. Ha, really, I was fooled by you again. Uchiha Madara slowly spread out his palms, and continued with a smile. It seems that you have always understood what the chakram hell technique is, but you still lied to me, that you don't understand it. Uehara Naraku, you really are. No. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and explained with an innocent face, but I noticed that Madara-senpai's eyes were wrong. Uchiha Madara looked at Uehara Naraku's shameless face speechlessly and couldn't help biting his teeth and said, "Do you still want to deceive me now? Do you think I'm the idiot that Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara is really an interesting person. Once he encounters something that surprises him in battle, he will immediately become a high-level bragging of Hashirama Senju. Once he praises Hashirama's strength, it seems that except for Hashirama Senju, everyone else in the ninja world is rubbish no matter how strong he is. Once he encounters something that makes Uchiha Madara dissatisfied in conversation or in life, he will become a high-level bashing of Hashirama Senju. Once he criticizes Hashirama's IQ, it seems that except for Hashirama Senju, everyone else in the ninja world has a normal IQ. In this life, Uchiha Madara will never get along with Hashirama Senju. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara's expression, nodded slowly, sighed and said, "You are right, I did deceive you." After that, Uehara Naraku said faintly, "Anyway, when you just resurrected today, I already deceived you once with Uchiha Obito. Now you should not care about being deceived, right?" Uchiha Madara's expression was subtle. At this moment, Uchiha Madara remembered what Uehara Naraku said to Tsunade and Jiraiya. This guy seemed to have said something like, "I have deceived you once before, so even if I deceive you again now, you will definitely accept it in your heart." What kind of logic is this? Uehara Naraku is a person with problems, who would not care about being deceived. Especially being deceived by the same person again and again. No one can accept this kind of thing. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara has a broad mind. He glanced at Uehara Naraku speechlessly, shook his head calmly, and then said, "Forget it, it's just a small matter. You are worthy of being Senior Madara. You are really broad-minded." Uehara Naraku also nodded slowly and continued, "Senior Madara, actually you can't beat me. If I'm not sure of winning, I will never resurrect you. As early as a few years ago, I could have helped you with the impure world reincarnation, but I was worried that I would not be able to completely control you. Therefore, every time Senior Zetsu proposed to reincarnate you, I kept asking Kabuto Yakushi to delay time until I was sure that, even if you became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I could completely suppress you. Only then did I order Kabuto Yakushi to resurrect you." Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. This guy Uehara Naraku. Damn, it's too early to forgive him. Uchiha Madara's expression was a little subtle. He slowly tapped his arm and calmed himself down, saying, "If I don't have absolute control over a person's power, I won't easily resurrect him." After that, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly became serious. "If you can estimate the outcome just by feeling, then what's the point of fighting? Uehara Naraku, our fight isn't over yet." The next moment, Uchiha Madara reached out and grabbed a Deo-seeking jade, and it fell into his hand, turning the Deo-seeking jade into a black stick. "Yeah, I was worried about this problem too." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, and his palm suddenly stretched out in a certain direction of the battlefield. A chain flashed and disappeared in an instant. This is the stealing skill of his way. Uehara Naraku directly stole Might Guy's 8 Gates Taijutsu secret technique Night Guy. A ball of red steam suddenly appeared on Uehara Naraku's body. He looked at Uchiha Madara and said, "Senior Madara, in order to welcome your resurrection, I will be able to suppress your power. I have prepared a lot of trump cards for you. There are so many trump cards. Even Uehara Naraku himself doesn't know how Uchiha Madara will win." Uchiha Madara stared at the red steam coming out of Uehara Naraku's body, and his face gradually changed. "This is 8 Gates of Ninjutsu? Red steam? Are you going to die? This is the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu." Uchiha Madara has also heard of this physical technique. It is said that when the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is fully activated, the chakra will turn red due to the burning of the blood in the body. That is the peak state of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. This can be fatal. What made Uchiha Madara somewhat suspicious was that the power and aura of Uehara Naraku were still so abundant, and it seemed that he had not suffered any loss due to the 8 gates. Fortunately, many people present knew about Uehara Naraku's ability to steal the enemy's spells. Black Zetsu quickly explained, "Madara-sama, be careful. Uehara can steal everyone's spells, and it doesn't seem to consume him at all. After hearing what Black Zetsu said, Uchiha Madara turned his head sharply and stared closely at Uehara Naraku, whose red steam was gradually forming around him. His face could not help but change. Uchiha Madara's eyes tightened slightly, watching the red steam turn into a dragon head, and said gloomily, "The power of this chakra can't be ignored at all. Of course, it's not a big problem." Uchiha Madara was still not panicked. No matter how powerful Uehara Naraku's attack was, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki could not die unless someone stripped the Ten Tails out of his body. Uehara Naraku's hair gradually floated up because of the red steam. He spread out his palm and said softly, "In order to let you taste this move, I deliberately resurrected the person who developed this technique. The 8th gate, Death Gate, Night K." The next moment, Uehara's figure suddenly rushed towards Uchiha Madara, and the huge red dragon head crossed the earth, and the dragon tail swayed behind it. With the powerful vitality and chakra blessing of Uehara Naraku, the red dragon of Night K was almost hundreds of meters long, and it rushed towards Uchiha Madara. A defensive barrier composed of the Seeking Truth Jade blocked Uchiha Madara. It seemed that he felt that one barrier was not enough, and Uchiha Madara waved his hand to control other Seeking Truth Jade to form layers of barriers. It's a pity that the red dragon's team controlled by Uehara Naraku smashed the barriers of the Seeking Truth Jade one by one like a rotten wood, and kicked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Uchiha Madara only felt that he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, and even most of his body was kicked to pieces. Under the blessing of Uehara Naraku's chakra, the power of Yage's move was almost maximized. Uchiha Madara could almost feel that all his bones were broken, and even all the organs in his body were shattered. Even if the Ten Tails Jinchuriki gave him a high-speed recovery ability, so that his injured body could recover, it was just at this moment that Uchiha Madara couldn't avoid the pain of serious injuries. This is too terrible. Under this move, even dodging is impossible. When the figure wrapped in red steam attacked, even the space was directly distorted by the huge power and extremely fast speed, and even escape was impossible. Can you still resist? The red steam on Uehara Naraku's body dissipated. After he watched Uchiha Madara slowly recover, his brows frowned slightly, and he waved his hand and another chain flashed. He once again stole Might Guy's moves. Uchiha Madara saw red steam coming out of Uehara Naraku's body again, and his expression finally couldn't help but change. Uchiha Madara stared at Uehara Naraku and said with an ugly look, "Uehara Naraku, you only know how to use other people's skills?" To be honest, it was really painful for Ike to kick him. Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at Uchiha Madara and said, "This ultimate physical technique is enough to restrain my strength. If an adult fights a child in a cradle, does he have to use all his strength?" Uchiha Madara slowly fell into silence. Uehara Naraku's words sounded a little familiar for some reason. He seemed to have said this before. No, Uehara Naraku said it more arrogantly than he said, "If you really want to see my full strength, then I will satisfy you." The next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara, so fast that even his Samsurai could not catch his trace. So fast. Uchiha Madara's eyes changed instantly. Because Uehara Naraku's speed was too fast, Uchiha Madara only had time to quickly stretch out an arm to block in front of him. Uehara Naraku's palms flew, and almost at the moment of arriving, he simply twisted off Uchiha Madara's arm that was used to block him. This is... Uchiha Madara's eyes went dark. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's palm had stretched out, directly pressed Uchiha Madara's face, and pressed him into the ground. A ball of destructive fairy light was brewing from Uehara Naraku's palm. Uehara Naraku loosened his palm, looked down at Uchiha Madara who was pressed to the ground by him, and spread his hands calmly. "Senior Madara, even if I use a little more strength on you, the battle between us will become like this. How can you let me use my full strength on you?" The 5th update. There are still 7 more to go. Chapter 374. Be thankful that you are still useful to Lord Naraku. Senior Madara. Naraku Uehara pulled Uchiha Madara to his feet in a friendly manner, stared at him and said, "Can you now release the infinite Tsukuyomi?" Uchiha Madara looked at Naraku Uehara deeply, nodded slowly and said, "Yes, as long as I get close to the moon, I will grow the Rinnegan to release the infinite Tsukuyomi, and you will be able to enter the dream you want." Wait. Black Zetsu stretched out his palm, slowly looked at Naraku Uehara, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Uehara, what is your purpose in wanting to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi?" To be honest, Black Zetsu was also a little panicked. Because after witnessing the battle between Uchiha Madara and Naraku Uehara, Black Zetsu suddenly felt that if Naraku Uehara was not controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi, then it would be a bit pitfall. No, it would be a pitfall. Although only the owner of the Rinnegan can avoid the infinite Tsukuyomi. But what if Uehara Naraku didn't enter the infinite Tsukuyomi with his own powerful strength, or broke free from the infinite Tsukuyomi, and found out that it was a lie? After his mother Kaguya Otsutsuki was resurrected, would it be a little dangerous? Although Zetsu has absolute confidence in his mother, it is really a headache to face Uehara Naraku, a guy who doesn't play by the rules. How did this guy come out? The Uehara Naraku is ridiculously strong, and it feels like the reincarnation of the chakra of Hagoromo or Hamura, but this doesn't make sense, because the descendants of Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, etc. have been there, and their chakra can be greatly enhanced when they fall into that clan. After all, Uehara Naraku doesn't have any bloodline in his body. Basically, the bloodline in his body is synthesized by himself using the changes in the nature of chakra. And for thousands of years, Hagoromo's chakra has never been reincarnated. Could it be that Hagoromo finally discovered Madara's Samsara conspiracy, so he specially reincarnated his chakra to prevent Kaguya from resurrecting? This is even less likely, because Uehara Naraku is not an upright person. On the contrary, Uehara Naraku is fond of playing tricks, has a sinister and cunning personality, and plays with everyone in the palm of his hand. It's not that Black Zetsu thinks he is not a good person, but in Black Zetsu's heart, evil and insidious are actually compliments. To be honest, Black Zetsu thinks that Uehara Naraku may be his own reincarnation, and it is even more reliable. Damn, I can't figure it out. Black Zetsu felt a little uneasy. After hearing Black Zetsu's question, Uehara Naraku took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and looked at the moon in the sky. I have some bad thoughts about a woman older than me in the ninja world, but I know that the ninja world cannot accept this kind of thing. Only the infinite moon reading. Useless feelings. Uchiha Madara was the first to curse. Black Zetsu told me that the woman you are talking about, is it your teacher Konan? Black Zetsu was also full of black lines. To be honest, this was also the first thought of Black Zetsu. Because Black Zetsu knew the relationship between Uehara Naraku and Konan, he also thought that Uehara Naraku wanted to enter the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi for Konan. Never mind. It's stable. As long as Uehara Naraku enters the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi after a while, Black Zetsu will immediately summon his mother with confidence and let his mother kill Uehara Naraku. The trouble. Black Zetsu is really not a good guy. After making up his mind, Black Zetsu turned to look at Uchiha Madara and persuaded him in a deep voice, "Lord Madara, let's start. When our plan succeeds, the entire ninja world will become peaceful and serene forever. Okay." Uchiha Madara put his hands together and released the tall sacred tree again. After Orochimaru's death, the sacred tree disappeared strangely, and now it was released again by Uchiha Madara. These are all preparations for the infinite Tsukuyomi. After watching the tall sacred tree appear, Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction and flew towards the moon in the sky along the thick sacred tree. Black Zetsu also jumped up and fell into Uchiha Madara's white jade robe. After seeing the two of them leave, Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at the people who were still fighting, and the chakra on his body gradually began to gather. Now he was going to prepare for the infinite moon reading. Uehara Naraku's figure gradually fell to the ground, his palms suddenly closed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Would release, tree world birth." A forest instantly began to spread along the sacred tree. This was also a preparation for acting later. In addition to these, the most important thing is to put Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in a life-threatening crisis, so that they can see the Six Paths Sage. To be honest, Uehara Naraku was really curious whether the Six Paths Sage was monitoring him. Unfortunately, the chakra of the Six Paths Sage seems to be difficult to see, because it is between life and death, and it is not certain whether he can come. Maybe he really can't come to the ninja world, but those other people who wander between life and death are not his two sons, and it is impossible for him to entrust any chakra to them. Besides, the yin power and the yang power are just sealing techniques. Forget it. It's useless to think so much now. Let's let Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke fall into a state between life and death, and see if they can see the Six Paths Sage. On the battlefield. After Uzumaki Naruto transformed into a golden demon fox, he was beaten up by Hashirama Senju and other Hokage. Fortunately, Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, Tsunade, Noki and others were quite powerful, and they could barely compete with the four Hokage. Unfortunately, just when they were about to stop Uchiha Madara from absorbing the Ten Tails, they were locked up by the four-red yang formation released by Hashirama Senju and other four Hokage. This is quite embarrassing. The ninja coalition was locked in a cage. The other villains were free outside to carry out their own plans. Tsunade stared at Hashirama Senju through the barrier of the red sun formation, gritted her teeth and asked, "Grandpa, you really can't get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation?" Tsunade asked this question many times. No way. Unfortunately, Hashirama Senju's answer has not changed. After all, Hashirama Senju really has no way to deal with this kind of thing. He can feel that Uehara Naraku has more chakra than him and is not much less than Six Paths Uchiha Madara. After Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head awkwardly, he suddenly said, "To be honest, I feel that there is something wrong with that little guy named Uehara Naraku." "What's the problem?" Tsunade glared at her great-grandfather unhappily and continued, "Now all of Uehara Naraku's plans have succeeded. We are the last force in the ninja world, but we are trapped in this barrier by you. No, there must be a problem." Senju Hashirama shook his head and continued to explain, "If a ninja possesses a power as powerful as Uehara Naraku, even the legendary Six Paths Sage cannot defeat him, then what will he do?" Tsunade frowned subconsciously. The fourth Raikage stood by and shouted loudly, "That bastard Uehara Naraku is a liar and a psychopath. Who knows what he wants to do? Maybe he wants to use the Moon Eye project to make the whole world fall into illusion?" "Shut up." Tsunade coldly stopped the fourth Raikage and slowly focused her eyes on Jiraiya. "What do you think Uehara Naraku wants to do? Is it really for the Moon Eye project?" Jiraiya frowned and thought. Senju Hashirama stood through the red sun formation and continued, "Tsunade, that guy's power is so strong, even far beyond the power I once had. I think that guy can do whatever he wants. If he really wants peace in the ninja world, he will show the 5 major countries an unmatched power like today and force the entire ninja world to sit at the negotiation table to guarantee peace. I feel that you will all agree." The 5 Kage present fell into silence. Senju Hashirama was right. If Uehara Naraku wanted peace in the ninja world, he only needed to show the power of the ninja god. After all, the last ninja god, Hashirama Senju, once suppressed other great powers so much that they could not raise their heads and even did not dare to start a war. The only difference is that Hashirama Senju is not very aggressive. "You are right." Tsunade slowly shifted her gaze to Hashirama Senju and narrowed her eyes slightly. After Tsunade broke the silence, her eyes gradually became sharper. She looked directly at Hashirama Senju in front of her and said in a cold voice, "So what is the real purpose of Uehara Naraku? Can you tell us?" At this moment, this Hashirama Senju is not right. As a person who played with Hashirama Senju when she was a child, Tsunade knows her great-grandfather very well, because it is hard to say that Hashirama Senju can say such high IQ words and even analyze so rationally. This kind of work is usually done by her second grandfather, Tobirama Senju. Uehara Naraku, don't lie to us anymore. Tsunade stared into Hashirama Senju's eyes and continued in a deep voice, "I know, you must be the one controlling the body of the great-grandfather behind the scenes now. It's been exposed." A voice fell into the ears of everyone. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly appeared beside Hashirama Senju. He looked at the people in front of him, sighed helplessly and said, "Why are all of you gathered here with the first generation Hokage? Is it because you put all your hopes of getting rid of the control of the dirty world on him? I really have no other choice, and I can only communicate with you using the body of the first generation Hokage. Is it because of his lack of strategy that he revealed a flaw?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded and said in a deep voice, "With the character of the great-grandfather, he definitely can't say such rational and methodical analysis." "Hey, Tsunade." Hashirama Senju lowered his head in disappointment. Uehara Naraku took another look at the lost Senju Hashirama beside him, shook his head and said, "The IQ problem is really troublesome. Well, if there is enough time now, I don't mind telling you a very long story." Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara, who was still flying, then turned his head again, looked at Tsunade and sighed. "It seems that there is indeed enough time, but I want to wait until the truth is revealed before telling you a long story." All the ninjas present fell silent. Tsunade looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly across the red sun formation barrier. "So you don't even want to lie to me now?" Uehara Naraku gave Tsunade a speechless look in response, and said in a deep voice, "When the truth is revealed, I will tell you everything." After that, Uehara Naraku looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the crowd, suddenly raised his finger, and said in a deep voice, "Naruto, we'll see each other after you meet the Six Paths Sage." "Hey, Uehara, what do you mean?" The next moment, a vine suddenly emerged from the ground. The sharp vine suddenly pierced through Uzumaki Naruto's chest. A group of people surrounded him in fear, and Tsunade and Hiruno Sakura released their medical ninjutsu chakras from their palms at the same time, trying to stop the bleeding and treat Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, on another battlefield, a vine suddenly emerged from the ground, and Uchiha Sasuke, who was still fighting fiercely with Kabuto Yakushi, was also pierced by the vine. Just as Uchiha Sasuke looked at the vine that pierced his chest in disbelief, he suddenly fell to the ground, and the blood instantly dyed his body red. The figure of Kabuto Yakushi fell beside Sasuke, stretched out his palm to cover Uchiha Sasuke's body, and helped him with emergency rescue. Be thankful. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Be thankful that you still have one last use for Lord Naraku. Although this little use may only make him have 2 more audiences in the next performance." Today's daily 3 updates plus 3 updates are completed. I still owe 6 updates. I can pay it back slowly. Chapter 375. Can the cheat you sold me defeat Uehara Naraku? Dark spiritual world. The falling water created large ripples. Uzumaki Naruto slowly climbed up from the water, stroking his chest in astonishment, and raised his head in disbelief. "Am I not dead? What do you think is death?" An old man holding a tin staff and floating above the seeking jade spoke slowly, mumbling and rambling. "In my world, the ethical viewpoint of death seems to be a little different from yours. Don't easily think that you are dead. Be a little more positive, newcomer. You are. This is a question, but it has been too long. I don't know if the name you know is the same as the name I reported myself." After that, the old man slowly turned around and revealed his true face. "I'm the embodiment of peace and order, named Uie." Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. Just as the old man was about to mention it, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized something and whispered, "Wait, before that Uehara guy killed me, he said that I would meet someone. Are you the Sage of Six Paths?" After saying that, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were fixed on the old man in front of him, and his forehead gradually became nervous. "The Rinnegan, the legendary sage's eye. It looks like it really is the Sage of Six Paths. It's so great that you know my name." After the Six Paths Sage nodded slowly, his Rinnegan slowly tightened. "Did Uehara guess that you would meet me? I didn't expect that in this era there would be a ninja as powerful as us. That guy." Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly, remembering the various performances he had when encountering Uehara Naraku, and said in a deep voice, "He is indeed super strong. What an elusive person." The Six Paths Sage used the tin staff in his hand to create a ripple on the water, and a figure with squinting eyes and a smile appeared on the water surface. It was Uehara Naraku. The Sage of Six Paths frowned and whispered, "This little guy can cultivate to the point where he can defeat me with his own strength, and can even find my whereabouts. It's really hard to imagine." The Sage of Six Paths muttered to himself, "Why does Uehara Naraku want to see me? Does he want to ask about the Ten Tails and the infinite Tsukuyomi? Or does he want to challenge someone stronger? It shouldn't be. This is a very puzzling question." The Sage of Six Paths thought about it, and could only temporarily classify Uehara Naraku's desire to see him as wanting to obtain the infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, that Uehara Naraku seemed to want to actively fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi. What? Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head, frowned and said, anyway, Uehara has always been very strong. We thought we could catch up with him before, but now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Indeed. The Six Paths sage looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said calmly, but Uehara Naraku is too conceited. No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat another person in this ninja world. After that, the Six Paths sage looked at the silent Uzumaki Naruto, slowly tapped the water with the tin stick in his hand, and saw a woman's face floating on the water. My mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The Six Paths sage looked up at Uzumaki Naruto and slowly began to tell a very long story. My mother Kaguya Otsutsuki came to this planet from a very far place. This story is a bit bizarre. A woman who came from afar ate the chakra fruit to quell the war. As a result, after gaining powerful power, she ignited endless greed in her heart and wanted to rule this ninja world. In the end, she was sealed by her son. Mother has powerful chakra and an immortal body. It is absolutely impossible for Uehara Naraku to defeat her. She has already transcended everything in this world. Even I can only seal her up. After the Six Paths sage finished speaking slowly, he looked up at Uzumaki Naruto and continued in a deep voice, no matter how strong Uehara Naraku is, he can't defeat mother's power, because the ancestor of chakra in this world is mother. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help scratching his head when he heard it. He looked up at the Six Paths sage and asked, if even Uehara Naraku can't beat her, then this world, I can only rely on you. A trace of worry flashed across the face of the Six Paths sage, and there was even some solemnity in his eyes. Even if mother can absorb the chakra in Uehara Naraku's body, perhaps she can become even more powerful. To be honest, Uzumaki Naruto slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, even if I try my best to catch up, I can't catch up with Uehara Naraku's power. If he can't defeat the ancestor of chakra, even if I fight hard, but, don't worry. The Sage of Six Paths slowly touched the water surface with the staff in his hand, and a man with a kind smile emerged. He said calmly, you have the chakra of my son Ashura in your body. It seems that the little guy Uehara Naraku has also discovered this. Uzumaki Naruto fell into silence. In the spiritual world on the other side, another clone of the Sage of Six Paths had just finished communicating with Uchiha Sasuke, and he also finished telling the story of Kaguya Otsutsuki and Indra. This clone of the Sage of Six Paths looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him and fell into deep thought because Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have discovered the Indra chakra in his body a long time ago. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about all this. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the Six Paths sage nonchalantly, his eyes becoming more and more indifferent. You just said so much, just to tell me that my power comes from Indra's chakra, right? Uchiha Sasuke curled his lips with disdain and said, there is no chakra reincarnation in Uehara Naraku's body, right? It seems that this chakra is obviously hindering me from becoming stronger. The Six Paths sage shook his head and said calmly, that's because the real power in your body has never been guided out. Oh. Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and asked aloud, if the power in my body is guided out, can I defeat Uehara Naraku? Force is not the main condition for defeating the enemy. The Six Paths sage slowly stretched out his palm and said calmly, only a firm and unyielding will, and the love of others. Uchiha Sasuke was a little speechless. Is this Six Paths sage serious? If force can't beat him, can you still use love to influence him? That bastard Uehara Naraku has done all the bad things and all the good things. Uchiha Sasuke really wants to let the Six Paths sage go out and see if he can influence Uehara Naraku. The Sage of Six Paths turned over his palms again and looked at Sasuke, who was at odds with Uehara Naraku, and couldn't help but said, besides, Uehara Naraku is not the enemy you need to deal with. He can't play any use in this final battle. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but look up. Looking at the Sage of Six Paths, he suddenly curled the corners of his mouth and said, Six Paths Sage, are you sure that Uehara Naraku will fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi? After the Sage of Six Paths nodded slowly, he said in a deep voice, only those who possess the Rinnegan can avoid the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uehara Naraku does not have any of my blood in his body. No matter how strong he is, he may not be able to escape the infinite Tsukuyomi. After speaking, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said in a deep voice, perhaps you can consider saving him when the infinite Tsukuyomi comes. In this way, when your mother comes to this world, you will add a powerful fighting force. Uchiha Sasuke showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, if I save him, after defeating Kaguya Otsutsuki, what if that guy Uehara Naraku deceives us again? He has many precedents. 6 Paths Sage. I really haven't thought about this question. But this should be unlikely, right? After everyone has survived the crisis of world destruction together, can we still turn against each other? This reincarnation of Indra's chakra still has no love in his heart. The 6 Paths Sage slowly raised his head, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and said calmly, then what do you want to do? After Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, he suddenly raised his head and said, tell us how to get rid of Kaguya Otsutsuki first. Okay. The 6 Paths Sage looked at Uchiha Sasuke and nodded slowly, and said calmly, stretch out your dominant hand. This time I will not ignore the power of the eldest son, and I will also entrust my power to the reincarnation of Indra. Yeah. Uchiha Sasuke stretched out his left hand. The next moment, the 6 Paths Sage placed his palm on his, and a huge statue loomed behind him. A crescent-shaped symbol fell on Uchiha Sasuke's palm. That was the Yin power seal given to him by the 6 Paths Sage. In another spiritual space, Uzumaki Naruto also slowly stretched out his right hand. He received the Yang power seal and the 6 Paths Sage technique from the 6 Paths Sage. Although I think my power is enough to change everything. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but frowned. He looked at the white sun symbol on his palm, and then looked at the 6 Paths Sage. But I feel that Uehara Naraku seems to be stronger than me. The 6 Paths Sage chuckled, and said as if it was a cliché, sometimes, if you want to resolve disputes between people, as long as you can understand each other. Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a while. After a moment, Uzumaki Naruto slowly nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. After Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, his brows furrowed again, but I really can't understand what Uehara is thinking. The first update. I'm visiting relatives today. I'll update in the afternoon or evening. I'll lower the standard today, with a minimum of 5 updates, and 6 updates, if I come back early. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.